everyone. Um, Thank you so much for waking up bright and early. Everyone looks absolutely beautiful. And I'm hoping that we're going to have a lovely time today because yesterday I certainly learned quite a lot as a young woman, surrounded by so much wisdom from people who have walked a very difficult path in their past. I'll be moderating the session, and the session really explores the contribution of women to wars, and we'll look at why women were very eager to be involved in the liberation struggle. We'll also look at the missing voices of women, and lastly, with my panelists that I will call up shortly, we will discuss and seek to bridge the gap between African history and women's history. Before we have our panelists up, I will be introducing one of our South African leaders who has really played a critical role in the fight for women's rights. I will introduce her, and I'm also going to be calling upon my panelists to come and join me to sit this side. And after she has delivered her keynote address, we will then be able to engage with our panelists. Up on stage, I'd like to call Ms. Phyllis Nondutuzelo Mali, Mpho Libese from Lesotho, Ms. Buiswa Jack, and Ms. Bongile Primrose Kumalo. Okay. And as they are making their way up, I would like to quickly do an introduction of Umama Ubathabile Dlamini, who will deliver a keynote address for today. Umama Tabile was born in a small village called Ngutu and grew up, wait for it, Nkandla. Nkandla. Where my way? Thixo waseGqongqo. She cut her political teeth in 1983 and joined the UDF-affiliated Imbali Youth Organization. Whilst a student at the University of Zululand, she participated in student politics and, believe it or not, attained her Bachelor of Social Work honors degree with distinction. She has been a member of parliament, a deputy minister, and most recently the Minister of Social Development. She has served the ANC Women's League since its formation, particularly in KZN from 1991, and rose through its ranks. And she is one of the longest serving Secretary Generals of the ANC Women's League. And most recently, she has been the president of the African National Congress Women's League. Ladies and gentlemen, bomama, no tata, please help me welcome Umama Ubathabile Dlamini. Thank you.
Malibongwe. Wathinta imbokodo. Wathinta imbokodo. Program director. Someone is saying akekho straight up. The chairperson of Ilita, Sisinkabele, ngisisho ngikhuluma isiZulu. Nkabele. The CEO of Ilita Labantu, Ella. I know you live under the shadow. So we must learn to recognize you for the work you are doing. The founder of Isisele Senyathi, I used to call her Sis Mandisa, and then I graduated and called her Mandisa. Ntuthu, Sis Ntuthu. I also see our leaders are here today, so we must try and behave in a particular way. Dr. Seth Scooper, women from different organizations, different NGOs, young people that are here, and just everyone from Ilita Labantu. There are also women here from prison. There are also MK members here. But Mandi, what is also outstanding about this? Yes, you always invite intellectuals to your activities, the ones you know, or Gertrude. They are always here. Yes. You Vuyelwa, the people from this institution are always there, but this time I felt we are doing a very correct thing, embracing intellectuals. Because it's like these people that studied under very difficult conditions are sidelined, and some are afraid that they are going to take our positions, and what we need to try and do is to give them their space so that they can study the work we are doing and shape it correctly. And we will never go wrong. But also, we always have different generations in your events or activities. And because we always take things for granted, we don't want to process that and locate it correctly. That if you are a young person, you come to Ilita Labantu activities, you must end up being a CEO like Ella in your space. That is very important, and that is how we are going to take over as Black people in this country. We also have international delegates. Minister Nyoni said yesterday, this is long overdue. It is really long overdue. You don't know how uNkosikazi Mhlawuli felt yesterday when there were discussions, because I think she was saying, this is what we want. This is our space, and we must feel comfortable to talk about us. There is nothing wrong with that. And last year, or year before last, UN CSW focused on intergenerational mix as well as inclusivity. Intergenerational mix because I think for us, we were recruited into the organization at a very early age. By the age of 31, I was the Deputy Secretary General of the Women's League. But now I feel we are becoming reactionary. And even young people have dislocated the discussion on intergenerational mix. They think it's about other people going out and them coming in. It's no longer a learning process, because this used to be a learning process. And you know, when you get elected and you are young, you just agree and know that I don't know what I will do here. Okay, they want to elect me, I'm going there. And they say, your responsibility is to look after Comrade Winnie. And then the rest, women will never leave you astray. They embrace you, and you learn a lot during the process. Sometimes they give you very tough love, but you learn a lot through that tough love. So young people, grab this opportunity, because you are going to grow. But also, Mandy, we haven't told our stories. Maybe if you agreed to be my advisor in social development, we would have told our stories, ne? People, hey, uMandi, hey, akekho umuntu odelela emhlabeni njengoMandi engimaziyo. uMashiya Mahle said to me, ngithi Mandi, woza ke ngicela uzoba advisor wami. Wathi, hey, angifuni. Ngithi, how, why ungafuni? Uthi, yo, when you fight here, I'm going to be a casualty. I don't want to be your advisor. I don't want to be your advisor. And then when I went to women, I again came to her. So the only thing she did was to assist me coin the way we were going to make women and communities talk about their plight. We had started a program, and what you have started, Mandi, is very big. It's huge. I hope the government is going to join this program. And this program must not stay here in the Western Cape. Actually, it should move throughout the country and give people an opportunity to talk about their situation. When we started that program in in the Department of Women. There are many things that we were thinking about but could not confirm. Many women were raped during apartheid. Many. You are not going to believe numbers of old women that cannot deal with the issues of abuse of their own children because they were not able to deal with their own situation. So we have to talk. But also, there are different political organizations here. And it's good that this is started by an NGO, not by a political organization. Because you are going to accommodate everyone. We are going to do what you did when you were dealing with the issues of violence in KZN. She would say to us, hey, I'm going to talk to Inkatha women, Nina. Please, I'm doing my work, just leave me alone. Because we all have to talk. We all know that there was that force in KZN. So all women must talk about their plight, how families were destabilized, how South African families are dysfunctional. And the family is supposed to be the first line of defense for its members, and it's the one that builds members of the community. And if you have destabilized families, they become dysfunctional and they don't do anything. They don't play a role in nation building. So this is a big thing. It's not a small thing. We must not undermine the work we are doing. One other thing that Mandisa has but has nurtured a lot of young people. My daughters are part of those young people she has nurtured. My youngest said to me when we were talking about violence, said to me, Ma, you need a space where you have to talk about violence, but also you need to forgive yourselves because you've passed the violence that was unleashed on you. You've passed that violence to us. So find space and forgive yourselves. And I was shocked with Mandisa has done a lot of work here because at the time she was 14. I did not expect a 14-year-old to say something like that to me. So this is also going to give us a space to forgive ourselves. We also need space for healing. Remember, we had the TRC, but we never had space to heal as us. So as we move with all the baggage. And we are a nation that has never been able to tell the real story of a South African to younger generations. Young people pick up stories here and there, but we haven't been able to tell our story. And also, unfortunately, the media is not here. Because these are the things that we want to know about, because they are about nation building. We won't be able to move forward without sitting down and understanding what we mean about social cohesion. Your program is a bigger part of social cohesion, and that's why it's important for government to be part of this program. So we need to try and make sense and talk to government officials and leaders on this matter. I think we all know that women have played a very important and a pivotal role in the struggle. And we've been having revolutionaries that were fearless, fighters, and were visionaries. And since its inception, women were part of the struggle. But we know yesterday we spoke about how the history of women in various sectors of the society has been removed. Women were in all organizations, were in the PAC, in the ANC, in the IFP, but at all times, because we live in a patriarchal society, their stories are not told. Actually, during the time of peace, it's women from all political parties, Umamu Faith Gasa, from the IFP, used to be part of ama talks, because siyinzala bantu, and we can't be part of finishing that we've given birth to. And those that understand the history of the ANC know that, for instance, Umam Charlotte Maxeke, not alone. We just tried nje in the ANC to pull up Umam Charlotte Maxeke because nothing was said about her. She was part of the conference of the ANC, but why gate crashile? She was not invited to that conference. How we see that she was not invited, it's because there was a session to discuss ukuthi wena, what do you want here? Yes. But there were comrades waiting outside for her, Mamu Josipam, Madi Holkum, waiting to see what the men were going to do in the hall. And they ended up agreeing that she was going to sit, but she was not going to say a thing. So that is how she said in the conference. So Umam Charlotte was a rebel. And so mina ngayitshela ukuthi when a first African woman, actually a first woman graduate, because wangifundisa doc, I must learn. She was the first woman graduate in South Africa, was refused entrance to a conference and became a rebel. Why should I not rebel? Why not? This woman used to write clauses for them when they had to make deputations to government. But when they go to conference, they leave her out. Yes, she was sidelined. So you must understand levels of patriarchy. And Pelatina, a patriarchy that we face is a patriarchy ye race. And there was already a patriarchy natila. So when black men are oppressed by whites, they then upscale their patriarchy. So they oppress us. So we are faced with a double jeopardy, ye patriarchy. Langalbalele Dube was not at the first conference of the ANC. Umashia Mahl. Bayaphatha phela oMashia. Baphatha yonke indawo. He was not at the conference and were elected as president. But also, Dr. Thozamile spoke about Nokuthela Dube. No one talks about Nokuthela. Nokuthela was the first wife Dr. John Langalibalele Dube. And actually, she is the one who raised funds for building Inanda Seminary, as well as building Ohlange High School. But no one talks about her. Why I think we are not talking about her, it's because she died abroad, but also because we want to be like in Europe, talk about one wife and not talk about our situation where there are two wives. We also, as women, wiped her out in our memories. Uyabona? So nothing to we haven't located ourselves properly. And I was so excited when I heard Dr. Gertrude Fester saying, Viva African feminists. Because we want to take other definitions of feminism. We don't want to define what an African feminist is. So we have to grow and nurture what we have. What is also outstanding about women freedom fighters is the passion they had in their work, their kindness, mindfulness, being considerate and being emotional. And I think this is what has put women where they are today. We must value what we have. Umuntu mayethi mina you are too emotional, mina ngiyambuka nje ngithi yeah vele I'm emotional. Why shouldn't I cry if I want to cry? Why shouldn't I laugh if I want to laugh? Why shouldn't I be angry if I want to be angry? And people have boxed us because bona they behave in a particular way. They also want us to behave like them. And the way we behave makes life wherever we are. And we should be proud of that. We must not be afraid of being emotional. You know, yesterday I looked at Ella. At some stage, she was wearing high heels. And then she took them off and was wearing some flat shoes and walking freely. And that's the freedom we talk about. We need to be free to be able to perform our duties. And we need to be who we are, accept who we are. Uzohamba ngama high heel if uthanda ukuhamba ngawo. Uma ungabe ungasawafuni angeke umuntu akudefine the way efuna ukudefine ngayo. We must reject definitions that are given to us mostly by the media. So we need to find our own way of telling our story to our own children. This program can be done in many ways. Can be done in universities. This program can even go to an ECD. It's a huge program. It's just that we don't think the same way. Women must be given an opportunity to also contribute. I agree with Minister Nyoni. To contribute to this program, we must have something to own as South African women and say, this belongs to us. And we need to lift the thought by Mandi. The time has come for us to recognize our own. Now, when we do this, we must create a positive environment. Must create a positive environment, and saying that we are African feminists does not mean we are going to say all men must go. We don't want them here. Because we all know there is a positive masculinity. And those that are positive, we're going to work with them on our terms, not on their terms. Because they are also the ones that are going to assist us to make sense to other men. So we need to make a lot of friends in this program. So we need to come up with our positive history. We do have positive history. And I was so happy, Mandi, when I saw in the program that there is a Nisilinga. You know, there are all these women that have done a lot of big things. But think of a woman that has never been to school, not having an ID, and not getting a grant for the rest of her life because she was fighting for her dignity. And it's true, even some of us did not know about some of the women you have put here, Mandis. That is why it is important that you run this program as an NGO, because you are going to put all women. You are not going to look at your friends. Angitina, we now have the attitude of men. We have become patriarchal, Nat. Even in the way we think, in the way we treat other people, we think exactly like men. The negativity, the way we fight it's the egos we have changed. And so we need someone neutral to come in and say to us, no, come back, you are not men. You can't behave in this manner. So it's good that we have someone who is out of that cloud of ours, of a spirit of fighting for positions, position mongering, hatred, and everything. We need that. We need someone to tell the story of Mam Winnie without fear. We have to celebrate life ka Mam Winnie Mandela. Mam Winnie was a very strong woman. And because we have been taught to hate, hatred was instilled in us. So we always look at the bad that the media has put in front of us. So this is going to shape the future. We are shaping our future. That is why I say this is big. It's not a small thing, it is a big step. So we are going to understand the real gallant fighters that have traversed this journey of the liberation of the people of South Africa, but also are going to link up things and be able to know where we went wrong. Because that is also important. You cannot have a situation where you say, for instance, all children, all kids must go to school. And then our kids go to school. And then they go to tertiary. And then they complete there. And then they can't find jobs. There's something very wrong, and we are going to find out where we went wrong through this very same program. That is why I think it is a huge program that is going to allow everyone to come and talk, because we've also not had such a situation. But young people must know, Mandi, that there was king. It's not like you have heroines through or from the times of only Mam Charlotte Maxeke. We spoke about other heroines that have been there before. But young people, they must know that in Angola there was King Nzinga, Queen Nzinga, who defended her community when her brother wanted to hand over the land to white people. We must know about the Queen of Nigeria. We must know about African history. Knowing your history is about knowing yourself. Nami ngiyazi ukuthi ngudlamini malandela imfolo zemnyama inketha abaweli. Ngukhuphu bovu ngamanxeba. Ngisizukulwane sikandaba. Ngiphuma emahlabathini edlebe. Kubalekile ukuthi uzazi ukuthi ubani. So angeke ukuthi uye China abantwana base China bakutshele ngehistory yase Africa when your children do not know about their history. Faneke bazi abantwana base South Africa ukuthi kwakunomama Mantsumpa who stayed in the caves. Owaphumela iSuthu. Wabaleka because babelwa no brother wakhe. And can you imagine a woman staying in the caves? Yes. We must know about all those things, that there are women that have been through hardship, so that we don't take life for granted. Life is very, very difficult. You must know about Lillian Ngoyi. She was the first woman to be in the National Executive Committee of the ANC. The ANC was formed in 1912. And then 1918, the Bantu Women's League was formed. And Charlotte becomes the president of the Bantu Women's League. And when the ANC decides that women can now join the ANC, they can't continue as associate members. You know what they do? They call a conference of the Women's League. They sideline Charlotte. They bring in another president because they thought this Charlotte is going to be a problem here. So these things are repeating themselves. It's not like you are the first, it's the first time that they happen. So that's why you should not cry and go and hide yourself. You should go out and work. Because women have taught you to work. Women have taught you that even if you don't occupy a position, you still have a lot of work to do. You don't only work through positions. So, Umam Charlotte was a visionary. Umam Charlotte dealt with the issues of non-racialism long ago. Before the Defiance campaign, as she was dealing with the issues of the Defiance campaign. So I looked at this thing and said, oh, the way men defeat us, it's because they go to meetings and then they write down things. And now we go to meetings, we don't write down things, but we decide we're going to have this much. Because she started together with Omacho Simpama leading marches of many women. It's women that started to ban passes before men. Yes. They started leading defiance campaigns before men. 1956, during that march, women worked together. And therefore, our unity is very important. We've also put ourselves in the space of men. We belong to organizations. We've locked ourselves in there. Because we can have, Tina, a single platform of action where we can interact and fight our struggles together as women. So this space is also important for us. So ngiyazi mase abantu behlangana ngamakhanda sekuthiwa it's time. So Mandi, before ngihlale phansi, I think the political side the story of women that were part of the struggle, the story of young women like uNokuthula Simelane, Phila Ndwandwe, Nomkhosi Mini. These were soldiers of Umkhonto weSizwe that were killed by the apartheid government. We must know about them. We don't even know where they are. So it's important that we also talk about the story of the widows. It's very important. And their children. The difficulties they faced and how others adjusted and became part of a stronger movement. But we are better together, united than divided. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mambata, for those pearls of wisdom. One thing that I took out from one thing that I took out from that wonderful input was when you said we must reject definitions that are given to us by the media. Yesterday, as different speakers were sharing and presenting, they were sharing anecdotes about you, Mambata, that many of us are not aware of because of what the media says to us about who you are. And so I think Mamandisa maybe a prophet of some sort. But as you named this initiative, Isisele Senyathi, a reservoir of knowledge, someone interpreted that yesterday. It's very important for narratives that we don't know, particularly as young people, because the only narratives that we know about some of our African women leaders are what is defined by our media houses. So as I would urge you, as one of your first projects in this initiative, to allow Mambata to tell her own narrative in her own terms so that we can understand her contribution in our struggle and also in our democracy. Thank you so much for that input, Mambata. So I'll move on to our panelists, and we are indeed pressed for time. And I would urge my panelists to please stick to about 5 minutes, and I will indicate when it's about 4 so that you can begin to wrap up, because we would like to hear from everyone today. We understand everyone has so much wisdom to share, but because of timing constraints, we have to allow everyone to be given a chance. And so our first panelist, who will share her own journey, and I'll be in fact doing injustice if I were to do introductions of everyone. However, I will allow their stories to tell us and to paint a picture of their own narrative. To kick us off, I would like to, our panelists will be speaking where they are sitting unless someone feels the urge to come to the podium. But if you feel comfortable where you're sitting, you can have a conversation with us in your seats. To kick us off, it will be Umam Phyllis Nondutuzelo Mali, who will be sharing her own story.
Unity, Makabane. Unity. Oh, unity, Makabane. Manyano, Makabane. Manyano, Makabane. Oh, Manyano, Makabane. I just hope it's not taken from my 5 minutes. I'll be very angry. I just want to greet all my leaders in South Africa, out of the country, in Africa. Diabulisa, kwiinkokheli zam, oomama. Who am I? Why am I here? My name is Phyllis Nontutuzelo Mali, known then as Phyllis Pumla Fante. It all started in 1985 when the students were writing exams on the 4th of November. And the whole country was on standstill, but my township was stubborn and telling themselves that they are under the system, they will write exams, not knowing that there was Phyllis, Ashton Zolani. That's where I come from, originally from Oudtshoorn. That morning, it was on a Monday, if you can go back, 1985, 4th of November, Monday. We stopped the students of Ashton. But Ashton had Langerberg. All men of Langerberg came out with their shamboks and sticks and everything that can kill a child. I never heard of a name abuse, I only heard it now that I'm old. Then it was just beat them up, kill them. I am the Phyllis, if you don't know me. When I was in prison, the women of Cape Town, the Western Cape, marched to Parliament and threw paint demanding my release. I am the Phyllis when the vet Volvo were released from prison, who de Klerk decided to release me. That is me. I never knew the ANC because we were not talking about the ANC. It was a very dangerous party. If you talk about the ANC, your mother will say, hey, phuma endlini, phuma, phuma. Wakulinga uthethe ngaloo nto apha. Mama, what is a terror? Hey, where did you get that name? I was once showed a picture ka Joshua Nkomo with that thing, Sis Mandi. And I was showed that that's a terrorist. They are coming to take our country. You, but dangerous, I'm a terrorist. No, not knowing one day I'll be also treated like them. That is me, comrades. I don't have much time. I will tell you, as they say, everybody has a story. Guys, life in prison was not a life for a little girl like me, but I managed to survive. I will tell you something that I only told my advocate and his wife. I never told anybody, I never told my mom. I was raped in the Supreme Court inside by a policeman when he was bringing food to me. I survived that. I am a survivor. I went to prison, I was on hunger strike. I was studying through SAPET while I was in prison. And inside prison, education was a privilege, not a right. Every time I will go for my final exams, I will go to, they call it Stokis, but you call it solitary confinement. They will take me there. My parents will travel from Oudtshoorn to Cape Town. When they get to Cape Town, they can't see me because I don't want to listen. I don't want to call them Noi, as Umakhulu said yesterday. They were called Inoi, and I didn't want to call them, and I will always tell them, hey, I'm Inoi Sentli, Mama, you are not my Noi. I was in the crocheting room. I was given a bedspread to crochet for the 15 years that I was sentenced. The 15 years that I was sentenced, it was from 87 to 2003. Straight sentence, not a single parole or anything. But today, comrades, if I tell you, the only political prisoners that are being recognized are men. Even in the Western Cape, when you go to the meetings, you'll only see me because I'm always there. As a result, I know that there is a comrade here that is going to, hey, comrade, you don't talk about, what happened in Vegas stays in Vegas. Please don't tell those men, otherwise I'm not scared. Ne? I think by next month we are going for a provincial conference in the Western Cape. We had our national conference last month and the Western Cape won. But hell, this year, I told them, man, you are going to be led by a woman, which is me. I'm going to go for that position of chairperson. I was scared, but since yesterday and last night when I was sleeping, I said, come on, man, go for it. It's high time that men that were incarcerated at Robben Island knows that there's a new sheriff in town. Guys, one last thing. I've got just 1 minute. It's 30 years. You'll be shocked. 30 years. I last saw Mandisa Monakali, 1992. And I only saw her yesterday. Umandisa was everything to me. But I say thanks God that I didn't see her for the last 30 years because every day I was going to knock at her door, Mandisa Ndilambile. Mandisa Pangeli. Umandisa was everything to me. I won't tell you the story, but there is a story. It's for the researchers to find out what is the story. Sis Mandisa, I never said Sisi. I only start now because next year I'm turning 60, guys. Yeah, I know. But I used to call her Mandisa. I never knew Ella. Oh, Sis Mandisa, you made my day. Because the last time I was recognized as a woman, that was when Sis Nomvula was a premier in Johannesburg, when she invited me, and I went to enjoy myself in Joburg. Guys, Sis Mandisa, ndikuthulela umnqwazi. Kwanga kungahanda sisaputhathe khona. Ungabuyi umva. Noba bacinga ba uhamba ngentonga babonisa ba ayigugi intsimbi. Ndiyabonga.
Halala, Mama Phyllis, halala. Halala, Mama Phyllis, halala. As young people, I think we don't comprehend the price that many of our adults have had to pay for the freedoms that we enjoy today. And so, Mom Phyllis, on behalf of all young people sitting here and I think across the country, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all the sacrifices. Up next, I would like to call upon Umama Ushamains Kweia to also share a bit about her own journey and so that we can learn.
Molweni, minjani? I respect women. Ngoba ngahlala esibelethweni somfazi wangenza umuntu. Today I was hijacked to be here. Bengafanelanga ukuthi ngikhulumile. But I had to come and stand here. Angilili ngiyavuya. I've seen people that I've never seen. Zubeida, you know. Sisibuyiswa. Sismandisa. Minister. Uyasazi apho sisuka khona. I'm not going to be long, guys. I'm going to be short. I'm Shamains Kweia. Ndingumamtshawe. Ndingumzukulwana kaYintsa. Ndinkosazana yamaXhosa. Ndinguphalo. Enkosi. But apho ndiyakhona, I was a young girl. Ngizalelwe kaLanga Township in Cape Town. Nomvume Danga uyayazi apho sisuka khona. Ndandimncinci. That time bekungena ANC. Bekungena Azapo. Besingabahlali sizi-students. Silwela ubandlululo. It's happened. I left the country. Mandiyamba, my first journey, ngabanjwa, eSwaziland. I was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Azange ndiwe umoya. I carry on. Just suppose I'm going to fight for my people. I don't care whether you're ANC or anything. I was going to fight for my country. I'm going to liberate my country. I came back for 6 months. 1982, I jumped Ramatlababa border to Libatse. From there, I end up in Dukwe camp in Botswana. I stayed there. I was arrested again with ammunition when I was attempting to come and fight in Botswana. I was sentenced 4 years in prison in Botswana. Azange ngiphele umoya again. I said I will come in and fight. I came in and fight inside South Africa. Namabulu. Landa ndifuna ukuza khona. I went back again. But I'm not there. La ngila. Kufuna ukuthi the last time eZimbabwe no minister no Sismandisa, when we were wanted as terrorists, we were hide. Safihlwa ngulo mama waseZimbabwe endlini yakhe. We stayed in his house in Zimbabwe. But I went to further my training in Libya. I was the bodyguard of the late Gaddafi. Zange ndiphele umoya. I came back home. Yaphela indaba yase exile. We came back home. Ndaphinde ndabanjwa ekhaya. Kodwa ndihijeke i-Minister of Defense and the President with my colleague. Nangu uhleli lapha yawulindi. Kodwa sihijeke uMinister no President. But asiphelanga umoya. But ngifuna ukubonga uSisimandisa kuzo zonke esijeni bendizihamba. No, la umntakasififi. I love you, Sisi. You always be there. Sister Mama, Sisimandisa. They were always Sisibathabile. I will never tukulibala empilweni yami. Nangibamba, nangibeka la. But I'm not saying that. Ngicela abafazi bahlangane. Siqatyanisiwe sabotshwa. Salahlelwa ngaphandle. Nathi sizi-military veterans. Silahlelwe ngaphandle. Sibizwa ama-terrorist. Sibizwa ama-hijacker. Siyakidnapper. Senza zonke izinto. But into endifuna ukuyithetha, I'll continue.
Thank you very much, Mamusha Main. We truly appreciate your contribution to the freedom of this country. Thank you so much for all that work. Up next, I'd like to call upon Mambuiswa Jack. Okay, I'll just sit this side.
Molweni ngaphakathi umama Matha ebeseyilandele yonke iprotocol. Thank you for that. Ndingumamkabani uMajek unoqazi udluntsha umfazi obomvu. Ewe ndizalwa ngumamgebe. Mandisa ndifuna ukuthi kuwe enkosi kakhulu. Enkosi kakhulu for the quality ye leadership onayo. Ndifuna ukuthi enkosi kakhulu nakwi ilitha labantu for creating this platform. I heard you saying yesterday funding and all those things. But here we are today, whether funding or who has promised you what and let you down. We are here today. Thank you for always creating a space for women. Uyayazi. Thank you for, because the reason why you don't get these fundings, donors sometimes, it's because people don't want to hear ezinye izinto. They don't want to work with people who are going to rock the boat. But thank you for coming up with thought-provoking sessions of this nature. I don't want to go to history. Mhlambi nakuyifunda ke kwi-archives at that time, ixesha lifitshane. But just to say, I was arrested. I was 3 months pregnant. I was in solitary confinement. I was very sick. I would be taken to Groote Hospital. I was arrested, and I think when we were arrested, we were taken to South Africa, and the mission was to kill us. Because while we were blindfolded with the person that was also arrested, there was a message that came, Ukuti, please, please. And Kulenda, where we were, we could only hear waterfalls. Water, Ukuti, I wonder where are we? And in my mind, I was thinking, hey, they're going to throw us in the river or whatever. But whilst they were still planning, one guy said, Sergeant, there's a call from Cape Town. They want them alive. Misebenzi kaThixo iyasebenza. I wouldn't be sitting here today. To make the long story short, I was in detention. When you are in solitary confinement, whether you are pregnant or not, you are going to be tortured because they want you to come up with the truth. We are born. And I was taken to Elsis River Police Station, then I was taken to Paulsmoor. Fortunately, the left did not know what the right is doing with system, the prison and the security. Because I was pregnant, I was having complications. I will be taken to Groote Hospital. In the area where I was at Groote Hospital, they will make it a point in the Yokogoba. They've got guards to protect. I don't know. Because they were protecting me. Whatever. But I was then, I think a day before, because the superintendent of the Portsmouth prison was fighting with the special branch, saying, I don't want this woman here because whatever happens, I am going to account. On a Friday, I remember my parents were not even there because I was starting having labor pains. They quickly took me to Weinberg and I gave birth. I was sentenced for terrorism. I was under house arrest. But that's it. But as Isisele Senyathi, Abantu, there was a lady, one of the speakers yesterday, who said, we are standing here on the shoulders of Omama, very powerful women. So I will be failing myself if I don't mention one of Omama Base Western Cape. Most were mentioned. Mildred Holo. Umamu Holo. You know, there's one thing about history as a Western Cape. History as a Western Cape, I veli ndawo. And I also will be failing not to talk about Umama Wam. You know, I don't want to go to Umama Wam, but there was an incident that happened to my family, June 1991. My brother left home Umama was outside hanging the washing, hearing the shots, and asked himself, I wonder whose child is it that is shot at? Not knowing that it was her own child. Pro, when he left home with my nephew, a 15-year-old. Mama comes into the house. Here comes Andile. Makulu, 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 upro. Mama, what happened? My mother saw the blood on this 15-year-old and asked, why upro? But Andile, at the age of 15, came in and ran out. My mother said, when Andile walked down the passage back to the front door, I saw my child's brains. And I knew ukuthi by the time I get there, my child is dead. But in whatever happened, I'm not going, my 5 minutes is gone. Whatever happened, my mother died. Pro died in 1991. We were failed by the system. My mom died still wanting to know who assassinated Upro. Isisele Senyathi Mandisa has created an opportunity for us to write stories zethu, so that the grandchildren Pro, when they want to know about Upro, my grandchildren, when they want to know about the role of Mama in the struggle, they will be able. Thank you very much for creating this opportunity. Lastly, you know, there is a story about my brother to say he was killed through taxi violence. My brother was not killed ngenxa taxi violence, was killed by his own comrades, Zakwa ANC. Before I leave this platform, I want to say, Mama, let us not be used by Odada. Uyabona, ibhlungu into eyenzekayo. When it gets to amal elections, people kill each other. It's even worse kumbutho wam. Uyabona? I am saying, I want to reaffirm and say, Upro was not killed by the ANC. Upro was killed by individuals within the ANC because of political jealousy. We were failed by the TRC. We were failed by the justice system. We were failed by the committee that was nominated by the ANC to investigate the death of Pro. But we still say, there's a story to tell. We have created, uvuselele izazela mandisa, ukuthi we must talk about these things. Zinga chayelelwa phansi kwe-carpet. Thank you.
If we were looking for definitions of what African feminism is about, I would say it is about resilience and the power of the unspoken word. Up next, we have a young woman all the way from Lesotho who will be speaking to us and sharing her own journey. And she'll be doing a presentation. Tech, we're gonna need a password. No password. Okay. Whilst you are trying to find the PowerPoint presentation, I would like to say, Mamuma ndisakawuvele. Mamuma ndisakawuvele kusibona umsebenzi omhle kangaka. Mamuma ndisakawuvele. Mamuma ndisakawuvele kusibona umsebenzi omhle kangaka kawuvele. Mamuma ndisakawuvele. Mamuma ndisakawuvele kusibona umsebenzi omhle kangaka kawuvele. Mamuma ndisakauvele. Mamuma ndisakauvele kodwa. Sebenzo mhle kangaka khawuvele. Mamuma ndisakauvele. Mamuma ndisakauvele kodwa. Sebenzo mhle kangaka. Thank you.
Dumelang bomme le bontate. Le tswile jwang kajeno? Wow. This is such an honor to be here. It is such an honor to be here. My name is Mpho Liebesa. I come all the way from Kingdom of Lesotho. Ke Motau ka Seboko. Hona ge batho ba moshweshwe ba marena. Ge bua ka marena. Jwale ke moradi wa Bataung ba Hahlalele, batho ba lebese la kgomo. Thank you. Bomme le bontate ke thabile haholo ba mona ke utlwa ke tlile sekolong ho bua nnete. I feel like I've been learning so much and this is so good. But this presentation was more on the historical and theoretical grassroots activism from the Basotho perspective. But I'll skip and rush to the slide where I'll be talking about the marginalization of women. But then maybe I should start here where we talk of women in development. Lesotho is a very small country. We are ruled by kings and they own the land. And when they own the land, it means they own everything in that land, even women. And the intensity of marginalization is very deep, and it goes from generations. I'm not here to talk about my story. I'm just too young for that, I guess. But I'm going to be speaking and telling stories of other women who came before me. And by so saying, I'll speak of our king, Mosheshe I, whom I respect so much. He was a very peaceful man. He taught of peaceful stories and o entse setjhaba sa hae on the principles of peace. And he uttered the words, "Ke moshweshwe and peace is my sister." And how na le kgaitsedi, or when you have a sister, you guard them by your heart with everything that you own. And if Mosheshe called peace his sister, then it means he believed in peace. He believed in peace building and peacekeeping. But that doesn't take away the patriarchy nature in his leadership. And so I'll be rushing to the marginalization that was caused by that patriarchal nature of his leadership. He had a wife, Queen Mamhato, who was supposed to be her regent, but in Sesotho, kings don't leave their places. And it means Mosheshe never went anywhere. Ka Sesotho ke re moerena ha ete. Queen Mamhato was supposed to be moemedi wa Morena Moshweshwe. Ha Morena Moshweshwe a na le siyo. But since Morena ha ete, ha ona nako eo mofumahadi Mamhato a kileng a exercise matla a hae a leadership because ha tsamaya. So ha ile hantle ne le skeleton fela hore you're just there. O tla nkenela ha eba ke le siyo but ga tseba rona sa tsamaya. Me Dlamini o buile ka Nkgono Mantsopa. Nkgono Mantsopa e ne le e mong, one of the prophetess in Lesotho. She worked closely with the healer Mohlomi, who was the advisor of Morena Moshweshwe. But she was never recognized. She had gifts she could see. She had visions. That is why she advised Morena Moshweshwe on things to come and helped to prepare for such situations when they occurred. But she was never recognized. It's only now that we read books that there was Nkgono Mantsopa who did whatever she did. But then she wasn't much of anything. The only person who was acknowledged then was Ntate Mohlomi kapa Ngaka Mohlomi. And all of this started during the Difaqane War, which was when Morena Moshweshwe established the Basotho Nation with many groups that lived in the Central and Sub-Saharan Africa. And those groups were groups of the Gwena people, people from Tau, that is why ke le Motau Mohatlalele. So women were very affected in those times because they had to bear children. We believed in polygamy then. So women had many children. They had to stay at home. So basically they were immobile and resources were very limited. So they were faced with famine. They were the very people who experienced poverty at first hand because their role was to take care of the families and not leadership. And the men, the husbands, to be precise, they owned or they controlled their bodies. Women were not supposed to say how many children they would want to bear. It was the man's decision because they were regarded as minors. Also, since there was so much poverty, young women, young girls were sort of traded. I love to use the word traded. They were traded because when you get married in Lesotho, you get to be, you pay lobola, but ba bontate ba patala lobola, mahadi. Mahadi were basically a head of cattle. So ka dinako tseno tsa Difaqane ka ha ho no lapua, bana ba ne ba nyadiswa ile hore the family could have something to live on. So they were basically traded. So they were not even allowed to go to school because it was like, why would we invest in you? Because we're already going to sell you. Also, Moshweshwe was known for his diplomacy. But this diplomacy wasn't so good on women because somehow they were forced to sleep with those soldiers as a way of diplomacy. Because Moshweshwe, one of Moshweshwe's strategies was to marry multiple wives so that we couldn't be fought. Because so strategy sa o nyala e ne le hore re amaneng kaofela re se ka lwana. Ka nnete. Ho no le boima. Jwale ha o le boima jwalo ho no bile hore when your husband had died o no kenelwa. Lesotho ho no thwe mmapo ha nyalwe, meaning if you have sons, you cannot be married again into another family. When mmapo ha nyalwe. ya mme. Jwale, ditaba tseno ha se hore you had consent on your body. No, you didn't. Even when your spouse died, your elder son was supposed to take care of you, was supposed to own everything that you owned. Somewhat like you were elderly daughter of your son because you couldn't control anything. Women weren't allowed to own any land. They only had user rights because who are they to start with? Also, even in the modern days, now as we speak, if you're not married, you can't have a loan. You can't take a loan. Because who are you without a husband? You can't. And the widows are still robbed of their property once their spouses are dead. So sad. They get married, they tolerate the ill treatment of their in-laws for years. Women are not supposed to be complaining about anything that happens in their families. Ho na le mantswe a Sesotho a re mosadi o ngalla motsheo. That means you can't go anywhere. You're supposed to bear everything. You're supposed to bear everything. Hobane mosadi o ngalla motsheo. Because it would be a disgrace to your family. Mme o buile ka ditaba tsa sexual harassment, ditaba tsa prison, manale teng. People now, the likes of Mme Puselezo Mphana, she's a founder of women groups where they deliberate issues in marriages to try to comfort and console women because they can't leave their bad marriages. So that the social groups, the sort of social groups to comfort women because we have to bear everything. So we give respect to such women. There's also the likes of Mme Puselezo Seema. She's a famous artist. So she used to counsel women through her music, sort of rebellion music. The most famous song is Ya Potangwetsi. When you're saying something that she doesn't agree with, she says wa pota, ya potangwetsi. Yeah, because you're not considered to have anything meaningful or to contribute anything meaningful. And then also we have Sister Veronica Pafudi, the founder of Development for Peace Education. She was a sister, sort of a nun. Oh, she was a nun, not sort of a nun. She was a nun. So she established an organization that is called Development for Peace Education. And she started teaching people about peace principles in churches, in the communities, and in schools. And now people know how to live peacefully in the communities, workplaces, and everywhere. Because her organization is still alive till this day. And we give thanks to such women. And nkaba lewaatla le nna ha nka se leboe bomme ba ntse mmo ka ona. I feel really humbled to be here in your presence. And I would love to say thank you, to be brief, and to say thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Dikgomo.
I'm not sure which one works. I think this one. On our panel, I had mentioned that we also have Umama Usbongile Primrose Kumalo. As I walk towards her, she will also share her own journey and pearls of wisdom with us.
Thank you, Sanbonani. Bengicela nje kuqala ngibonge for, I just want to say thank you to those who assisted me yesterday when my body had taken a serious crash. Thank you, comrades. And may God continue to bless you abundantly. I'm feeling much better now. Now, when I was scared, when I received communication to the effect that presentations are to be restricted to 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, I said, what am I going to talk about? My story is a web, it's a complication, complex, intricate, a blockbuster movie, basically, as they say, those that know it, because I speak very little. But once I'm given an opportunity to be where I am right now, on this platform, I would prepare something and teach it, because I prefer to speak from the heart. But for the reason that I alluded to earlier on, of the 10, 15 minutes, I said, I don't see where I fit in. So for the purposes of that consideration, I will dump this one also and try to go to, I don't know what I would call important or less important, but everybody has got a story and they're all important. I would like to firstly start by thanking Ilithala Bantu for the invitation, and Sis Mandisa was gracious over the phone. When I read iLokhuza story saka Lithala Bantu, I felt jealous. I said, where were they when we needed them the most? You know, where were they when we were actually, some of us barely kids, and in the wilderness of exile, when we were being raped, you know, and being harassed and this and that? Where were they? But it's never too late. I'm going to go to that Cape Town, even if I was bedridden. I'm going to go to that Cape Town and try to convince them privately to actually look into the plight of liberation war veterans when it's pertaining to PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, because that's a subject that's very spoken about. You know, yes, we have an almost dying system of a hospital called one military hospital, but that's all it ends for us. Pumped with antidepressants, year in, year out. Me, since 1977. I was born, let me start with the name Promise. Promise Patricia Lamula is my Umkhonto Wesizwe combat name. I was born in a blue bucket, literally a blue bucket, because my mother had hidden the pregnancy for 9 months. She was a big woman. And then, fortunately for her, she was in boarding school. She was afraid of her parents, because we grew up in a strictly Catholic environment. So on that day when I was born, on the 16th of October 1962, she couldn't hide it anymore, obviously. She's been having labor pains. And the lady next door, the elderly lady next door, had warned my grandmother that there's something amiss with this child whenever she comes for little holidays, you know, because she was in boarding school, and because she could tell that she's pregnant. But my mother loved to wear oversized things and this and that. So on that day, on the 16th, just to hurry up, she complained of, obviously, this section of the body's pains and whatever. And they sent somebody. It was raining. I'm a water baby. It was raining. So they sent somebody outside to fetch a bucket, those that were used for nappies. You remember, man, lama bucket lawa are blue or pink or whatever for girls. Yeah, that one, enesivalo, ene lead. Yes, so, but as relief because they didn't know what was going on. So, and now she couldn't walk. So that's how I was born in that blue bucket. I could have died in my own bodily fluids. I could have died in my own bodily fluids. My mother could have, I don't know, God knows if she attempted to abort me. Because the question I've been asking myself, I know that some of the reasons why she hid the pregnancy, the strictness of the parents, but was that enough? So, anyway, I was born and bred in Middlelands, Zone 4, end of fire. Yeah. And when I was just a month, or about 10, 15 years, we left for exile. I come from a black consciousness background. Ukhuluma ivara, qiniso. Besigijima emva kwasiyetsi emashinini. Yes, because that's the person that we knew, and in our young minds, and we were just militant. So sifuna lo siyetsi emashinini la ngakhona, and then where there's a will, there's a way. And so through the SSRC, Soweto Student Representative Council, we were assisted ukukrosser, and we got arrested. And those days, if you get arrested a border, on the South African side, you end up that powder blue police station where they used to throw people from the 10th floor. And yes, so, but there's a clandestine way, obviously, of crossing the border illegally, the way everybody else who went to exile knew and did it. So Tina, when we got arrested, we thought, we are going to, the name is coming, John Foster. Kanti luckily, we were already on the Swaziland side. Though Swaziland was having a double-faced approach to our struggle for liberation. They would work with the Boers, and they would send information about these young kids who were crossing, starting from our stalwarts. When I say stalwarts, the very same ones who left the country in the 60s, the Lutuli detachment. There were some this dynamics, man, with Swaziland, and that we were trying to understand, but it doesn't matter anymore because they took us, they arrested us, they detained us, and so we were recruited in those prisons by the PEC, Pan-Africanist Congress, and they would pump us with books and just conscientize us and mobilize us about black consciousness that actually spanned us on. So after our release, we went to sent to. I was asked because I was the youngest in a group of 12. I was asked if I didn't want to go to school, and I said no. I just meant schools in Soweto. I come from the west part of Soweto, a crime-ridden and violent-driven, type township. So you can't tell me about school now. I want to go where they say they want to go. I want to hold that gun. Yeah, so that's how it started. I crossed the border. No, we didn't cross. We flew to Mozambique, and we were staying in a camp that had crippled up ZANU PF combatants who came from the war. And we just stayed very briefly before we were pushed to Tanzania. And I stayed with the PAC for 1 month. And at that time, when we were met by the PAC leadership, little did we know of the antipathies that existed within the leadership. There was Ntantala, there was Pitika Ntuli, there was Putlako Libalo, and so it was very difficult for us to consume all of this, and little did we know about the inner dynamics of politics, and let alone the PAC or the ANC. And so I stayed for about 1 month, and in that 1 month, I learned a lot about the ANC through the PAC. And I wanted to run away because something had happened to me, something very unpleasant had happened to me. The PAC leader raped me. And obviously, my womanhood is gone. I was 15 years old. And so he robbed me of that. And that is why I just want to actually ngihlale ngaphansi kwesiketi sakaSisimandisa ukuthi akhulume ngalezinto lezi and bakhulume on our behalf. And so because you actually tell yourself ukuthi, like I did, ukuthi no, I'm going to carry this to my grave. Why? Why take the burden? That is why I'm still suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder because I had that mentality. So, fortunately for me, because also within the liberation movements, we were not seeing eye to eye. So, and the offices of the Pan-Africanist Congress and the ANC were almost diagonal. And if we were seen crossing to the other side like a cat, you know, then we say, you know, and so I said, I'll find a way of going there. Who are these people who are being criticized so much? So anyway, I got that opportunity when I was sent to Libya for an 18-month military training. So we flew to Libya, a group of 102, there were 7 females. And in Libya, as we landed, we were separated from the beginning because of the Islamic, you know, Islamic nations. Boys this side, girls that side, that type of mindset. Yes, so we trained, we finished training, and we were also, as female combatants, introduced to military nursing. We worked at certain times at one of the biggest hospitals in Tripoli, the capital city of Libya, and that's how it went. So when it came towards the end of it all, I was sent a ticket from Dar es Salaam alone that I must come back. And there were some misunderstandings, not even misunderstandings, but I don't know whether to call them wars in Dar es Salaam. And people were, they were deserting, there was chaos like everywhere else, you know. So I said, I smell some red here with this ticket. Why should I go there? That's when I started, it intensified my wish to run away. But where was the ANC? It was not to be found in Tripoli at the time. The nearest office was in Egypt, where I wanted to march, actually to walk there and or kill myself. I opted for the suicide. That was the beginning of my problems. I scouted a cruise ship from Italy called Toleitala, very massive big ship. And I wanted to jump into the Mediterranean. And on the day that actually I had planned, I did just that. And before I didn't see any security. But that night, I don't know whether it was luck, but I called it bad luck at the time. I had a harsh grip here, you know, and it was, when I look back, it was these two bountiful men, you know, who wore security clothes. And that's how I was saved. But at a cost, because I forgot to say that we were converted into Islam. You know, there was an agreement between the government of Muammar Gaddafi, may his soul rest in peace, and the Pan-Africanist Congress, that we give you arms, we train your people, as on condition that they convert into Islam. So, on that boat, I was arrested after they discovered that I was a Muslim. And suicide attempt or suicide period, is a sin in the eyes of Allah. So I went into a female facility, and this little prison. I waited for my fate. But I didn't want to wait for too long because I kept on asking myself, why did I survive? I don't want to go back to South Africa now that I've been disappointed. And I wasn't ready to go and confront my demons in Dar es Salaam. What do I do? So in that little prison, I broke a bottle and I pretended as if I wanted to go shower. So that I wanted to muffle the noise so that it's a pity because I'm not ashamed to actually undress, but there are men here, there are babies here, boys like Aboludwe, so, but those that want to see, you can see. I started stabbing myself with this bottle in the shower, and now I think in the process, I was sobbing so heavily that I didn't hear myself. That's how I was caught. And one female inmate alerted the others, and the next thing I wake up in hospital, surrounded by cancer, by psychotherapists, by psychiatrists, by social workers. Who are you? Why are you trying to do this? Why? We're trying to save your life. You are in here behind bars and you are attempting to do the same thing again. Who are you? What is your problem? Then I told them my problem. I didn't tell them about the rape. I didn't tell them the reason why I did not want to go back to Dar es Salaam. But that's for another day because a movie is made. I'm down. No, this is very terrifying. 1 minute. Oh my God. Yeah, so. Yeah, so. Whew, the ANC came to my rescue in that very same prison. And now they made it easier for me not to walk and find them in Egypt. They sent their representative who was in Algiers, Ahmed. I don't know where that old man is. Yes, I hope he's still alive because he's part of my history. Yeah. So, and Ahmed came first and told me, all the way from Algiers, and told me that the leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe in Rwanda, the capital city of Angola, they were working on my case. And before I knew it also, I landed in Rwanda. And I was mollycoddled by the ANC and its military wing Umkhonto weSizwe since then to date. And I say thanks to the ANC. And when I look back, this is not the ANC that I know, obviously. Obviously. But I love my ANC. I will not give up on it. But it must change. Something must give. So I would like to, I don't know what to say anymore. But those that want to know more about my story, a movie is about to come out. And it's called Wathinta Umfazi. And so it's gonna be on Netflix as well. But because my story is complicated, very complicated. If I go deep, it's just too painful. But I survived, thanks to the African National Congress.
Wow. I don't know which words to summarize all of what we've heard today, but I think it's Steve Shwete, who was a minister back in the day, who said that a person must have the ferocity of a cornered bull and the agility of a cat. And I think all these women here who have shared these amazing stories summarizes what Steve Shwete was trying to describe at the time. I want to thank my panelists in front who have really prepared and shared some pearls that we never knew about. And specifically to you, you've taught us today that actually the struggles that we have here in South Africa are African struggles. There's a practice in isiZulu of ukungenwa. I was surprised that today, even in Lesotho, there is that practice of ukungenwa, we treat it as culture, but actually it was a form of oppression for women. So thank you so much for sharing those. Thank you so much, Mamu Phyllis, and I'll be rooting for you to be the next provincial chairperson. And Mamusa, thank you so much. We need to hear your story more, because I know there's more where that comes from. Our last speaker for this session is Umamunompi Flaitela, who said there is no way that I'm not going to be sharing my piece today, because she's a veteran of this struggle. Igama lamakhosi ma libongwe, igama lamakhosi ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, igama lamakhosi ma libongwe, malamakhosi ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, igama lamakhosi ma libongwe, igama lamakhosi ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe.
Hallelujah. Yeah. What? Hey. Hey, man, no, Amen.
Halala, Bandisa, halala! Halala, Bandisa, halala!
Alala. Amanda. Amanda. Phambili. Phambili. Asikagqibi. Phambili. Good afternoon. NdinguNombi Flatela from the Northern Cape, eKimberley. By groot gat wat empty gelos het. Daar is niks in die groot gat nie, maar ons kom van die groot gat af. These are my comrades. Ons het die hele pad saam geloop. These comrades are 4 of them. Ek moet julle introduce. So comrades, na ndinguNombi Flatela. My ancestral home is at Flagstaff, the deep, deep Eastern Cape. Ndingumpondomise. Umzukulwana waka Zondo. Wako Mampinga. Kodukada. That is where I come from. My father was a real Mpondomise. My mother, Ibingum Taung, a Sotho woman. So my father met my mother in Kimberley when he was transferred from Flagstaff to come to Kimberley, because by then there were no graduates. So my father was the first graduate at Kimberley and Northern Cape. So that is how he met my mother. But being a Xhosa man, as all the Xhosa men are, he went back to Transkei. And my mother had to go back with him to Transkei. And that is where Mama Aitabona dipoko. Ba monta dipoko. Gore, we don't care, are you a lady teacher? Will you leave that lady teacher back? You go in the morning to the river and go and fetch water. And all these people, or your sisters-in-laws, baba biza ukuthi zindoda zakhe naye. So my mother had to serve Odado Bawo, and it was a bitter pill. So that is my short story. I won't go further to that. So what I wanted to say, we in the Northern Cape, sometimes, especially in Kimberley, that's one thing I found out, and I was disturbed about this thing, because a lot of women were in the struggle. But when it comes to stories, they don't feature anywhere. And the problem I had again with my leadership in the Northern Cape, whenever there are rallies like June 16, the first thing they do when they stand there, Bati, Viva Tsietsi Mashinini, Viva Hector Peterson. It is true, they died for the struggle. But where is Viva Amantwana Base Kimbali, who also died in the struggle at the very same age like them? They are never mentioned. And another thing which I don't understand about our leadership, when we have conferences, they will send a young chap from Johannesburg to come and tell us about the history of Kimberley. Then I don't understand. Kimberley, who understands our history in Kimberley? Because we've got a very rich history at Kimberley. So, as Unombi Flatela, I really became involved in politics in the early 80s. And I was stubborn. I had a tenacity to survive. I survived a lot of things. Me and my comrades here, we survived a lot of things. I was in detention, under solitary confinement. And now to cut it all, when sometimes really I saw that, is this my ANC which I love? I had a son, my firstborn son, died in exile, I think in Angola. I never got the story, how he died, where he died, what happened. I went to TRC because I thought that TRC, they are going to tell me the truth. Those are the people of the truth. I never got the truth. So to heal myself, that is why I'm not going to talk a lot. I wrote a book. That book has been launched already about the struggles I had with my organization. The book is already launched. It's a pity. I wanted to come with it here because I heard they were talking about books. And then I said, hey, Tina, in Northern Cape, we are already forward. Because I have written a book, and the book was launched. So I'll give Tapelo is going to, I'll see to it that Mandisa gets the book from Tapel. It's a beautiful book. And then I've written a second one already. We are launching it now at the end of October. It is still about the struggles of Khalishewe, where I wrote about the youth, the students, because they were spearheading the struggle. And at the end of the day, nobody says about them. So I've put in all their names, what they did, who died where, and what and what. So we are going to launch that book at the end of October. And by the way, Comrade Batabile, another story which maybe is going to heal me. I'm 78 years of age now, which is going to heal me at long last. On the 24th of October, we are going to Angola. They have identified where my child was killed, but unfortunately, Batabil, Kuti, where they are, it's a plot of 35 graves, and there are bombs inside there. So what we are going to do, they are going to make a spiritual burial. So I'm happy about that. I believe in my ancestors. I believe in the spirit and all that. So on the 24th of October, we are going to fetch the spirit and come and make the burial there. So then they'll have a memorial service and the book will be launched. Because I said that I want closure. I've cried for 30 years, cried and cried and cried. Nobody, they didn't listen. But okay, I always said that those who ate the fruits of apartheid are those who are eating the fruit of freedom. But it's okay, Batabile. God is going to see them. God is going to see them. One day, I don't want our ANC ever to lose. I don't want our ANC ever to lose. So I hope that everything will be all right. I go as far as that. Thank you, my comrades. Thank you
so much, Ram.
Okay. Nna ke Mamusikar. Ke 68 years of age. Ke leboga Mandisa because if ene se ka ene ba ka be ba sa itse ka rona. We've got a lot to let you know. It's never too late. But with a vision, it's from God. It's not out of yourself. Thank you, Mandisa.
10 seconds.
Dumelang Makabani, nna ke Lena Maile, ke lebogile thata Mandisa, ga mmogo le Thapelo, le the same Ethel Platela. We feel so honored gore re nne mo, re ne part ya launch e ya rona e makatsang e ntle ya bomme. Nna ke re halala bomme halala.
Naki Magdalene Joyce Jacobs, the Mumamping, according I'm from Kimberley, like you heard what my Satella said. And I'm 85 years of age. And I've been in the struggle, I think, from the age of 19. Wow. I got through a lot of many things, but God is so great. I was never arrested. I used to, because I'm small. I just, fortunate for me, I was never arrested. But the harassment I have, because my brother brought me up. I don't know if anybody knows about Mulehe Johannes Mampe. He's my brother and he brought me up. You know, I've drank, I dreamed, I eat ANC. Nobody can tell me about ANC because it's in my blood. Like they say, the ANC we are seeing today, it's not the ANC that we started with. So I thank you, Mandi. Rabita, thank you. Thank you, girls.
Thank you so much for that. A quick announcement from my side is that for anyone who would like to see a social worker or a psychologist or even make appointments post the conference, we do have those resources available for you to go and engage and talk or just share about whatever that you would like to share, because many didn't have the opportunity to come up on stage and share their journeys. As I step down, because this is a combination of my session, there are questions that we would have discussed with the panel, but I'm just going to throw those, and those will be discussed tomorrow in the groups that you will be in. However, just to throw them to you is that one of the things we wanted to discuss was how can memories of violence and its afterlives be mobilized for change? What strategies can disrupt and counter the notion of the public or society from forgetting the role of women in the liberation struggle? And what role does grassroots activism play to address the erasure of past violence from our current memory and in creating new visions for future generations? How do we address local history and diversity in her story? And lastly, should we still be negotiating the autonomy, incorporation, and representation of women in society? Thank you very much for indulging us. And yeah, let's continue with the same spirit throughout the day. I'm assuming the MC will be coming up to take over from me. Yes? Okay.
ngeba ndiyancedisa kodwa ndavinjwa voicically to sing. Okay, I'd love to sing along, but if there's one thing I prayed for was at least I must identify where my weak point is so that I don't embarrass myself. But I love music, I must say. And ekhaya bebethi xa kuthandazwa, you know, when we're praying, omama mos nomakhulu bafuna kucula. Hayi ke. Athi zundithwale. Hey Nkosi yami. Kuthiwe lo kaloku. Hey. Kuthiwe lo hayibo. So I must stay away from the mic. Uzundithwale na nakaloku ngesongalo enkosini bethu nanisena nomama. So it'd be favorite song, yeah, okay, but anyway. So bekuye kuthe, oh, this one she doesn't know how to sing. So what she's gonna do is andithi kuyacula. And then what's gonna happen is uzawungena kwi-soprano xa ingathi the soprano part is nice, and then the minute she hears that, hey man, alto are doing it nicer, then she's gonna shift. And then I did drama and dance from the age of 9 until I was 17 years old. So I would be part of the mime artist just to fill up the stage. So my part was to do the dancing and the talking, but when it came to the singing, they didn't trust me, so that's why I'm staying very far away from the mic when it comes to the singing aspect. So before I introduce the session, I'd like to call upon the following phenomenal women: Zubeida Jeffa, Lim Tempus, and Dr. Gertrude Fester. So as I introduce, they can be making their way to the stage. Ezimbokodo. So my name is Andiswa Mkhasi, and I'm an academic within this university. And I turned 35 years old yesterday. Thank you. So, wh- so this session is going to be looking at women in the writing space, whether from an academy, whether from journalism point of view, whether it's really published or self-published authors. And this session is really going to look at how the challenges, the opportunities, the boundaries and the breakthroughs that these women are making through knowledge generation, however it is being made, and really, how do we get access to those materials that they've produced. So if in the meantime, we can have Zubeida Jaffa to come up on stage, uSlindile Lim Tempus to come up on stage, and of course, Dr. Gertrude Fester to come up on stage. And when we talk the space of academy and knowledge production, we cannot do so without looking at how institutions, or rather the role that institutions have in retaining young academics, particularly females. And I mean, it's not long ago that we were discussing in this particular institution that as academics, typical example is on research. So some of us would want to acquire our PhDs, but then a grant would be issued, and this is funding, and it would be for academics pursuing their PhDs. But then would be given exactly the same amount of time to complete for the exact same amount of money. And we question that, are we really talking about total inclusion of all genders when we talk about these opportunities? Because as a woman, as a mother, you know, when a child is sick, you're the one automatically who has to take off from work. You have to ensure that supper is made every evening. However, a man, we see our male counterparts each and every time. They could arrive at the office from 5 a.m. and they would leave at 10 p.m. They're just sitting there and writing. Can you do that as a woman? So is it fair that even opportunities, bursary or grant opportunities that are there, it's a one size fits all? That's not fair, right? So when these opportunities are crafted, whose interests does it have at heart? And it's very interesting that at least in these sessions, we do have men. But without any further ado, co-hosting this session is a mentor to me, people that take on young girls in the institution and say, "Inyathi buzo kwabaphambili bethu nana." Our lives are very short to make the mistakes and survive from the mistakes. So if we can navigate the mistakes, because we've learned from those who are ahead of us, the director, the Department of Social Transformation, Cohesion, Diversity, who's also occupying a very big and important portfolio in the university, which is Dean of Student Affairs. And that is the core business of what we do in the institution. That is the core of why we exist as an institution.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and my beautiful daughters, and at the back. As leadership, before I know protocol observed, but I must mention Mama Mandisa Monakali, My Majesty, because I'm coming from the Eastern Cape. We have to askahle litina sibulele umama wethu Nkosi uMhlawuli. Ano Sandi. And no sibulele no leadership yethu Mama Thabile Nkosi. Mama Thabile siyakubulela kakhulu, and we know we got it from you that when every woman goes, she must take a young girl with Wherever you go, you take a young girl with, and I took that from you, and this is exactly what I'm doing here at CPUT, to ensure that I take the young girls. As you know, they have all these issues, but I understand because I was also a young girl, but I'm taking them with me. Here they are today. And without wasting our time, I was trying to buy time because the other panelist has just gone to another room. Can I have roving mics, because these are our elders. Roving mics for all. Okay, you've got roving mics for them, because I really don't want them to force them to come to the stage. But having said that, let me first introduce our beautiful speakers who we value. This is one of our South African award-winning South African journalist, Zubeida Jeffer. And I don't know whether she's brought her books, because I know her works a lot on the issue of the life of Umama Wethu, of Umama Charlotte Maxeke. She wrote a book on the beauty of the heart, the life and times of Charlotte Maxeke. She's also an author of Treason, a life story of Aisha Daud, The Love in the Times of Prison. Also, you know those books, and I think you should all go to any bookstore and buy. Unfortunately, she did not bring them out, otherwise I was going to force everyone to buy a copy. The other speaker that is very wonderful is our young, beautiful girl, Lim Tempus, Tembu. She is one of the 100 most influential South Africans of 2020. Yes. She is also the producer of an award-winning play, Ekutiwa Igama. That's Lindile for you. And she is also a storyteller. Can you see storytellers, how young she is? But already she's telling stories that they got from their grandmothers. Remember around the fire where we used to sit around our grandmother to get those stories, those life histories. This is what Silindile is going to share with us, what she sucked from her grandmother and the mothers before her grandmother. Again, we have a very powerful, they are all powerful, a very well-known activist, a poet, as also an academic. She is a professor, but she is more than that. She's an academic and also a powerful writer, a poet. Maybe she's going to share one or two poems. And it's one who also spent 104 days in solitary confinement during her days. And also, her latest work is the Prison Notebook. And we really, if you've got more copies, I would really like everyone, I will buy for my students and ensure that my students have those books. So I'm making that commitment in front of everyone. And having said that, I am going to call, because we want to make this session interactive. So I'm going to call upon because this is one of my mentors. The other ones are seated there, and you can see there the ones on Oludwe, where they are sitting with a crew. So I want to ask Andiswa, because we're going to share questions. Question number one, Andiswa is going to ask the question, because we would like to make it as more interactive than just a speaking, than a formal session. Okay, Andiswa. Okay.
Did I tell you how gorgeous you are, ladies? Like, listen, no, Nibal. Nah, you guys look beautiful. And I think, round of applause, son. Yeah, deserve it. No, you look absolutely, absolutely beautiful, stunning, elegant. Konke nje, kunevavavum. I think what we're going to start off here is really, Mom knows, I'm going to throw this question to the panel members. And to say is, we've listened, and it's not sorry for being in the hot seat. But we've listened to the stories from yesterday to today, just how intense the previous session was. You know, Mama wanted to take off to show us scars of what she did. But as writers, you know, how do you take these stories and put them in writing, not in a way that because writing is communication, from the tone to ensuring that the message, you're not even going to be talking to the individual. Sometimes you write and you don't even know who's got that piece of material, who's reading it, at what level are they reading it from what background are they reading it from, you know. But how do we take these stories, these phenomenal stories, and ensure that we commemorate? Because these stories here in this conference are not here to break us or to kind of show how weak we are. I think the message that I got and the aura that I got from this conference is that we take the stories and show the world we're bold. Sizimbokodo. So how do we take these in a context of commemoration?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I want to just commend. Oh, sorry. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi, Malibongwe.
Malibongwe.
And I'm just excited with the visionary attitude of Mandisa and Ella and her team. And I think we must just give them a big hand. I must say that also the different programs you come up with are always really innovative and also very important. But just to say, in terms of answering your question, I was in solitary confinement and I was going crazy. So I thought I must do something. Nelson Mandela has been in prison for a long time. Mama Shishlanga and all those other people. And I feel sorry for myself to say, no, but they weren't in Section 29. They had nothing. I've got nothing here. And I think, okay, pull yourself together. And I started compiling a play in my head. So every day I would say something, I would make up a poem, I'd hear some sounds. Hooray, it's carnival time. It was the music from Maynardville. So I had a poem about that. So that is how I first did it. So I first had a play, which I did at the Beijing conference in 1995. But I also need to commend military veterans for also assisting and facilitating. It is their mandate to document the stories of struggle and other comrades. So they also facilitated, and then of course they said to me, now I must add another chapter about when I was young and why I got involved, etc. So I must thank the military veterans for that, and also to say there were 6 books published this year and I'm the only woman. So we must see how military veterans can publish more books, okay? So is that enough? I want to just be short so others can.
Thank you so much for that.
Oh, you've got your own mics.
Sanibonani. Igama lami Lim Tempus. Ma ngiyabonga kakhulu for sliding into my DMs. I had no idea that I feel so honored to be here and to be named. And I think from developing the play Igama, it became a thing of like collective memories. It started as my MA research paper, and I had participants, and we all sat together and we spoke about these lived experiences that women experience, and then how can I then write that into a play? And I knew that for my politics, the lived experience for me is that Black women's lived experience is not a linear story. It's a very non-linear story. And how do I place that in a play that goes backward and forwards to really show the identity of the Black woman's lived experience, that it's not linear, but it's non-linear. And I think that's where I start from in my writing, is that everything is in my head, but then I come to the body and I take it out of the body first to be able to arrive to the memory and to be able to arrive to this collective discussion that I have with the performers, or with myself in the past, present, and future, to really piece what does it really mean to be a Black woman living in South Africa.
Thank you. Oh.
Molweni,
Molo.
Dingu Zubaida Jaffa, Okanye Tandiwe.
Yay, Tandy.
Thank you, Mandisa. It's wonderful to be here, and Ella for you and your whole team for what you've achieved here. It's very, very important that we discuss and understand that the stories we tell ourselves all the time, the stories which can strengthen us or it can destroy us. So if we keep on telling ourselves that we are the worst possible people and that we have done, or terrible things have been done to us, if we only say that, then we cannot strengthen ourselves. I can say endless things about that, but I want to answer your question. And the question was, how do we bring our stories into writing? Now, I'm very fortunate because I was blessed by God to be able to tell stories and to write. And so I was able to put my story and the story of that time, of the 70s and 80s, in this book, Our Generation. And so that story came because I've personally experienced these things. I could pull, as you said, I could pull it out of myself. But I still had to do research. I still had to check if the dates were right, if the story was right, because we forget. And so I did pull the story out of myself, but I had to do the research to make sure that all the facts were correct. And so when anybody asks me about what happened to me in detention, what happened to me when I was tortured, what happened to me when I was pregnant with my baby, and they tried to, they said they were going to get rid of the baby if I didn't talk. If anybody asks me about these things, then I say, well, you can read about it in this book. Now, I am very blessed in that sense. And I would like to see that for as many of you as possible, that you can have a record of the story. And then it comes to, I've got 3 books, but I can't talk about all 3. I'm going to talk about this one. You see, it's one thing to tell your story, and it's one thing to know what even if you tell it to somebody else, but the problem is that this person must be reasonably skilled. This person must be able to talk to other people and check the facts. So with this book on Charlotte Manye Maxeke, fortunately Dr. Dezama April had done the bibliography. She compiled everything that has been written on Mum Charlotte, but I had the good fortune of going back over those documents and piecing together the story in as readable way as possible. And so I'm not going to pretend it was a very, very difficult process, because everybody that was alive, I only found one person who was alive who had met her. And this woman was 106 years old, Gogo Siete, and she was up in the north in Limpopo. And I went all the way there to meet her, and I write about it in the book. I'm not going to tell you what she said and what she did. It's in the book.
Yes, we must get the book.
So what I'm trying to say, going there to her and listening to her and listening to the family, it takes hours and hours and hours and hours of work. And I had students also helping me with the research in the archives, going through the books and other things. So I'm happy, I would be very happy, Mandisa, to play some role in supporting this process, because I feel that we can't do it in a half-hearted way. We can't do it in a, we can have 50 stories but all poorly done. That will not be good.
So we need to have, if we say initially we have 20 stories, but it's well done, and then we can draw from that. But I want to say that it's not an easy process. We mustn't fool ourselves. It's not an easy process because we forget the detail. And especially now when we're very, very much older. So yeah, just...
Thank you so much. Silindile, I think you would agree with me when I say, usuku olukhulu senza umlando. History is being made because right here, right now, Isisele, this is one smart CPUT. It is a university of technology. We are in the hub. Our core business is dealing with students, is dealing with academics. So we are going to take on how do we ensure that these stories in today's generation, that we commemorate them. That's what we're going to do. That's what we commit to doing. Mama Nongos was here. I can really make some promises which I know will be fulfilled. Mama?
Thank you very much. My second question is about the issue of access. And taking into consideration that Zubeida, you are from taking into consideration that you are from the communication background and the young women is from the young women space and you are from both activist Gertrude as well as academic, how do we ensure that the information also reaches even a young girl at ECD? Because I must say, and information, decolonization is another issue that we are talking about. A perspective has been put across that women, there are no strong women, all women are vulnerable and weak. And now we want this message of strong women so that they take the baton from Oma Bibi, yes, they take the baton and take into consideration the fact that at crash, even at ECD, they need to know these things. At high school, even at university, we have even, for instance, in ours, we even have faculty of journalism. But you will never find these wonderful stories that we talk about in any newspaper, in any language. Also ensuring that it goes to Oma Iliso, what is Isolezwe. And so that we know, because the key issue here is about access. These students that are seated here, they are hearing these stories for the first time. But how do we ensure that we work together and ensure that this is an information that is going to be transmitted the way our grandmothers used to do, not the way, but we can use even technology. But the key issue is that access to information, because we need those books in our, not only in our growing dust, in our libraries, but also in our day-to-day life. So I would really like to have your inputs on that.
The first thing I want to do is to share a lesson that I've learned. I was busy in Rwanda and I was teaching transitional justice and working towards post-conflicts. I was very busy. So a publisher from Germany wrote to me and said to me, oh, they'll publish my book. So I thought, oh, yeah, I'm so busy, I can't be bothered, they must do it. Anyway, so I sent them my manuscript and then of course I must also thank all the women of the Western Cape that I interviewed, 200 of them. For this book, South African Women's Apartheid and Post-Apartheid Struggles, 1980 to 2014. But I just thought that this publisher will do everything and edit, etc. They published it exactly as it was, a PhD thesis. And the book was 2,000 Rand. Now, talking about access, who can afford it? So lesson number one, we must publish locally. When I had the launch at the District 6 Museum, I said to them, don't buy this book. It's too much money. I will rewrite it. So now I'm trying to rewrite it so that it can be maybe much cheaper. So that's the first lesson. Let us publish in our own country. And also self-publish like Diane Ferris. In terms of accessibility of information, I think it's really very important that not only are we writing about women's struggles here, but also how do we put it into short stories and children's stories. So, I mean, there's that wonderful book that Eleanor Sisulu wrote about going to vote, right, but for children. So I think
on the one hand, yes, we must write these books, but also see how we can write it for primary school in English language. Then the other thing I also want to say is that I don't know if you've seen all the books written about the UDF. Now, you remember, some of you that were there, the UDF was launched in Mitchell's Plain, in Rocklands. People came from all over the country. They had to be fed, they had to be accommodated, and preparations had to be done for it. The UDF formed area committees based on UCO structures. The UDF used the UCO office in Hare Street for 6 months. I don't even think they paid. The book is written about the UDF, but a colleague of mine at UCT, not a mention of women. So that's another book where we must actually think of our stories and put it in. Because the thing is, if we do not write ourselves into history, we're going to be written out of history. And in 50 years' time, there were no women who organized for the UDF and for the ANC. I'll stop now because I don't want to speak too much.
Oh, no. So what I realized as an unpublished woman playwright, what was very important for me was to document the works or to archive the works. And it doesn't come at it comes at a very maybe privileged angle in terms of accessibility, but I always encourage storytellers to create a visual interpretation of the work by filming it or by taking photographs of it. And unfortunately, the internet is not interneting, and I wanted to share Igama to show you guys then what was the process of creating it. But I know that I need to come back into the communities and to screen the works, because being able to also now screen the works opens more audience responses, where I can get more access to more eyes on the product. And that's why I love digitalizing the work and putting you guys in a space where we can sit in a cinema, but I'm teaching you about coming back to the theater when it's time to come back to the theater, because unfortunately, we don't have a culture of coming to the theater. And so for me, I have to mobilize you in a digital mind, put you in that seat, so you can one day come back and buy your ticket and see why it's important to support unpublished women playwrights as well. So in Igama, I make mention of the women that come before me. I make mention of the women who I live amongst. And it's important for me to name. It's important for me to understand that this is just not my journey only. I don't come alone. And we got to fight as a way to say, Asjig.
It's very interesting. Gertrude said that, we must publish locally. And you just said now that people must purchase tickets when your play is on. And I think the hub of the problem lies. One aspect of the problem, that we don't support our writers and our playwrights and our singers. I can't tell you, when I published my first book, Our Generation, how many people who had jobs asked me for copies, free of charge. I was really, really shocked, because they didn't think that they should pay for the books. Same thing with the other books. And I thought this was really outrageous. So that's the one thing. We've got to do a lot of education. People go out to Burger King or wherever, and they pay 200 Rand for the meal, but they won't pay it for a book. And we must have our stories in our houses so that the children can see. The children can grow up with these books, with these stories. So that has to change in terms of accessibility. And then secondly, during COVID, my daughter is a teacher, and the young people, they think differently. And they must think differently, because we never thought about these things. She said to me, Mommy, where's all your work? Where's your books? Where's your articles? Where's everything? Now, you know, there was a time when we never kept anything because we had to get rid of everything that we had. For example, I just want to mention that I was very fortunate to interview Annie Selinga in Langa in 1980. And I did a story that time in the Cape Times, and I took a picture of her. So I must find that. I must find that because, can you imagine, I actually interviewed her, actually spoke with her, and I did a story on her. So what we discussed and said, okay, what can we do? I realized that my books are all over. They were with all the Afrikaner publishers, you know, because 20 years ago we knew even less. So it was with all the Afrikaner publishers, and I had no ownership. I didn't get any benefit from it. My daughter doesn't get any benefit. So what we did, and I think for me this is a very crucial thing, what we did, she said to me, Mommy, let's start a publishing company. And let's take the books back and let's sell it ourselves. And I thought it was crazy, but you know, she said, Mommy, what's going to happen if you die? Because now COVID, everybody was dying around us. And then I realized, okay, the least I must do is to make sure the books are available. And it's because the 3 books cover 130 years of South African history together. From 1871, Makleke, to 2001, myself, and then in between, Aisha Bibi Dawood in Worcester. So the Boerland struggles, right? So 130 years of history. And so I'm very, very, very happy to say, and I think I fit into this movement, I'm very, very happy to say that we were able to take the books back. We were able to republish it in our own form. We redid it again. And I took my own money, I took my pension money. Nobody was going to give me any money. And I knew it was a very big risk. But I thought, I said to my daughter, even if we lose this money, then at least you have ownership. And so we started number 10 publishers. And what we did, we learned all the time. And then we understood that we have to set up an online shop. So earlier on, you said buy the books at any, and somebody said buy the books at any bookshop. No, buy the book at my online shop, number 10 publishers. Because if we benefit from this, then we can help everybody else. If we benefit from this, it can go, and we are getting support. We are getting support, and we're learning all the time. So I would like to feed all that information into this movement.
Lovely.
Can I just add something quickly? Okay. I just want to add something very briefly. In 1997, I was still doing my research for my book, and I came home and it was a New Year's Eve party. And you know, by 12 o'clock, everyone had lots of things. And there they started complaining about this book, Dancing with a Poor Man's Daughter, written by a white woman in District 6. And they got that wrong. And yes, they were Africans. We were all friends. I said, the point is, you're not going to stop other people writing. You've got to write. What I said, in 2 weeks' time, I will invite you when you're all nice and sober. So we started Weave, a black women's writing collective, women's education and artistic, and we published and self-published our books. What has happened was the beginning of the stage by doing writing workshops. And today they are big publishers. Shelley Barry is a filmmaker. Barbara Boswell's written a wonderful novel called Grace. Renee Farron, etc. But also Desmond Tutu, it's Tutu and Desmond Tutu and Leah Foundation, Peace Foundation, invited me to read my book there. And I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll also have a workshop. So I had a creative writing workshop there, and now we're going to do it every month. So I think the important thing is I must say, I've learned a lot from others also through writing workshops. And I want to emphasize with Zubeide that it is actually not a lot of It's not just easy to just write, it's actually quite difficult. And fortunately with HSRC and human and military veterans, they give you a researcher and work with you. So I think we need to tap in and see how we can get more women's writing. And yes, just like Zubaida, I too am available to be part of this. Thanks.
Okay, so Mama Mandisa, ndingumamiya umagcwaneni usibe umja usala kulandela ubancaba uveze urhenqa male bomvu isikhabakhabane samkhaba uveze kwayiwela ithukela. So uDabsom ke, my dad's younger sister, normally says, Tina, when we get to a place, Sana, we like to just switch things around. So I'm going to switch things around. Mama, protocol observed. Please allow me. So we're going to give away the space for 2 questions, and we're going to ask the audience. So this is what I want to do. So we're going to ask 2 people to ask 2 questions to the panel. It's not about us, it's our show at the end of the day. So I'd like 1 question to come from the senior citizens, the gorgeous girls that are here, who have passed on the baton of gorgeousness to us. And then the 1 question I wanted to come from the young ones, right? The digital girls, those, and Isisele uzothatha picture losana because we must post, we must do content. Listen, guys, we're the 21st century girls, and this is one smart CPUT at the end of the day. So we are going to do 2 questions. So we're supposed to ask 6 questions. So we are sharing. It is a democracy, Mambalek. And you guys fought for democracy, right? So we're gonna democratize Yongele session, right? And share it with everybody. So 2 questions from the audience.
Can I borrow your, thank you. Sorry.
Sorry, sis, my question is very quick. I'm asking the former minister and the minister, why is it difficult to write about women's stories? She was a minister in the presidency for women. She's the minister of women and small whatever. Now I'm asking them directly. She's been there, she's done that. Wayinxiba t-shirt, watoyitoya. Wabuya samfake tool. Now I'm asking her, yintoni ebangela uba kube nzima? They will answer also to write about women's stories. Quickly, but Umamuholo died without getting anything in this province because of some women in this province. And I was lucky when Ubata was raising our issues in KZN, because that was my home during apartheid. Because people from the province, they don't know that. She knows my history in Zimbabwe, but comrades here, they don't know. And because you were not there with them, Mamu Holo was in there with them. She died. She died without getting anything. Mamu Silinga. We used to go to Mama Silinga ngenyawo siyomvisitela. So ikama police, why is it difficult? Comrade.
Okay. I'm not going to respond directly, but I'll raise 2 things. The first one was when we celebrated the life of Madiba, 100 years. That year, we were also celebrating the life and times of Mama Albertina Sisulu. The men that we served with in the committee did everything for Madiba. The t-shirts, SAG too, the unions, everything. So we had to come and say no, but there are 2 people here. There is Madiba and Mamu Sisulu. And you would see a show of like men have extraordinary powers. That's my first response. The second one is, yes, we have the best constitution in the world. We have what is called multi-party democracy. And within that constitution, yes, there is a Bill of Rights that affirms women to a certain extent. But when you look deeply into the constitution, it does not have anything about women. So when you fight and say, let's do this for women, you don't have a standing leg or a leg to stand on. Because even you say, let's do mainstreaming, it's not in the constitution. So that and multi-party democracy makes men to be always dominant. And when they see that Ujuju calls that chacharach, they exchange you. So women fight to be close to men. They don't fight to be independent. That's my response.
Ngiyabonga makhosikazi. Me, I'm taking the challenge. I want to accept that we haven't done enough to write about each other. In Zimbabwe, since I took over this ministry, I've been fighting for one conference, bridging the generational and the digital gap. And it is very slow. My PA is here, and she just have to aggressively take it up. Because that's where we should then connect with the new generation. I think we are too busy creating and moving with history to really even think also about writing. I think we need to create a new generation, like we see these ladies here, that is interested in writing about women. And also the media is not doing us any good.
Yes.
The media, the whole of Africa, marginalizes women's stories. And I think we need to do something to interest the media, and also to interest our girl child, our girl children, to write about women, because they are now the writers. We are the storytellers.
Yes.
Let them come and listen to our stories and let them write. But also, ladies, let's put budgets, either personal budgets or institutional budgets, because what I have experienced here is so important. The world needs to know what women went through to liberate Africa. And women's stories are not told. And like my sister there said, if we don't tell those stories, we will forget, and we will die, and they will die with us. Thank you very much, Mandisa. I take the challenge, and I think that this needs to be taken very seriously. We need to create a wing of the new woman who is interested in writing about other women. Thank you so much.
Okay. We flipped a little bit as well. So, Mama Nisa, I think you've answered for the senior citizens. So we're going to have the last response, and then we'll take the question from the young people, the new generation.
Thank you. I also want to believe that because the majority of us women are still working on our self-esteem, thus we allow the commercial sector to exploit our history. But thankfully, there's something that Elisa Labatu is doing. For example, how many people even know that Mama Batabile, not Batabile, Mama Batabile, no, Comrade Balegambete, yeah, was a leading force, good Radio Freedom. And I'm sure very few people know about Radio Freedom. I wanted to actually delve into that in my presentation, but unfortunately I didn't have time. So what I'm saying is that we allow our stories to be exploited because we don't believe in ourselves. So let's just see and pray and for strength, Ilitha Labantu, to be amongst those who are seriously committed to telling our stories as they are, truly are. Because like the movie I was telling you about, that is going to portray my life, it's disappointing because they are fictionalizing it. And I had very few, much to say about that because I'm helpless. And as a private person, I haven't told my story out there. You know, so they found out and they just approached me, big producers, and said, we want to make a story. We want to do a story on you. But it's going to be a movie. Obviously, it's going to be fictionalized. So it's not going to be a true reflection of my life.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let's give the new generation a chance. And the middle ones. Okay. Ma'am Nogos, your son was on notice with time. Before I get fired for sweeping the... Oh, you've got a mic here. Thank you so much.
Sanbonang Dumelang, Galina Kina Khatlego Skobela. I'm a student activist. I'm also a peer educator. Firstly, I think we need to acknowledge the fact that student struggles don't exist outside of community struggles. So community struggles are student struggles. So for the longest of time, I didn't know about Ilitha Letu, but I've been staying, Ilitha Labantu, sorry, but I've been staying around Cape Town for about 2 years. So I think we should breach community struggles from, I don't know how to put it, but integrate community struggles with student struggles. So student struggles should not be identified outside of community struggles. That's just a point I wanted to make. But also another thing, I appreciate the fact that our Dean of Students is here. So when you talk about writing and women, we have societies within the institution. We have the writing society, we've got the drama society. But those societies, Mama, are abandoned. There's no funding, there is no, the institution is actually failing. So when we have such phenomenal women who write, and we speak of the question of how do we capacitate women to become better writers, we've got societies on grassroots levels, on institutions, yet those societies are abandoned. You know, funding is not channeled directly into those societies. As a result, those societies collapse. When those societies collapse, those women who are, those young people and women who are serving in those societies become discouraged. So mine is one. We have such capacitated women outside of the institution. Take those women and bring them to us so they can teach us to write. As much as writing is a talent, equally writing can be a skill. Now, when a lot of men, I've seen, especially being in a student political space, men have naturally capacitate each other. When I'm a president, I train the next man to be the president. You understand? So I've seen how guys have organized themselves. When one can articulate, they train the next person to articulate. Hence, we see a line of men who can articulate well. Hence, we see a lot of young men who can articulate because they've got somewhere to look to. Now, because we don't know about this particular woman, we've got nobody to go and ask. So such platform then give us a chance to say, okay, I want to write about this particular thing. At least now I know, I can go and ask from Umakhatebe, for example. So also mainstream media and the platforms that the institution have, I think they should be utilized effectively. Now, we've got Facebook pages of the institution, and nothing is being posted about women. Nothing is being told about even the history of the institution itself. It's always men. I was looking at the exhibition just across, and the pictures is men, the professors are men, everything is men. So just in closing, Umambatabile spoke about patriarchy. We as women are perpetuators of patriarchy. We play a very vital role in patriarchy. You'd find us going to a conference. When we get to a conference, we elect men, and then we come back and say, but in actual fact, we as women were delegates in that particular conference. We as women went there and selected those men. We put this man in those strategic positions. When a woman contests something, we ask the question, is she Is she capable? Is she capacitated? But when a man says, I'm available, we move with that particular man. So mine is one. We as women play a very, very vital role in patriarchy. We should end that. And also, it's good to see our parents, our heroines here, because even they themselves play a bigger role in patriarchy. They are very comfortable in patriarchy. That is the reality of the matter. In closing, I'm pleading with you, Mama, in saying that the societies are there. We as young people, we as students we are available to serve in those societies. We've been serving in those societies. Channel funds, siwoyeni. I think also with us, the problem is that we don't reach out. But now we are saying that the CPUT Writing Society is there. The CPUT Drama Society, we've got Usisi who's into theater. I mean, she can teach us to broadcast. We've got lecture halls which can be used as theater halls. So we are saying, Mama, we need funding, we need support. Also, I'm pleading with the women that are here, the journalists, the storytellers. Come and teach us so we can teach the next generation to come. I mean, we are the generation of AMA 2K, which most people then believe that we are the rebellious generation. But in actual fact, we are a tired generation. We're a generation where we fear focal. So siyacela, Mama, please, CPUT Writing Society, CPUT Debating Society, CPUT Drama Society, siyacela, Mama, please fund those particular societies so that we as women can proceed further. Ngiyabonga.
I think it was befitting that we allowed her all the time. I think the conference, this is the core of why we're here in an institution of higher education learning. Umambalega said, guys, democracy is undemocratic. So it's my... unfortunately, and I'm so sorry that I have to be the bearer of bad news as well. I'm told that time, and I know that the senior citizens haven't had anything to eat and drink, so we have to be cognizant of that. So, Mam Nongos, please do wrap up. You've got a task at hand. You know her office, right? Oh, thank you. Then it's done. Please wrap up.
Thank you. As part of, thank you for the questions, and it's food for thought. And I just want to say thank you, Sis Mandisa. This university is a university of technology. You will see or build science, engineering. There is no humanities, no social sciences. You understand why the students are complaining from, but we have partnered with the University of the Western Cape. We've got Prof. Santi here and other colleagues here. So what I'm trying to say, ILITA, not only this partnership brought partnership, it's about brought social sciences and humanities to us. And our VC has embraced that. And this is the issue, is the road that we are trying to walk, and we are going to walk alone. And I understand why our students are talking about that, because I've just been moved to this position and got 3 months. But I have got the message. But one of the key issues that I want to say is that there was also a key issue, Mrs. Mandisa, it's bisanjalo mos. Ukuthi, there is a need, a cry, and I'm happy that Zubeida has mentioned the issue of self-publishing. We do not want to walk the road Zabo Bessie Head, where they have to go to Botswana for their books to be published. We must also have an issue of saying, as we write the stories, we also self-publish, so that the commercial publishers come and grab these stories. Maybe we need to put in an intellectual. Fortunately, our university has a full department of intellectual property rights. We must ensure that these documents, these stories are also patented, so that somebody else from somewhere, those that have money, they will come. And also, I'm very happy about the fact that this is food for thought, but I just thought maybe just 1 sec for each of the panelists your indulgence, just one set for each of them to have a parting word. Yes, thank you,
Thank you, comrades. Just to say that I was at a conference 2 weeks ago where women entrepreneurs were really worried about the fact that they were going to take away the special the procurement from women, 1/3 women. So I said, okay, I'll be with you and I'll assist and be part of lobbying, not to change that law. I've sent several emails and nothing has happened. Nobody's responded to me. So now I'm sure with Untitled Chapter it's not going to be like it. Yes, we are going to be doing the monthly creative writing workshops at the Leah and Desmond Tutu Peace Center. But if there are any other workshops you'd like to arrange, I'm available. Thank you.
I'm willing to come back to your community. Hi. I'm willing to come back to this community and screen the works and for us to figure this going forward. I'm willing to come to Elita and speak about the issues of gender-based violence and to show them how I created Igama and how important it is for women not to hide or tuck away their memories and pain, and let's free our bodies as a collective. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you. I'm just amazed by all the stories that we've heard, and I realize that there's so much pain. There's so much pain and hurt, and we are a traumatized nation. We really are. I was listening to all of this, and because I always ask myself the question, why is it in our country that people are so violent? Why are we so violent? Why are we reacting in such violent ways? So we need to understand that. But at the same time, we need to tell these stories, all these stories, not for the purposes of dwelling on that pain. Because that is gone. There's nothing we can do about it. It's happened. And there were some evil people involved in it. But we have to tell the stories so that we can move forward, so that we can have a vision of the future, so that we can say we're going to create, what are we going to create 10, 20 years from now? What is there going to be? And that really rests on the younger generation, because we did what we had to do when we needed to do it. We didn't keep quiet, we didn't, sit back, we organized and we wrote. And there was no money involved, certainly. There was absolutely no money involved. In fact, we didn't earn anything for those years. So the question has to be recognizing how far we've come. Listening to the stories and recognizing how far we've come, and then sitting down and saying, how do we map a way forward? How do we map a way forward? Because if we're going to stay in the past, we're going to be stuck in the past. And we cannot afford to be stuck in the past, because there are other people who are not stuck in the past. They're looking to the future, and they're seeing how weak we are becoming. They're seeing how we are faltering. And it's unnecessary for us to falter, because we are resilient people, we are amazing people, we've gone through hell and back. And we have fought for every little right that should have been our right. We've had to fight, to have the right to go to university. We've had to fight for all these, for basic rights, which people shouldn't have had to fight for. And we've been told forever that we are less. So the point is that we need to now give hope to the next generation, to the next lot, so that by looking forward, if we continue looking back and we do the same things that we've always done, then there's going to be a problem, because we're going to slide. The new times require new thinking and new responses. And we need the young people. It was my daughter who told me, no, mommy, you have to do something about your books. I didn't think that way. I couldn't think that way because I come from a time where you just give, do, do, because we so much want to see that our people have their self-determination. We so much want to see a proud African country. We so much want that we're prepared to do anything. But we need the next generation now to guide us because we've done our bit and we are finished in a sense because we don't have the new ideas. So they must come forward, you must come forward, and you mustn't be stuck in our frameworks. You must think afresh and say, okay, where do we want to be 10, 20 years from now? And then go about doing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry, Ndixolisa kakhulu, ke sibaya jammer that I couldn't reach anyone, but I am being told that we have got to really, really be cognizant of the senior citizens that really must get something to eat right now. So unfortunately, we have come to the end of the session. But just one quick announcement. If anyone at the hotel has picked up a pink and white cosmetics bag that's got a passport and medical aid cards, please do bring it forward to either the ushers or Isisele right here. Please do bring it forward because the owner of that needs to travel, and of course they need their passport. It's a pink and whitish cosmetic bag, but contents inside, it's a passport and of course medical aid cards. Mamnongos, to our special phenomenal women right here, thank you so much. The theme of the conference is one. So in even the next sessions, you will find that your question is still relevant. So please, but I do apologize that I couldn't reach all of you. Thank you so much. Isisele, how long is the session? So I am told that we've got a 15-minute break. You are more than welcome to even take your tea and your muffin to the venue. We do apologize that we are running behind schedule and we want to make sure that we complete the program. So you are more than welcome to bring your tea and coffee back to the venue. Thank you. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we kindly have somebody close both the doors? I know it's freezing in here. Tapelo. Cela usivalele iminyango bhuti. Malibongwe ikamala makhosikazi Malibongwe 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 ikamala makhosikazi Malibongwe ikamala makhosikazi Malibongwe 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 ikamala makhosikazi Malibongwe Libongwe Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi igama lamakhosikazi Enkosi. We're going to try by all means ukuthi we finish today's sessions. As I call upon our guests, fortunately, immediately they came to the stage because they knew their session is up. The session on African women in the world of history, from prehistory to the present, living the legacy. I've got 3 speakers on our stage. Dr. Tsepo Mvulani Moloi from the University of Johannesburg. And I've got Professor Amanda House from SAR. You'll help me. Sachi, and she's the chair in gender politics. And I've got Usis Nyameka Mkuzulo, who is a young activist. When we talk about intergenerational, we truly put it in practice because we try to bridge the gap between the various ages and to somewhat expose young women as well. To say this platform is not only meant for Omama Betu, but it's also meant for us to have an input as well as learn from Omama Betu. So, my kind panelists, I would like to appeal to you. We've allocated 10 to 15 minutes. We will have a round of questions after they have done. So we will try as much as possible to contain it. But I just want to give you just a brief background on this particular session. This session will explore what it means for women to transmit memories in post-colonial context. What strategies do women develop to tackle post-colonial issues? What are the issues to address and the struggles to lead to be heard and valued as tellers of history? What ethical and political issues does the reception of their work raise? The kind of visibility which has been given to women, the image created, how and when gender has been used as a category of historical analysis. So I'd like to first call Dr. Tsepo Mvulani Moloi on the floor. Thank you.
Siyabulela Mama Ella. Mandibulise ndilandele nami all protocol observed. Kuze singachithi ixesha sishiya abanye phandle. Igama lami ke njengoba betshilo uDr Tshepo Mvulane Mloyi. Ndichaze nje izibongo ezimbili ezo. Umvulane noMloyi azihlangani. Umvulane umama isibongo saka mama. Umloyi utata. So ke umama ke xa ezitsho umvundla umsuthu. Unkonjane emnyama ebhabhe emafini inyoka emnyama ecanda izizi. Obhayi kaKhesha. Umsuthu. Ndimutsho nje ndishiya utata ngoba hayi ngoba ningamazi. Kodwa ngoba le conference kaloku izothetha ngewomen andithi so ndifuna nje ukuhlonipha ilitha labantu ukuthi sibambe umgomo singaphumi emgomeni. Ke ngalo magamo ke I want to say uMama Mandisa siyabulela. Yazi I mistake eyenzekile ndibizwe ngomiss kutikiti. Uyayazi indaba uMama Ella. Kodwa ke asikho apho sazithetha ezo. Kodwa I mistake le endicinga uba is more critical for me. I initially ngizathetha ngoGeorge ke ngoku ndizangixolela. Kuze kaloku bangathi bakhona basalayo. Izolo usithethisile uQueen. The Queen said we must not talk English yesterday. So sadly, Queen, we want to apologize as I'm about to speak in English. Initially, I thought I was invited to speak about Umama Alice Victoria Kinlock. And so sadly, when the email came, I got another instruction. So we park Mom AVK for now, and we will talk to the theme that we've been asked to address. Now, I chose, because of time, that I will speak on my mother. Because charity must begin at home. And this is the first conference of Ilitha Labantu. So I thought, in line with the spirit of the fests, let me speak about my mother as the first woman that I will speak about as my contribution to Ilitha Labantu. Now, Umama, you'll see on the slide, was Dr. Nombuyiselo Hilda Mvulane. She was known as Comrade Nelly in exile. And as we arrived yesterday, some of the comrades were familiar with her. In fact, they were shocked that I'm her son. I know that former Minister Mbathabile usebenze noMama Mvulane uZodwa. Uzodwa happens to be the twin to my mother. And I know that Umambalega Upi, Umambalega was a prefect in Nanda when my mother was a prefect with her in those years. And I know that so what happens is that my mother basically, she actually did the slides for me, but I said I'm only having 15 minutes, so I'm just gonna freestyle. So basically, this is Mom, right? Now this is her in 2020. This is an evening where she won an award. She was working in the health information systems in the Gauteng department, and she's a medical doctor. She's an epidemiologist. But as I will narrate the story now, she never practiced as a doctor in South Africa because of the bureaucracy of SAC. So a whole doctor had to work as a nurse to put food on the table. And when comrades came knocking to say she must come to government, she refused blatantly. When the minister Manto Chabalala approached her, I'll explain the link now. They all did medicine in Russia together, along with Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, who will speak here in 2 days' time. So they were all they trained together in Russia. And when they approached her, post-94, when we came home, she continuously refused to join government. She said, we did not go emzabalazweni to be in government. I'm a trained medical practitioner and I want to give my services to medicine. And so this is why she's never been in the limelight. Phofu-ke umama, I must admit, is a hermit. She basically refuses to go out. She rejects all invitations that come to ask her to participate in particular programs. She remains ANC, but she does not want to engage with any ANC comrades. Because she's hurt, of course, with what's happening. And, and so I'm growing up in a house where I'm seeing this. Remember I said I'm not going to talk about my father because I'm keeping to the theme. But growing up in an ANC, heavy ANC family in that, I mean, I'm born in exile because of them. I'm made in Zambia and born in Tanzania, right? So, right, so Umama comes from Alexandra Township, born in 53. And she attended pre-primary in Alex, 1968, and then went on to Inanda Girls Seminary, where she was prefect from 69 to 70. And there she puts in brackets, I said she did the slides, I did not, this is her. She put in brackets, Comrade Balegambete was the head prefect in 69. In 1971 to 72, she was at Bethel Training College at Butterworth. 73 to 79, she was at Baragwanath Nursing College. And this is when politics knocks on the table. She was taken from Baragwanath by the special branch. And they claimed that because her brother was with the Black Consciousness movement, they claimed that she must basically divulge information about their activities. And so because she refused to basically, collaborate, they took her, and I said, these details that you're telling me now, I don't need them. You, in the second Ilitalabantu conference, are going to talk for yourself. I'm not going to tell your story because your pain and your experience is yours. I didn't feel it. I can only hear about it. But to just give you a sense, typical torture. I understand when it's a man, it's a different experience altogether. But for a woman who was in a cell with 4 men, and they put the bag on her head, and I do not want to go into too much detail because she says to me, I'm guilty of making her relive. So part of the challenge you have, Mamu Mandisa, when you ask the question to Abo Minister, ukuthi kutheni kunzima ukuthi babhale. Ndivile impendulo abakunika yona, but I think the challenge we must not downplay is the reliving of the memory, of the trauma. I don't know how many years we fought with my mother that she needs to pen her book, and it's always World War III in the house, because the issue of sensitivity, it's something that we need to basically make peace with. But because of Ilitala Bantu Mandibonge, because she said, if you do this presentation, now you are actually putting me in a corner to write my book. So, like I'm saying, I will leave it over to her to do what she has then committed to me to do. And this is where I want to park the story of my mother. Like I'm saying, she will tell her rest of her story. Now, because we talk of the ANC, particularly the ANC Women's League, you know, my worry is mainstream women's histories are tending to get attention to most of the women who are affiliated to the ANC. And I can say that because I come from an ANC family. Now, it raises a question of the women that were not affiliated to the ANC. If the ones affiliated to the ANC are complaining, can you imagine now the ones who are not affiliated to the ANC? So Izolo umama presented about Loretta Ngobo. And I was saying to her over lunch that it should not be downplayed that she was IFP. To the point that she served in the legislature. So it's not like she was IFP underground. Right? Now, Shireen Hassim, who was at Wits and is now in Canada, I'm imagining Professor Hoos would be familiar with her as colleagues in the feminism space. She brings out this book, right? The ANC Women's League. And she does the violence that I was worried about. There are missing pages in the ANC women's history. And what she does is rely on sources that are basically available in public. So, this is uKatie Makhanya, usiso mncane kaMam Charlotte Maxeke. And when you talk about Charlotte Maxeke, the two books, Umam Zubeida, who was talking here, when she writes her book on Umam Charlotte Maxeke, she relies a lot of information from this book. Yet, uKatie, you guys hardly have heard of her. And she didn't write this book. It was written by Margaret Margot, who basically interviewed her. But then, of course, there's also toothing issues of years, because there's a debate to what are the real years of birth and death. Now, because I don't have time, I have 15 minutes, I'm just going to start running now. So this is Mam Zubeida's book, which came out recently, I think 2016. And then this is a second book on Charlotte, which apparently people are slow to realize that there's a second book on Mam Charlotte, done by her great-great-nephew, who advocate Modima Mane. He writes now for the newspapers at City Press, Sunday Times. So this is and he speaks now, unlike Umam Jaffa, who speaks as a journalist, he speaks as a family member. So the inside story of Umam Charlotte. And here you will pick up the intricacies, which I enjoyed Dr. Tozama April's thesis, because she does really talk to those. And so I'm saying when we read about these people, we must not only take one source to be an authority. Okay? Nankugelo mama, I talked about missing pages in the ANC women's history. Now, the first wife of John Langalibalele Dube. First, because there was a second wife. And it's interesting how both women don't enjoy presence when we speak about the ANC Women's League. Now, the second woman is the one who bore him kids. Umam Nokutela didn't bore any kids. So they separated because of his sexual escapades. And we don't want to talk about this history because he's the first president of the ANC. He slept with a student. And so Umama left him, dropped him like a hot potato because of that. And so she sadly would die a very lonely death And it's only recent that they found her grave. Again, very embarrassing for local South African scholars. It had to take a Ghanaian professor who is in the USA to come and do this work in South Africa. So uyazibuza ukuthi, where's our seriousness? So Mama Nokutela would therefore be in that same period with Umamu Charlotte Maxeke. And well, I see now there's a movie that's being done on her. This book has just come out, and they're saying that they want to do more activities on her. Now, the issue of race is very important. The white women activists, again, we want to downplay their role, as if ANC was just black women, women's league. This lady just took out this archive on 30 years that she was involved with the Communist Party. And it's a riveting read. She goes to primary sources of the clandestine meetings they had with comrades in exile. And she takes it out all in this book. Who's this woman? And I'm asking particularly the elderly ANC women's leaders who are here. Who's this woman? Your silence is telling. This is Dulcie September, or Dulcie September. She lived in, what's this township just outside of Stellenbosch? No. Not Kayamandi, the colored one. Idas Valley. She's from Idas Valley. She was killed by a petrol bomb, right? And she was the chief representative of the ANC Women's League in France. How is it that I don't hear this woman's name anywhere whenever you hold your meetings and congregations? Okay? You know her, correct? I move. Do you know her? And don't think Umama Mashinini is involved, is the Tsietsi Mashininis, and no. She has a story of her own. Pity I don't have time. Who's this? So you guys know Paulo Jordan as an intellectual, you don't know his mother. So this is Phyllis Ntantala, and this is the only book she wrote of her life. It came out in 1992. We celebrate her husband, Professor Jordan, who was the first black professor at UCT. But we forget, but who was behind the crown? Who is behind the throne? And this book is very important. Sadly, our bookshops don't stock these things. Right? So Umama Mpela Rampela, she writes this book on laying ghosts to rest. We wonder which ghost she has laid to rest. Story for another day. Then this book comes out on Umamuini, right? Because there's a criticism that Mamwini Mandela did not get the respect President Nelson Mandela got. So this is done by President Mandela's friend, Ahmad Kathrada, right? He writes the foreword. Then a young, we're talking intergenerational, a young, my peer, Usisonke Msimang, daughter to Bani. And Mazu Timtana Gaban. See, ANC, we have a problem of amnesia. Amnesia. Who was the advisor to OR or speechwriter to OR who was Msimang? And we are Pila. Mavuso. This is Mavuso's daughter. Comrade Mavuso's daughter wrote this book on Winnie, and you see the title, The Resurrection. She wants to imagine another Winnie, not the one that the mainstream has given us. Right? I come back to my mother. This is one of her schoolmates. Professor Pumla Kopoto Matikizele. She was at Inanda with Abu Comrade Baleka and my mother. So it's interesting how these women today we look at them in their different capacities, but we don't track with it, but they all grow up together. This is a very academic piece by Professor Pumla, which I'm not going to, I don't have time to talk about it, but she raises, basically she really comes to the public imagination because of the TRC. And she writes extensively on the TRC. And this is one of the books that she basically co-authored. Then I speak about the women who are not necessarily ANC affiliated. Here's one of them. Is this name familiar to anybody? Yes. What is she? What organization politically? Ingathi niyagesa manje. Umam Christina Nkunta is PAC, or if we don't want to say she's PAC, she's Black Consciousness. Now, like I'm saying, PT Ixesha Aliko, who's this white lady? Do we know why what's her claim to fame? She just said Joe Slovo. So this is the comrade of the Communist Party. This is his first wife. Because he would remarry Uchili and Slovo. Right, so Urut First, I think much work has been done on Urut First in terms of Wits University and Rhodes University. So we don't need to spend too much time on her. You all know this one, right? Okay, time is an enemy. So, nanku Umam Zanele Paqwa, siyamazi? Another Black Consciousness Black woman who nobody is reading. And she explains the whole exile experience in Norway and back home and. So, of course, to acknowledge because of time, I'm gonna just try and enlarge on this. I can't. Okay. All right. I'm gonna move again because I now know I'm way over time. Umam Sisonke Msimang also wrote Always Another Country, again another memoir of the time in exile and them moving in different countries. This poetry collection by Ukoleka Putuma, again our category, a young upcoming poet, has broken all the records in terms of awards, a worthy read. Of course, I have here Miss Dr. Antjie Kroch, who also comes to us because of the TRC in Country of My Skull. And then she would later bring, in 2003, she would release A Change of Tongue. And then in 2009, she would release Begging to be Black. I want to recommend that you get the Begging to be Black. It's interesting what she tells us there. And then in terms of our feminists, our women writers, the Soweto one, who we are told is the first Black woman to be an author from Soweto, Umam Miriam Tlali. I contest this, but we don't have time. But this title, Between Two Worlds, is a play of her original title, Muriel at the Metropolis, or at the Metropolitan. Right? And then Izolo Sizwe bathetha ngomama uBarbara Boswell. This lady deserves to be called in the next conference. Because not only did she write Umam Loretta Ngobo's book, which came out, I think, 2021, but she's done Miriam Tlali as well. And then here I have Uphumla Qola. And again, I didn't hear how Ilita Labantu wants to make a link with the Nelson Mandela University, the women's chair there on women's studies. And I also have not heard any of the previous speakers also speak about, I'm thinking about the UCT one now, the Khoisan studies, particularly when I was listening to the Queen speak yesterday. I haven't heard Ilita Labantu talk in that way, and I'm thinking these are things we need to explore. Right? Umam Ellen Kuzwayo Lona, and then this is the last book that I wanted to show you. I took my inspiration for this presentation on my mother from this book, Umama. And I'm going to show you the contents page. These are comrades who have written about their mothers. And you can see I've underlined them. Aziz Pahad has written about his mom. Albie Sachs, Gillian Slovo, Helen Suzman, Desmond Tutu, Ashwin Willemse. They have written about their mothers. we are celebrating them. I don't know why Paulo Jordan is not here to tell us about Ufilis Ntantala, which I just showed you. So, in a nutshell, I want to say to Ilitala Bantu, it's an honor that I was called here. Young as we are, I think that we are quite humbled that we can make a contribution. And I think that we can only grow from strength to strength for, for the years to come and future conferences. Mandibulele enkosi abanku.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Muloy. May I kindly request from the floor, Oguti, we mute our phones or we switch off our phones, either or. It is quite disturbing, and I respect the speakers because they don't get taken aback. But it is quite disturbing to sit here and constantly hear the ringing. I would like to appeal just to respect them and give them that time. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Muloy. And it would be interesting, Yazi, to create a list of those forgotten women. Because Unyansile Klaus City, sometimes we do develop amnesia, not dementia, amnesia. And we only start thinking about people once someone mentions that name. And it is sad because in South Africa, we have such a rich history and women have played such a fundamental role that at times we do forget what kind of struggles they experienced through those sacrifices. Without further ado, I'd like to call upon Dr. Gauss. Can you kindly assist me, Budi? Can you kindly assist me, please? For Ilenduk, there's a presentation. Yeah, okay, there you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Ilita Labantu for the invitation. I feel enormously privileged to be here among the courageous women who were in the liberation struggle. And I want to say, in a way, I feel like an imposter. But I will tell you my story about how I became an activist. And that will maybe tell you why I'm here today. So I was teaching at the University of the North, that is now the University of Limpopo, when I started there when I was only 23 years old. And that was in a very terrible time in South Africa's history. It was just before the state of emergency. And so I was one of very few women who taught there, but it was also a place that was known as a bush college. So people did not take the education of young people very seriously there. And so I developed strong relationships with my students because I was more or less the same age as they were. I was very close in age to them. And then came that very violent time in South Africa's history. And the South African military at that time put up a base on that campus. So in the mornings when you would drive into the campus, they would be standing there with guns. It didn't feel like a campus, it felt like a war zone. And that campus was quite volatile because the students there were adhering to black consciousness philosophy. So at night they would paint on the walls, long live Bhikkhu, long live Tiro, and so on. And then during the day, the administration would come and they would paint over it. But it became more violent, and then the military would send in the soldiers and they would pull out the students out of class and whip them till they bled. And then they would send them back in. And some of my women students were pregnant. So for me, that violation was so, it did something to my soul to see what the apartheid state was capable of. Because as a young white person who grew up in a homogeneous white society, I think there's a lot of things we didn't hear, and we were also quite naive in many ways. So it was that exposure to what the state was capable of that turned me into an activist. And it turned me into an activist who was also very interested in being an activist for women's issues. So from that on, we moved into the transition period where I became a member of, or I was on the steering committee with Gertrude, who's left now, but of the Women's National Coalition. So I then really put all my energies to being an activist before the end of apartheid, to end apartheid, but also then after the transition to actually see that women's rights were implemented. So what I'm going to talk about is about my research area, which is about women's movements and women's organizations, and how that's come a very long time from the beginning of the 1900s, and a lot of that research, of course, has not been written up. So women were involved in activism since the early 20th century. For example, in 1913 in Bloemfontein, mobilized against the extension of passes, because already, I mean, I think very often we think pass laws only started with apartheid, but there were already passes long before then. So they mobilized against the wearing of passes. There was the beer hall protest in 1920s, and also against poll tax for Indian people in what was then known as Natal. And it was women who were actually quite active in trade unions that was actually contributed and was vital for the development of the women's movement as we knew it later. We've already today talked about the Bantu Women's League that was formed by Dr. Charlotte Mqeke in 1918. And it was only in 1943 that women were allowed as members of the ANC. So the Women's League started in 1943. And it was, we all know on the 9th of August we celebrate the march to the union buildings, but the ANC Women's League was very integral part of that, organizing that march and being involved in it under the auspices of the Federation of South African Women that we know as FETSAW. Yeah. So regional organizers became important as they managed resistance at the ground level. Regional organizations such as the Federation of Transvaal Women, FETRO, National Organization of Women now, and the United Women's Congress, UCO, in the Western Cape. And this history was written up by Shireen Hassim in her book 2006, Women's Organizations and Democracy in South Africa. And I have to say, you're critical about Shireen, but Shireen is a very capable historian, and she spends a lot of time in archives. So I cannot, comment on the ANC Women's League book, but this book is a landmark book in terms of the history of women's organizations. And Gertrude Fester, she pointed out that book that she said cost 2,000 Rand, right? So this is the book that's also, I think, bringing together in a very holistic way the history of women's organizations under the title South African Women's Apartheid and Post-Apartheid Struggles, 1980 to 2014. But what happened during this time is that women's, and specifically, this was something that women wanted to prevent during transition, is that women's demands were subordinate to the struggle against apartheid, racism and racial capitalism. So it's a bit like the two-phase struggle, right? First we're going to end racism, and then we're going to end sexism, and not integrating those struggles in the way that we talk about today as intersectionality, right? How women's intersectional identities are very important, and also in terms of class, right? I think class in South Africa is a very important. And now we are actually having a lot of people that are not even in a class because of poverty. So we have to understand those intersectional identities. So prior to the transition, women wanted their struggles to be acknowledged when we go into a democracy. So in 1991, we started the Women's National Coalition, and I mentioned to you that I was on the Western Cape Steering Committee. A broad-based movement that included women across party lines and race lines. So this was really a multi-racial movement, but also multi-party, and that included different political ideologies. But the aim was to include women's demands into a women's charter that would form part of the Constitution. And so across the country, more than a million women were contacted on grassroots level to ask them what are the demands that you want in this charter. And it was, the charter was written and it was handed to President Nelson Mandela in 1994. So most of what was in that charter is now in our Bill of Rights. And very often we say, well, women is not in the Constitution, but the rights that are in the Bill of Rights are seen as universal, so it applies to all of us. So it is for government to make the necessary legislation to make those rights a reality that women can access. So the leaders of the Women's National Coalition were feminists. Now I think here, running right through this history is the history of nationalism and the history of feminism. And those two things very often run up against each other. But the women who were the leaders of the Women's National Coalition were feminists, and they made sure that in that first 5 years, a very important legislation were made, such as the choice of Termination of Pregnancy Act that legalized abortion, the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act, the Domestic Violence Act, the Sexual Offences Act later on, that was in the second parliament. But there were a number of other laws that were made that were very, what we call women-friendly laws, with the aim of making gender equality a reality. And there was a strong relationship between these members of parliament and the women's movement. And that's very important in the sense that government cannot function in vacuum. They need to know what the demands are on a grassroots level, and that's what the women's movement, specifically the Women's National Coalition, but later on other organizations, was to channel those demands to government so that that there was some relationship that I think over the years have disappeared. These women leaders, together with the women in the Women's National Coalition and women academics, was responsible for the design of the national gender machinery, which consisted of multiple nodal points in the state, right? So the Office of the Status of Women, the Women's Empowerment Unit, the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, the Joint Monitoring Committee on the Quality of Life and the Status of Women that monitored, it was an ad hoc committee, but it monitored all the other state departments. And then, of course, in the constitutions, in Chapter 9, the Commission for Gender Equality, and gender desk in all the state departments. But that was changed in 2009 when we got a Ministry for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. And this is what feminists said. And again, it's this sort of the paradox of women's organization is that feminists did not want a women's ministry because of the fear that things will get dumped, all things gender get dumped in the ministry, and then there's not a whole lot of legislation that comes out of the ministry. So that has changed, but I think that it is important to understand the role of a gender machinery in the state. So why did we see the end of the Women's National Coalition? It was a single issue movement, right? And that issue was the Women's Charter. So it fractured after the completion of the Charter. And it sort of, it remained in a few provinces and that also then disappeared. So we've never seen since then a broad umbrella type of women's movement. We had in the place of the Women's National Coalition, the New Women's Movement, but it actually remained only in the Western Cape. It was more like an organization, not a movement, that was pro-poor. So now organization takes place in relation to institutional engagement. So women have to engage the state because the state makes legislation. The state is responsible for service delivery and so on. And it also takes place around different laws. So I've called this in my research localized temporal movements, which means it happens for a short period of time and then it disappears again. And it happens around pieces of legislation. So the Alliance for Rural Democracy was a resistance against the traditional courts bill, and the Shukumisha campaign organized around gender-based violence. And when these sort of organizations then, or movements disappear, the organization that does the mobilization is the ANC Women's League. So let me end by saying, where are we now in terms of the younger generation? 2015, 2016, roads must fall. So students mobilized against what they called colonial institutional cultures. Cultures in which they were not, they did not feel welcome and they did not feel that they belong. So out of that, women students mobilized hashtag rape culture against the rape culture at universities, and they foregrounded African feminism and intersectionality. And they also drew on the African, what's called the African naked curse. So many of these protest women took off their tops and their bras and they protested in naked. And there's a wonderful book, if you're interested in this, by Naminata Diabate called Naked Agency, where she looks at the history of women's naked protest in Africa. But the students also drew on transnational activism like hashtag MeToo, slut walks, and so on. So we can see how ideas circulate through social media. And it connects activists across distance. And we've also seen the mobilization against gender-based violence as a focus point in 2018 with hashtag total shutdown. So transnational feminism is important to keep women's struggles against injustice alive. And I think what for me is, I think what for academics who work in women's organization and protest is a puzzle, is why in the face of the very high levels of sexual assault and rape against women in this country and the high levels of femicide, our femicide rate is 5 times the global average. Why is it that we see such limited organization? So I think, that's something that we need to think about. But what I've done here is just to sort of trace the history of organization formation from the beginning of the 1900s to the current time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gauss. And it's good that we have young female students. And I think you touched on something when it comes to the silence, when it comes to issues of femicide and the high levels of rape in South Africa. Because we do it so sporadically, you know. Because now something happened to a student in UCT will run and then it's silence as if it doesn't happen right through. So I'm happy that there are students here because there are certain issues that are currently happening on campus and it's silent. So I hope you will ask the right questions because she is here. We are also here to support you, but then we want that initiative to be driven by you. So when we're talking about movement building, there's an element of consistency, right? Dedication and consistency. Thank you so much. May I call upon Miss Mgozolo? Thank you.
I didn't have a PowerPoint. Oh, I just jotted notes down now. Okay. Yeah, it's a different terrain now because I have to speak. It was easier earlier because I was just passing by some few comments and other people were doing the talking. So I'll try and be kind to myself. So, kuthiwa top protocol observed. Usincedile umambaleki izolo. Because I'll just follow her suit as well. So, allow me to introduce myself. My name, Nomgqibelo Ncamisile Ngqibisa. Look what they've done to my name. The wonderful name of my great-great-grandmothers, Nomgqibelo Ncamisile Ngqibisa. The burly bureaucrat was surprised when he heard. What he heard was music to his ears. Vadas die say no veer. I am from Chief Daluxolo Velai Godle of Imambondweni, and my name is Nomgqibelo Ncamisile Ngqibisa. Messiah, help me. My name is so simple and yet so meaningful, but to this man, it is trash. He gives me a name convenient enough to answer to his whim. I end up being Maria. I, Nomgqibelo Ncamisile Ngqibisa. I'm sure many of you may be familiar with this poem. And I chose to start with this poem because it is something, names in our culture and in our beings as African people are an important part of our identities. Our names are often connect us directly to our families, to our culture, and our histories. But in 1652, we all know when Europeans first settled in our continent, and particularly in South Africa, immediately we became landless people. They suddenly had assets that belonged to us. We lost a lot of our being because being African is connected to the soil. And without land, it is quite difficult to define yourself as an African because land is where we plow, land is where we bury, land is where we slaughter, you know, to communicate with our ancestors. And so that kind of history, you know, distorted our identities and who we are. And so this poem was really inspired by that struggle of identity. And so my name is Nyameka Mgozolo. And some people say, but you're married, why are you're not Mrs. Ntonton, Mrs. Mabandla, Mrs. this, Mrs. God, and all of that. Yes, I am a wife, I'm married to the Bela Nation, and I'm a daughter, I mean all of that. But because I grew up in the Congress movement, and I've led in the ANC Youth League and all of that, there was a time where I felt like suddenly I'm defined as an extension of someone else. The Putro's wife, this wife, the Saskona wife, and all those other things. And I actually felt quite insulted because Suddenly, I was not educated. I did not have a job, according to other people. They didn't realize that I actually went to school. I have a career. I have a name. And so it became very important for me to define myself in my own terms outside of my partner's credentials and what they do. Which is why, I am very much inspired by the struggle of Umama Winnie, because we all knew her as Winnie Nomzamo Zanyiwe Madikizela Mandela. She even says in her book, I am not going to bask in his shadow and be known as Mandela's wife. She says, I said I'm going to form my own identity because I never did bask in his ideas. So for me, she always becomes a symbol of what being an independent woman is, while embracing marriage, embracing being a mother, and embracing all the other things. So, Mandisa, in fact, when she told me about the conference, I had just come from the Eastern Cape. I was sleeping. I was tired like nobody's business because we had a funeral. She calls my husband, mfazi wakho. And then my husband says, no, ulele, no, mvuse. And then I'm like, and then she, hey, this is yes, okay. And I was just saying yes. I didn't even know what I was saying yes to. Up until I actually look at the program, I was like, I wonder what I got myself into. And when I looked at what she was asking me to speak about, and I'm like, historiography. I couldn't even pronounce this phrase or word, historiography. What is that? Because I'm not an academic. Yes, I went to school, but not to this academic level. Anyway, so when I did my own research and I tried to understand what is this concept, and actually Google said it is the study of methods of historians in developing history as an academic discipline, and by extension is any body of historical work on a particular subject. Historiography of a specific topic covers how historians have studied that topic using particular sources, techniques, and theoretical approaches. I'm sure you kind of get where I'm going with this. So previously, the history of women's political organization, their struggle for freedom, from oppression, for community rights, and importantly for gender equality was largely ignored in history texts. Not only did most of these older books lean heavily towards white political development to the detriment of studies of the history and interaction of whites with other racial groups, but they also focused on the achievements of men, their struggle credentials, who they were related to, how much money they had, and all of those things. In one of the sessions here, the authors who were in the panel discussion, they showed us crystal clear that even today, even now, women continue to be excluded in the history books, even though they were the key anchors of our struggle. If there's anything that this conference has taught me, it is the resilience and the ferocity and pain and the sacrifice that women have played to enable us young people the freedom that we enjoy today and to thrive and be the people that we are. It is very clear that the sources, the techniques, and the theoretical lens within which women have been studied and published is a complete distortion of their role and contribution in the liberation struggle. We've been hearing stories today, things that we've never heard. I made mention earlier about how Umama media has portrayed in a particular way. And it was only in this conference that I got to learn and appreciate, how people who she has worked with in authentic spaces really appreciated her contribution in the development of young people and people in the social sector. I was actually reading somewhere that, and I came across some literature which defined apartheid as a guerrilla warfare. And I thought, what on earth is that? Now, if you understand the characteristics of what a guerrilla warfare is, you better look at all these women here who fought in the struggle with a different set of eyes, because I cannot imagine what they went through. It's just like, it's only the imagination, So I also gathered here from the crowd and many of the participants here that actually many of the people here are from the Congress movement. Like many of even us young people, when we get our political awakening, we start there and then we move in other directions when we feel like, it's not working out. And there's a commission, when there are conferences in the Congress movement, there's a commission called the Battle of Ideas. When we led in the youth league, we used to say to our fellow youth leaguers, you must swell the ranks of the ANC. If you are a BC member of the youth league in your branch, you must make sure that you are in the BC of the ANC, because we had a generational mission. By the way, I led under the presidency of Julius Malema at the time. So that was our motto. If you were in the branch, you know that, and we were a headache to many people at the time. And we issued that clarion call, and I'd like to urge actually now any person who's sitting here that is leading in the ANC or that is a member of the ANC who's active, you must swell those ranks. When you go to the conferences, you must actually, women must overpopulate that commission called the Battle of Ideas, because that's where ideological issues are discussed. And so I think I'd be doing injustice to, to the well of wisdom that was shared here if I really were to repeat all that has been said about the history and all of, because one of the things that this historiography, I hope I pronounced it right, my English bundles are depleted. If I were to go and and talk about how Marxist feminism did this and interpret it, I'll be doing injustice. So I'll skip right through that and rather take you to the state of young people in South Africa today, because I think that's, for us, we are a ticking time bomb and we are looking for solutions and we are looking for leadership and all of that. In South Africa today, 9,516 rape cases were opened with SAPS between April and June this year. And 3,780 of those rapes took place in the homes of the rapists or homes of the victims. So I think it was Mama Tebele who mentioned here the issue of family as a unit. If there's dysfunction in the family unit, you must be rest assured that when they step out of the household, it's a mess all over. 1,546 people were raped in public spaces, such as streets or parks or beaches. 1,500. And I mean, it's a no-brainer. It was women that were raped. So it is not safe in South Africa today to be a woman, whether you are young or old or whatever, to walk in a beach or to walk on your street, because chances are there is some random person somewhere who will decide to do whatever to your body. And it's so interesting that, some of the participants or the panelists were sharing how they were raped back in the day in the struggle. But that struggle hasn't shifted one bit, because we are freedom and all of that. We enjoy these freedoms as a democratic country, but still we are subjected to those kind of atrocities as women in South Africa. Violent crimes committed against women and children recorded alarmingly high and in unacceptable levels. From the same period, April to June, 855 women and 243 children were killed in South Africa. This is not a historical figure. I'm talking about now. State of women, children, and young people in this country. And over 11,000 assault cases, that is GBV cases, gender-based violence cases, with female victims were opened with the police. And 1,670 of such cases involved children. Who's leading this country? If it's like, it's freedom, democracy, but not a single woman is enjoying that in this country. I have a grandmother and she stays Kwalanga, And I always stress about her safety. I call her every night when she's at home because I need to check, is she locked? Is she safe? You know, in the morning, did she wake up? Is she okay? Because you don't know what would happen. She's an old woman. Another challenge that we have as young people in this country is the issue of unemployment. 63.5% of young people between the ages of 15 to 24 are unemployed. Now, those are daughters, it's young women. In fact, that stat actually explains to us why young women would rather stick it out in abusive relationships, because unfortunately, men have the resources. They're the ones that are working. They get paid higher, and all of those things. And then the cycle perpetuates. We may think these things are not connected, but actually they are connected. That also speaks to the education system of our country. I think we all know the stat. If 1 million young children start grade 1, about 500,000 will reach grade 12, which is matric or standard 10 back in the day in your terms. And out of that 500,000, it's probably a third or so that will pass matric with a quality pass that will take them to university. Now you tell me, what about the 500,000 that did not reach matric? Because it means they're somewhere on the streets. It means they're trapped in some kind of relationship to survive, not because they want to, but they need to survive. And unfortunately, still, patriarchy dictates that men will always have a better income than women. Men have the resources, have got the homes, and all of those kind of things. As I'm about to close, I would still continue, but the picture that I was trying to paint is that whilst you fought for the freedoms that we're enjoying today, we are still not free. There are still major challenges that young people, particularly young women, are facing because of lack of resources, lack of access to high quality education, and lack of access to resources, even in the corporate world. It's the most toxic environment, because you get your degree or your diploma, you look for a job, it's hard. Once you get in, you can't even negotiate for your salary, because you just say thank you for just getting a job, even though you're being paid peanuts for something that is done by a white kind. But that's another topic for another day. So thank you so much for listening to me, and we shall engage in the, hopefully, Q&A. I hope I was on time.
Thank you very much. Extension of the other. I like the fact that you said people must not look at you as the extension of your husband. You can't hear. No, I was saying one of the things that I enjoyed or I appreciated was that she said she's not an extension of her husband. And it's true, young women, you are not. Ufike unobomi, you may continue your life, but again there'll be things that join you, but your life is still your life. So you maintain that element of independence, so that singakuboni nawe a situation that you can't get out of tomorrow. Thank you. We'll open up the session for a round of questions, 1 or 2 questions from the floor. But ungalight, I think, up, if you don't mind.
Professor House, what can we do? Professor, Doctor? I'm here, Mandis, I'm here. You know, I'm worried about the women's movement. What can we do? We need to revisit that. This country, we need it as of yesterday. I don't want to go back with the National Women's Coalition, which I don't know what happened to it, because everybody went to Parliament and then it was left there. Exactly. with one woman who's still running it. Anyway, thank you. Dr. Moloi, I was expecting to hear something from you about maybe for another day, but the doctor who died in Tanzania, that you've been struggling to bring remains back in this country. Maybe Isisele, Senyathi and others, you can assist. It's a story. She left South Africa, went and worked for the ANC outside and do whatever. I don't even know if people knows her. I doubt, because nobody talks about her. Her remains are still there. And it said that, actually I was expecting you, I see all that, I thought you were going to touch on that, because it's a moving story, and it's an untold and unheard story. Sakhe. Wayefunda wangudokotela waye America. Wayaphi wathini working for the movement. Now her remains are lying somewhere. Nobody talks about it. A medical doctor. Thank you.
Okay, it's my turn now. Mulen noke betuna. I'm not an extension of Credo. Okay, mine is a simple question. In fact, it's a clarity-seeking question. Dr. House mentioned that Sherin Hassin, she spent a lot of time in archives. Mine is it a good thing? Here are academics all around here. They will help me understand. Is it a good thing to spend a lot of time in archives? I'm saying that because I do have experience regarding to that, There's something that happened a while ago, and it also involved me, and people were saying, we researched this in the archives. I was trying to correct that. I was unable to convince them, young students from the University of Cape Town. I was unable to convince them that what I'm saying is authentic. What I'm saying is correct. They said, no, we got this information from the archives. Every time when we go there, we get the same information. That unsettled me a little bit. I tried by all means to correct that, going to the various platforms, but up to today, that hasn't been corrected. Is it a good thing then to spend a lot of time in the archives, or do you have to consult with the people? If you're talking about me, come to me. I think Ilitha Labantu is trying to do that. Ukuti, abantu must tell their own stories in their own way. So that it can be recorded as such, accurate information, history from below. I really enjoy this session, Yelita Labantu, because I'm learning so much and I'm reflecting every time when people talk. Thank you so much, Mandy. Once I know her for a long time. When she started this organization, it was like something, Umandisa with her chikarach attitude, Hey, where's that one? Come on, Look at it now. It's empowering so many people. I just couldn't hold it yesterday. I had a conversation with a number of people saying that, hey man, I'm attending a conference. A hub of wisdom of women. I can't keep quiet, not to share with you. The empowerment that is there. We are so empowered. By the time I get out of here, I will not be an extension of Sicelo Mhlalo anymore.
Thank you, Chair. Namdi Petap.
Sorry, just after Mama, can we perhaps have a prof answer and then we'll go back?
Okay, thank you very much. My question is to go back to 1990, after the announcement of the unbanning of political parties that were banned. And I want to find out
if this gender program was managed well, did it build South Africa or destroy South Africa?
Thank you for the questions. Now, the first one about a women's movement. I think this is the puzzle, right? Why was the Women's National Coalition successful? Because there was a window of opportunity, right, in that time, and there was a single issue. So I would think that given that gender-based violence is a single issue, we would be able to start a new movement. But I think we also have to think about the trajectory of the history, right? The Women's National Coalition was truly non-racial. But we have changed. We now have identity politics around all kinds of identities. And I have been researching in the last year, I was looking at issues of solidarity and what creates solidarity and when do you create solidarity. And I think we will have to move beyond identity politics so that we can actually deal with the issues. And in this case, I think we really need to mobilize around gender-based violence. It cannot continue in the way that it does. So I think part of our problem is the issue of identity politics. Time in the archives. So I'm a political scientist, and so is Shireen Hassim. We use different methods. I, for example, will interview people because that's what I do. But if you want to go back to early history, right, of which nobody is alive anymore, then it is the archives. And it is about the documents in that archive and how authentic they are. So I think you cannot do without the archives. But let me say something as a political scientist who do interviews, is that for the past 10 years, my students could not get any interviews with the ruling party. If they want to do research on what happens in Parliament, with the women in Parliament, and I think this is really important, this is also documenting history. You cannot get access. And I think this is really unfortunate. So we have a very skewed writing up of history now because... Pardon? A ghost voice. The ghost of the past or the ghost of the future is a very skewed writing up of what happens in Parliament because students now talk to the opposition. But you cannot get to the nitty-gritty of lawmaking when you talk to the opposition. So I also think that there's needs to be some self-reflection among people who want us to write up this history through doing interviews and the issue of accessibility. And then what was the third one? Oh, I'm not sure which gender program you're referring to.
Let me give you the background of my question and maybe also give my own interpretation. I think it was a shock in South Africa, and I think it's worse in the rural areas, how this gender was introduced. And I still feel that South Africa has not done what it should have done to empower people on what gender is, and also ensure that when we are talking about gender, we don't use Eurocentric approaches. We also use the Afrocentric historical perspectives. Because what has happened, I believe in saying a gender that is so repeatedly said in USA and in South Africa is more for emasculation of the African man and destruction of the African family. So, because I believe we cannot look at the symptoms, which is GBV, and we leave the social system as it is, because it's the social factors that lead to the crisis in genders and the dysfunctionality of families because of the social system that is ensuring that Africans are floating in poverty and underdevelopment.
Well, I agree with you about the social system and how, I think that in terms of new liberal capitalism that's made the role for the state much smaller than it used to be, that, the issue of inequality and poverty just increases. But I also do think we need to understand what we mean by gender equality. And in relation to gender equality, what are the roles of women and the roles of men? And in that sense, of course, we need to look at African history and how in that history, it's not the same as the Western history. And it's also, we need to go back to pre-colonial times. So in that regard, I think that it is important that we do that. But I don't think that it has destroyed the country. I wouldn't say that. I think that in order for us to do research on that, we need to actually look at it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, Ma. Yes. Was it a question? Yes. Or you wanted him to touch on?
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Mulo, I think it was about Tanzanian.
So thank you very much. So the question of the Tanzanian doctor that passed away and the remains are still yet to be brought to the country. Of course, because of time, I couldn't touch on such a heavy topic. But one of the things that our government, and I'm going to be particular to Department of Arts and Culture, because this is really their mandate and it's their domain, is that it's a pity Umambalega has left. She's in charge of the record keeping, and I think that process with the ANC archives. And they basically are the ones who would basically, decide on, these processes and inform arts and culture. Sadly, they're not moving fast enough. Sadly, there are so many, you bringing just this one, she's an example. Let me tell you that even Mama Kinlock is sleeping in Tanzania. And there are many more. We can continue in this way. And not just Tanzania, we can go to Zambia. We can go to Zimbabwe. Our comrades are all over I must not say comrades, because this is not just about ANC-affiliated people. There are a lot of South Africans who are still yet to be brought home. And it's like, I think it's a topic on its own. But it does deserve attention. I agree with you, Mam Mandisa. And I'm happy to talk to it the next time we engage. The president of the Mam Mandisa wants to give the mandate to the president.
Let's give it to the president of the Women's League to say, when you go, please, I'm not saying I'm against others, but this particular Gqirha, the story Sake, and all the women who are all over, who are giving you the mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC or Chairperson. I sincerely want to apologize that I've just joined the conference. I'm not feeling well at all. The two ladies will attest to that. I had an attack while I was sitting here. But it's good to be here. I first want to talk about and I'm going to be a bit long. A warning. I first want to talk about leadership and want to commend the ANC Women's League for leading under very trying circumstances, taking us through the transitional period from struggle into democracy, very trying circumstances, without funding at times. And I'm not talking individuals, I'm talking the organization. And I don't think we should underestimate the work they have done. Yes, there would be challenges. Yes, there would be areas where they need to improve, but they did work. Hence, today, there's a lot of noise about GBV. I think it is important that we acknowledge that. I also think that the Women's Coalition, which I participated in, I was a member of that in the Eastern Cape. We were established through the ANC Women's League. I think that's historical. And the main mandate that we had was to develop that charter that would feed into the constitution of South Africa, of a new democratic South Africa. And we delivered that. Of course, there was no word in terms of whether it should be disestablished or not. But it was the initiative of the ANC, and that's historical. That's the second point. Now, what did the coalition, which was led by the Women's League, deliver to the Constitution, which should be seen as weapons for women today? The first thing that was delivered was the founding principle of non-sexism. We are standing on a very solid ground. The founding principle of our constitution is non-sexism. But have we defined what that means in real terms? What does that mean? It's a weapon. It's sitting in the most powerful legislation of the country. But what does it mean? And what has it translated to? Have we utilized that weapon? The second thing that the coalition delivered, it delivered the equality law. That's why we're talking equality now. And all of that comes from the leadership of the Women's League. I think let us be fair to them. The third one is the Bill of Rights. To what extent are we utilizing those three weapons to advance the cause of women? I'm sorry, Ella, since so nyameze. So for me, I would argue that at some point, Mandy, applauding you for Isisele Senyathi. Actually, I want to translate this and say, Ilitha labantu sisisele Senyathi. Because I've been decrying the leadership of women, which is not seen anywhere in history. And now you have brought that to the fore. Now, we can't drop this initiative. We can't. If I were to advise or to make a proposal, I can't claim that I will advise. Let me say propose. One, I would wish to see this initiative decentralized to all the provinces. Why do I say that? I'm going to be anecdotal. There's a Tatukati who's a veteran of the ANC. He dies. Before he dies, we had, these comrades would share a lot with us. Uti,
You know, Comrade Buyelwa, when you go to the rural areas, don't underestimate abamama bathwala iqhiye ezinkulu. Uthi, we underground struggle. Abamama bebesuka elalini bayokutsho kwibhoda yaseLusuthu. Benxibe ezaqhiya zabo, bathathe inkuni batheze. Pha kweza nkuni zi-AK-47 basifaka ngaphakathi. We can't leave those women. Those are the real heroes or sheroes of the struggle. So ubangaba le initiative funeka ibe yenyani. We can't keep it an elitist initiative. Ndiyayithanda le ndibano yomntu wonke mayibe njalo nakule initiative. Komba mugcina khange baye esikolweni zawugqiba sesingoku. Komba mugcina kukhoma mugcina sebelele ngoku. If you could get stories kama mugcina and how mamugcina was abalaza, it's mind boggling. Zanga afunde kubexela bayi la mna ndiyangasikolweni. But her effort ndiqibile ndingekagqibi incam kodwa ke ndiqibile.
Enkosi mama. Enkosi.
May
I apologize to...
Thank you so much. Sorry,
Thank you, ma'am.
sorry.
May
Sorry
I apologize to the others? May I apologize? We're not going to open it up. I was going to ask, can I have
just,
ask?
Just shortly, very
Shortly,
short. I
ne?
think it's very important. that
Okay.
Okay, Nyebeke Unike, greetings everyone in the Ngu language. Tavedes, Tabede, Mama from Mam Rosa Namises. I'm going to, for us Ngamisile, because I can remember your name, because Ngam in our language means love. In Nama, it means and Damara, and Ngukwe, it means love. So I want to ask you, what do you think you should change the mindset? How would you change the mindset of South African society regarding patriarchy? Because in our culture, we come in, especially San, Nama, Kwekwe, it's a matriarchal society, and we equal. It's an egalitarian society. So a lot of our rituals, like the marriages, if a person go and ask for negotiations, if someone wants to get married, it's the woman that does the negotiations. That's just one of the things that I wanted to mention in our culture. And we always have a keitaras, or a grootvrouw, like we say, a respected woman in our society. Society, it could be related or unrelated, but someone that's respected. And also, a lot of the words from, like, we say geicha. We don't use the E word. We use the A word. And it means traditional doctor or doctor. So you can see where that word comes from. So I just want to mention all those things so that people, they should become conscientized. But there's quite a lot of stories that we do have, and we'll do it at another time as well.
Thank you. I think Prof's session is next. No, it's fine. It's next, but I'm saying some of her comments and questions could be related to the session that is coming up. Thank you very much. We do appreciate your input, and I'm sure after this, because we're going to go into Prof. Sesanti's session, and then we're going to have a lunch. I'm so sorry. Again, we are clearly disrespecting time. This is a clear indication, although there are so many important issues. But I would thank you very much to the panelists. As I said, I'm sure during lunchtime we will engage again, and definitely there are more questions coming up. Thank you.
Mr. DJ, as much as I love that song, as much as I love Uthandiswa Mazwai, asizilibelanga basizalwe ngobani ne? But with due respect, I would love to call the next panel. After this panel, please bear with us. After this panel is lunch. I would like to kindly call upon the stage Prof. Sesanti. Her Majesty Nkosikazi Nomandla Mhlawuli, Chief Visola Rose Namises, and Mam Divu, are you going to give your input from the floor? Okay, thank you very much. Ah, Prof, thank you. That was fast. Hey, yalibona kamnandi ixesha, Prof.
Masambeka loku masikoduke. Masambeka loku masikoduke. Masambeka loku masikoduke. Eka ubuye kaloku, eka ubuye. Eka ubuye kaloku masikoduke. Kaubuye kaloku, kaubuye. Kaubuye kaloku masikoduke. Kaubuye kaloku, kaubuye. Kaubuye kaloku masikoduke. Igama likaQamata lakuhlala lingcwele. Igama lakhe lakuhlala linhloni. Ngokuba ungumdali ongajongwayo. Ngokuba ungumdali ongolathwayo. Sondele kunike bokhokho. Sinqule kunike minyanya. Sithi sithethezwe namasiko yenu. Mawakhe igazi lethu. Thulani mithanjeni yethu ukuxabisa okokwethu. Hlaziyani ezingqodweni zethu ukuzazi basisizwe. Dedisani lifa elimnyama ebomini bethu kuvele ukukhanya. Sinike namathongo ahlambulukileyo ngawo suze impilo nethamsanqa. Ngokuba amandla negunyelelo masitheni icamako. Zizwe amakhoma zoqhene boququqosonga sitadoduka amahlathi masitheni icamako. Nina ziwa sematshonyeni zakwadikiza zakwasawo zakankomo zakamthuzimele zakwachunga masitheni icamako. Nina ziwa semanqosini zakwaciwoshe zakwatitiba nokozinga abantu bomlambo masitheni icamako. Nina ziwa sematshaweni zakwachiwo zakakhawuta zakaphalo zakwatoko zakabhondobani zakabulawu zakongonyama zankosi yantu masitheni icamako. Nina ziwa semantakweni zakwatyebelendle zakwabentuka zakwalibele zakwakhangasho zakasolizwe masitheni icamako. Zizwa sematshaweni zakwachiwo zakwakhawuta zakwaphalo zakwatoko zakabhondobani masitheni icamako. Iziwa zamazango okhwalo ncutho mlanjani osoko besongqela unkuma lityogula masitheni icamako. Ezo ziwa sesithani zakwandebe zakakhisana masitheni icamako. Mastamakshini. Masitheni icamako. Mastamakshini. Masitheni icamako. I've heard from time to time, and I've been listening to the African people saying from time to time that the African people are Eurocentric, and I bear witness that this is indeed the truth, and that there was no accident of history. It is a deliberate exercise. And Carter G. Woodson explains this in his book, The Miseducation of the Negro. And Carter G. Woodson says that there is nothing as powerful as capturing the mind of a person. Because when you've got the mind of a person, you can make that person do anything that you want that person to do without telling that person what to do, because you've got that mind of that person in your hands. And Amy Isisele would come back later and say the most potent weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed in his hands. And Carter G. Woodson says the Negro, when the Negro has been indoctrinated will not be told which door is the back door. The Negro will find that door for her or himself because her or his mind is in the hands of the oppressor. The Negro has been turned into a zombie. And that was the word that was being used generally for all black or African people. I extend revolutionary greetings to all of you. We've said so many things. We have said that men are patriarchal. And the real reason that we have not been asking all along is how these men who come from a matriarchal culture became patriarchal. That is a pertinent question because we know that in the history of our ancestors tell us this. They tell us that the recorded history of ancient Egypt tells us that the Ankh represents life. And the symbol of the Ankh is the roundedness of the womb. And right here is the waistline. And down here are the two legs of a woman. And our ancestors taught us that all living beings, whether they are men or women, all of them come from women. The gateway to life is the vagina. And our ancestors taught us that the first home of all human beings, whether they be men or women, the first home of all human beings is the womb. And therefore it is no accident of history that we are told that our first home is the womb and our last home is the earth, and the earth is called the Mother Earth. And these are the teachings of our ancestors. These are the teachings of the African people. And they told us that when you look at the theological statement of the people of Heliopolis in Kemet, they tell you that the creator was Ra, and that this Ra was both female and male. That God is both female and male, or God is neither male nor female. And they told us that in Saiz, in Kemet, this creator was the goddess who created men and women, a female creator. And it is the same in Heliopolis. In Memphis, we are told about Ptah. And it is this Ptah who had both female and male elements. And that when things went wrong, the ancient people had what they refer to the system that is called Ma'at. Justice, truth, balance. And this philosophy of the Kemetics is named after a woman, the daughter of God. Our ancestors taught us this. And that when the Creator created them, our Creator gave us Shu, the air, and Tefnut, moisture. Shu being the male and Tefnut being the female, the moisture. And our Creator gave us Rab, the earth, and Nut, the sky. The man was here, and the woman was above there. And that this being gave birth to Osiris and Isis, to Nephthys and Seth. And that this Seth, because he was jealous, he killed his own brother. And that it was a woman, it was this woman Isis, that brought together the dismembered body of Osiris and brought it together. Because our ancestors have always understood, and I saw there was a sister from Nigeria here, that in the language of Ahiofi or Hafia, they tell us that the penis scatters as it does. When a man pees, his urine goes all over the place. When he ejaculates, his ejaculation go all over the place. It is the woman's womb that gathers. That is literal, the Wafia tell us. But metaphorically and figuratively, it is the men that have messed up the world all over the place because of their ego. And it is the women that must always bring together that which is scattered. Our ancestors told us this. Our ancestors told us this. They told us this. That it is not true that Shaka was the son Canaan. Shaka was the son Kanandi because Senzangakona abandoned Shaka. And it was Nandi who had to mold this boy that had a crisis mentally. It was she and she alone. And when Shaka, his mother had passed on, Shaka was almost unhinged. That's why Mbopa, Dingan, those cowards could kill Shaka. Because Nandi, the pillar of strength of Shaka, was no longer there. It was Nandi. It was Shaka Kana. And I heard yesterday that Mantantisi led wars. What we were not told is that Mantantisi did not only lead women, she led both women and men in the armies. And so what went wrong? What went wrong? So what went wrong? Some people came here and they told that God is male, our Father who art in heaven. And that Father created another male son, Jesus. And these men were told that they were created into the image of God. This male God. And because they were created into the image of God, then they thought too that they were God. And therefore, because they are God, they can do anything and everything. And St. Paul tells them, St. Paul, he says, evil came into the world through women. That's why this document says that the women give birth, and the reason that they give birth is that it is a punishment. This beautiful gift of giving birth is regarded as a punishment from God. Women go through pain because they sinned in the world. And this man tells them that, it's in the Bible, that women were created for men and not vice versa. No wonder that men think that the bodies of women, they can do anything and everything with them. That's why we are told that the ANC was formed by priests and all that. You see, it is because these men who refused to become a member had been made to believe, and they taught from the pulpit, and the women sing hallelujah and amen all along, because they are told that this is God's truth, that women, like children, women must shut up. They must shut up, number one. Number two, women must bow down. They must, in fact, the word is women must submit. Like children, women must submit. And like fathers or parents, men must love. You see, I love my children and they must obey me. So you see, when you've got that and you are told that this is God's truth, even when you see that there is something that is wrong with this, you are reminded that it is God's word that says this. And so, this is why, on one hand, they know that this is traumatic, but their source of reference tells them that this is correct, because Ninawa Mama, in Mondozero, Banjo, Jongake. Hlala ngaphambili. Jongake. Umna ndikhuliswe umamtshonyane ngudikiza ngusawa ngukomo ngumthuzimene. Izalwa intombi yasematsheweni katsho kakhawuta kwaphalo kwatoka bhotomama. Ngoba le ndoda yasemazangweni andiyazi uba yatshona phi na. Ndakhuliswa ngabafazi ababili. Ngenxa yento yoba ndakhuliswa ngabafazi ababili, ndiyalazi nexesha mhlala ngaphambili. Akuzondicela noba mandihlala umzuzu omnye, ndiyahlala ngoku 1 minute before my time. I'm a product of women.
Hayi. Izabanzima. Izabanzima eyaka prof. Thank you very much. Prof Sesandi. Andinayo nento yolandela. Nimvile mos. Ndiyeke injalo. Hayi ndiyeke injalo. Without further ado, ndicela umama asondele Her Majesty Nkosazana Nomandla Mhlawuli.
Manyanani, makhosi Afrika, sijonge phambili, sijonge phambili. Hlonipha ixesha. Mbhexeshiwe nkqubo Nkosazana eme apha. Mna ndiyinkosikazi yoomashiya ozikode. Andikwazi ke ukuzibiza zonke bahleze ndibize amagama abantu bomzwana. Mna ndingumendi. Yaye ke andizukuyijika loo nto uba ndingumendi emahlubini. Ndizawuvele ndithi ngqanga neentsiba zayo. Kodwa the reason I'm saying protocol observed is that all protocols have been observed. Because isizathu sento kokuba kuqwalaselwe abantu ngokwezigaba zabo is to make one to understand who is part of this discussion, especially for the youth. Babon bangobana abantu abalapha. If we just say protocol observed, siyabe sisandisa lento ithi sinento ethi abantu abalingana abafani nendlebe ezenja zona zingena kunye ebhikileni. So, but when someone has already observed the protocols, it's easy for the youth to understand who's here. Program director, I'm standing behind the Prof here. Ndiyinkosi. Neyinkosikazi yesizwe samahlubi. Ndingusihlalo wendlu yenkosi kuzo lonke. I'm going to talk about them here when I'm doing my presentation. But standing after Prof here, Prof unalake personality okanye ideology I believe akuyo. I'm also here as Inkosi Yesizwe, where there's everybody there. is either those who are believing in culture, tradition, and other things. We have got also those who believe in faith, as our in different churches. So as I'm here, I'll just talk about the general issues, but the National House of Traditional Leaders, according to the Constitution, its task is the preservation of culture and customs, according to the Constitution. And there's no department has been given that task, which means that ukuba ngaba thina makhosi we are failing to protect your cultures and traditions, nizawubuyela kuthi. If I'm standing here saying that I'm sindisiwe whatever, but I can't stand here and sit because my role is the protection and preservation of culture. I'll just read and go through this, just a few slides here. Thank you, Program Director, and let me greet all participants. This is a great platform for us to reflect as society how we have fared in terms of opening up the platform for women to thrive and to write women her story. As the institution of traditional leadership, we appreciate our involvement in this platform, Monday. As we've been invited, we really appreciate this invitation. It is not a secret that most of us are products of patriarchy. And patriarchy is in our system. A society that advocates for power of men, even on the lives of women. A society where some women, in the name of culture, assist fueling patriarchy. So, what does that mean to be a woman within a patriarchal society? Because the topic says culture and consciousness in the intellectual history of African women. What does this mean to be conscious, to be a conscious African woman within society full of gender stereotypes? Going against the grain, that's what women have done. Hence now, even in the face of patriarchy, women continue to write their own stories. I salute the resilience of women, but I also salute our legal system for upholding principles of equality. And we know that there were women who couldn't sleep during a Codesa, who made sure that there is that equality clause we see them. There are women in other countries that dream of liberation, but culture and religion continue to tie them to a heavy rock. We know that even in the most constitution of environment of women have always broken the glass ceiling and make remarkable achievements in pursuit of community social cohesion and nation building. Just to mention a few, we salute Umama Charlotte Maxeke, Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, and many others. Queen Mujaji, Queen Mandantise, Princess Emma Sandile, Queen Asantwe of Ashanti, Queen Nonies Wabatembu. I salute Princess Mkabai, Kajama, among many other black women. But we are also talking about the living heritage. That includes Mama who were talking since yesterday here. That is our living heritage, Mama, besizwe sakokwethu. Our culture is our living heritage, passed down through the generation. This youth is here, is watching us. And Mdanam, when you are talking there, talking to us, I didn't clap hands. Because we have left our role of parenting. We don't do what was done to us. Sifundiswa indlela. We blame democracy instead of doing what we are supposed to do. And we are looking to us to lead as abazali. Sicela uxolo bantwana bami. Ngokuba sinikhulise sithi manizibone banikhula njani. As a result side senze i-organizations zabantwana, abantwana bazibonele. One of our greatest benefit is the role of family. Besithethile ngayo, family shaping and parenting. In the past, it was not easy for many women to rise up, but now we are here together. I won't go through all these slides, but a national development plan, I quote, says, our family life strengthens the women, men and children who live in it. The elders share their wisdom with the young. In further reminds that family may not necessarily assert the non-sexist values of constitution. Discrimination, especially on the basis of gender, often takes place within family structures. As we are here today, even the parliamentarians, they talk about it, they sing about it. But when going back, they blame Amakos as a root of patriarchy. Who is there? It's a family structure. It needs to start with the families, because culture doesn't belong to Emakosin. It belongs to you as families. Uyilungisa kwethu funeka silungise sihleli phe emakhaya. Atsho odade baba noko ngoku umntana umuntu akanombathwa lengubo inkulu mayitshonelwe because sesafarishile already. So we are here not just to attack one another, but was here to correct what is wrong. Lendeke omama bethu bebethetha apha engxakini. So we are there to assist in correcting what has happened. Since the establishment of the National House of Traditional Inquest and Leaders, the reason I'm standing here, Makoskazi, I want to show Amakoskazi asebukhosi but we can do it. Also encouraging other women. It was not just, I can do it. And also appreciate Amahlubi Emzinam. When Unkosi Wakotama passed on, the chief, they said, no one is going to hold the throne for the son. It's her mother. Because the mother will have to feed other children and take the child to school. Which I'm causing. That's why I'm here. But Amakos also from Pedi said, Mamum Mhlawuli is going to represent us in the provincial house. I was the first in Kosi to represent Amakosi from Pedi to the provincial house. From there, I made sure I was also the first woman. In fact, the first woman to represent Eastern Cape at national level. I'm just sharing this, encouraging other women who are listening. We can do it. I was the second woman to be the deputy chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders since 1997. Again, this term we are talking about. 2017, I was elected. Unopposed as the deputy chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. And remember, chairperson is a young person. That is what I appreciated also. The youth and encourage them. And we're working like a mother and a son. They in the traditional leadership. But unfortunately, Unkosi Wakotama last year, Unkosi Mahlang. But what happened again? I was asked to act as the chairperson. Then this year, what happened? I was just taken to be a chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Christian Leaders. Knowing exactly in National House is is male dominated. But what happens now? This encouraged other women. We keep on encouraging others to stand. But what is important now for today, we are here to say, Tina as ubukhosi, we are open to any organization that is talking about communities, especially women. And we have got gender committee there in our house, all houses. And now the house was supposed to be reconstituted in June. Yes, Baguteni are reconstituted now. Other provinces didn't send women. And we said, must we are back? Baba, we fast. So until we all send women. Well, to be there as a woman, it's not just your bum slepai. We are there to fight for women issues and making sure that the communities down there, they benefit, and we take programs to the communities. Today, let's congratulate the founder and the entire team for this, and we are open for working to work together. But masingalibali into kokubana thina bantu abadala now, we are just living as if we were the last generation. Siyabalibala abantwana. Why sisebenza ngathi we are the last generation? Let's make sure that we prepare everything senzela babantwana abaza emva kwethu nabo bakwazi babaphile. Enkosi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Her Majesty. I'd like to announce that Dr. Noma French Mbombo, our MEC of Health in the province, is currently here with us. MEC, I saw your seat was available here, and I could see you saying to Lutu, the right click on. But thank you for joining us. Can I kindly call upon Chief Namises from Namibia?
Because of COVID, I cannot spray you. Yeah, so I do that. I'm greeting you. I'm greeting you. Mama Mandi Sati. Makwesa Mandi Sasa. Ais Masa. Mandi Sakwesa. Hubahura Tisa. Taeko, Ichitile Satwatwa, Senyathi. Hey, Mandi Sase. Hoha. Hoha, Mandi Sase. When I say Hoha, you say Wesi. Hoha.
Wesi.
Hoha.
Wesi.
Hoha.
Wesi. 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 Wesi.
Wesi abonwa. Wesi.
Play the music. Play the music.
We'll just play the music.
Body is sound with.
Before I start my talk, I want to say good afternoon to everybody. Did I get I have listened to your beautiful language, and my ears were growing big because I didn't understand, and I was like, I'm in Africa, ngahure nesidaketidati kobabani nkwa oduke ngabancuti diqinimi. So I was saying I'll talk
the language and you'll say, So, my name is given from a father from Angola and a mother from Namibia. So, if you are ready. Okay. So, my name is Visolela. Ndasole Visolela. The middle name is my father's sister, Rosalinda. And then my surname is Namises, the Namib Desert. There is the wind that goes regularly in the desert. Namises. Yeah. My name means I love the world. So did I get Haredas Ngurida? Where's the Kwabebtida? Ngabakabi. Ngabahuda Geraki, Namisen House. Siti Mamaske, Amahu Esting Ena. So I am greeting you from the background of my ancestors and my mom and my great-grandmother. And I'm just saying, Kai Tabetes. Sidang Hubahu. Greetings from our people. You ready? It happens sometime. Yeah, so if that is, I wanted to give the praise to the queens here. My daughter said I must play it for you. It's about the queens and the professor. Oh, professor. Why you spoke in your language. I didn't hear most of the other deep stories. But I'm sure you were talking about the most profound ways how we have been indoctrinated, I think. So this is about the queens. They say the queens are talking. So you need to stand up when the queens are speaking. That's what the song says. And so it says, Kause, Kause. Then it calls on all these queens of women that are sitting here. And then other queens that we have never seen. The queens of Isis, the queens in Mozambique, the queens in Angola, and the queens in South Africa. So the song talks about those queens, and I just wanted to start off with those queens of ours. Isisele doesn't want to work. Okay. It doesn't want. So you just put the mic, play and put the mic there. Let's put the mic here. Just trying to fix. Okay, then. I have to start then. My minutes will go. Let me start this. Then add to this. Oh, my stick got lost and now I have a very funny. Ons los, maar we leave it. Okay, we leave it. We leave it, we leave it. I think let's go to the let me go to the presentation. Now put it here, up here. I need to use that. Huh? Yeah, we play through the mic. I said so already. That's fine. Let's go to the play through the mic, please. Yeah. The sound is on. The mic is not on.
Gause, gause,
Ay,
gause.
gause, gause. It doesn't
Gause,
work.
gause, gause. Gause, gause, gause. Ay, gause, gause, gause. 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 Gause, gause, gause.
Aye, gause, gause, gause.
Gause, gause, gause. Kare kubi, nina ki a, nisa nywa sata ki uha. Kate tu ni sata ratan, huke ay rukui pa mati. We gaye taha huna, tara mi pa tutao. Huke kare jikaro do, cause in my ears they whispered. Ata hazy, in my language, they be listening.
Let's go to the presentation.
Busy queening, I directly, Sakube, time we claim
We
it,
just go
not
to
just
the
for me.
Just let's go to the presentation. Sorry, I was going to dance for you. We can try later. Okay. Gause, gause, gause. Gause, gause, gause. Tay! Ay, tay, tay! Gause, gause, gause. Gause, gause, gause. Okay. Kaimara, aye kwenara wa turabara mai ay mandi sasara kai. Gause, gause, gause. Thank you. You are trying to. Where do I put left and right? You just press enter. Okay. Yeah. I just want to pay tribute to our ancestors, those who are not here today. I want to pay tribute to my great-grandmother, my grandmother's sisters, and my mother, and then those legends that are living here today. So I just want to take just a moment and remember those great women, known and unknown. Those graves, we call them Kobodi. They are sitting in those Kobodi. Yeah, so I think without them, where would we be? I'm coming toch from Namibia. It's a country, 2.3 million people, 2 times bigger than Germany. It is Deutschland, those countries who came to our land and robbed us. It is dried and arid south of the Sahara. They literally exterminate our aboriginals and our people that we welcomed into the country. We have 11 tribes and many subclans in the country. The above is our cliques. That's our clique. And I think sometimes when we speak this language, it brings giggles to your voices and to your and I think it's the uncomfortability of our people, feeling very uncomfortable with these people who speak the cliques. Some of us are made to feel shy about it, but I think when we are conscious, we grow out of that. For example, I am not even afraid to say because why? The language is derived from nature. Which animal is that? And I know the South African community also Xhosa ne Xhosa ne Brahma na insinke tirami. Then we have okay, and then we are referred to the language is kwe govap, and then we share it with the San, the cliques, the Naman. Then we understand each other. And then we have small differences in the dialects and also in the behavior. Some of us, we would say in respect Sato, and the Namas will say Sasa. So Sasa means very bad, but Sato means a little bit slower, respecting the elders. Yeah, so we are conscious, and I think as a person, when you know who we are, and I'm appreciating that every time when people come to introduce themselves, they say where they come from. It's beautiful to know who you are and where you come from, despite the fact that the Germans came into our country and the apartheid and hate system was there, we still have to say where we come from. History, where do I stand in history? In the lineup of the great people that were called, as a little child, where do I stand? Do I stand here? Do I stand here? Where do I stand? So that history that was shared by all of us makes us feel proud and not deprived. When Osimandisa says, this organization, where do I stand? I hear comrades talking ANC, and so when comrades are said, I feel a bit uncomfortable because I am no longer comrade. I stand here as a member of this society. So where do I stand? And where do I come from? And what was it that I was involved with before? And that must make my background and my pillar. The beautiful women were talking about being in combat, being raped. Our cultures and our traditions has not been putting it like that. So we lost ourselves somewhere because of the name and title of liberation and of being the fighter and being the brave man. We lost that. So what was our responsibilities in the communities from which we are coming from before we were engaged in this struggle to make changes? What are the advantages even of our activism for our women and our communities? Those are the things that we have to ask ourselves when we want to talk about our consciousness and our culture, because we move with something called understanding. So I think the racial discrimination, something that I want to talk about, why our women and our mothers were again engaged was, that was the time of the racial discrimination, the rootedness, uprootedness in the land and the resources that was planted. I was saying it's Germans, but I also say apart and hate. Because you know that before Tate Mandela, the Boers came to Namibia. And they introduced, make us the 5th province, apart and hate. Not apartheid. You say, oh, apartheid. We say apart and hate. That was what was introduced. So when we women consciously, they identified the problems. They talked about their history. They actually looked at the language, because these languages that we are using is also killing us. For example, did I get Dana Kwe? Did I get chief ma? I'm not chief. Did I get Dana Kwe? That means something different than being the chief. Chief Toto, makes it. Languages also was something that we looked at. How do we express our languages? We taught the women also engage in our country on policies and so on. I don't want to say so much, but yesterday I learned something. We must speak also on behalf of ourselves. I have been a former member of parliament, and I went away because I wanted to sleep in the night, and I was called back, you cannot go, and I went to serve another 10 years. But I didn't like the corrupt things and those, so I said, I want to sleep in the night. What thing is this that we cannot sleep?
and then they called me back. And then I think we also took on political challenges of who we are. Sometimes we are not having the blind loyalty. I'm happy that people are calling out their ANC so that they can smoothly blend in with what is to be and not follow blindly because of the notion of the liberation movement. It's beautiful that we talk around that. I think it's also women have crossed from being the old into the new. In our country also, we don't want to be the shadow. I'm very painful about our women, especially our women who are indigenous people, who the lady was, Timas was saying that we are matriarchal. I'm coming from a matriarchal, the Nukwe Damara people are matriarchs. They are the big matriarchs, they rule like that. But they have been taken over, like the professor has said. And it's difficult to blend in. We end up, our mothers end up single, they end up without the fathers in the house because they're strong, like these mothers here. So we were divided as women and men. And you remember the men would say usually that, the women are fighting too much. It's not true. We are not fighting too much. They are putting the fire for us to fight. And then the religious beliefs, the professor was putting it a bit. The religious, when the Germans came, we have a notion where we say they gave us to close our eyes, close your eyes and pray, and then they took the land. Yeah. That religious beliefs are still going on. So yeah, and then many labels have been put to us. So what we are saying is the resistance was organized by our women. The naked marches, because the women were raped, so we had naked marches. The women said we are not going to be tested for STDs and gonorrhea because you brought it from your foreign land. So if you want to test us, we're gonna be naked and we're gonna tell the story of you raping us. And so they withstand also some of the attacks and participated. So our lives, ceremony and our strength is Mother Earth. That's what our people are saying. I'm just adding to the table there that there are other things that us have been holding on against all odds, the cultural things, the cultural items, the cultural food, our food of what people would call traditional food, but those things that has been keeping us going. Like people are holding on to the Bible, we also hold on to these things. Yeah, we hold on to them. They are the ones that make our mother strong. And they remain in consciousness, even if we are put down. Don't come and dance here for come up, we dance. Don't do rituals, we do. Because those are the ones that are keeping us going. Women were on the move. We are called to stand. We must come back to the center, yeah? And women have to be part of food security, the womenhood, they need to protect the children. The chief spoke before me. We need to hold on to our norms. We need to live in the villages, and we need to be bringing back the old methods of healing. When our people are suicidal, when our people are mentally disoriented, the elders were saying, "Chiu, bring back my child to the village." And they would massage, they would sing the songs. They would sing for them those old songs, and they would put them through memory line. And without a mental hospital, without that feeling of rejection, our people would be healed. The fire would be put up. So we have just been derived from those. So we need to acknowledge the roles, and we need to continue from our ancestors, from our grandmothers. And I think in the ancient teachings,
the rain is going to come. We sing for the rain still. We are told that come up, like the professor was saying, he lives in the high heavens, even above the stars. That's where he lives. And is the provider. That's why we were sprayed with water. Our people believe when you come new into the space, you need to receive the blessings of the water. And then the clouds, everything is associated with our health, and all our blessings are coming from water, deep in the sea and above. And then also after death, our people believe that you protect us, the ancestors. And that's why people cannot be shying away and say, how do you know your ancestors are talking? They do. They tell. They do. How do we know? We know by the drum. Okay. Okay. Then they know. We wake them up. Then people would say, oh, what young girls are these that are sangomas? Homa takera, homa. We have to. Somebody was saying there is a training school, but for me, I was never trained. It's just in my DNA. And I know the medicine, I know how things are happening, and somebody asked, but how? How do you bring these messages? And I think that's something that we need to bring forth so that people can know. And then I think our ancestors said, somebody said it already, we lived on the Hoopke Sidati. Tin Hoopke Sidaran Uma. That's the story. Huba Huda Gesidaran Ui. We live from the land. Tin Hoopke Sidaran Uma. It gives us food. Those many food. Many food over the season. Seasonal food. We never got hungry. Nowadays, my sister was saying here, the GMO, genetically modified food. When our elders were living over 100 years, people are wondering, what is it that these old women and men are using that they live up to 100 years? But it is about their healthy seasonal life that they were having. And then, therefore, we are the custodians of the heritage. So let us chant, dance, create the rituals, sing the drums and dance the messages. And then these are just pictures for you to know from where we are coming. We are coming from the fire. We are coming from those jewelry that we made ourselves for protection. We are coming from those medicine, the elephant dung. When COVID came, that was our medicine. I was fled to die, but I was drinking from those medicine, and I got up. I remember the one day I almost died from COVID, but we made it. These are our medicine. We should keep it. These are our ancestors. The skin, I'm holding this skin to remember and remind myself that somebody changed us. This dress is the secondary dress that we were given because there was jealousy between the German madam and our beautiful great-grandmothers because they walked into the skin. Yeah. And then these are our children. We are trying to bring back the dance, and that's our beautiful land. We have all sorts of beauty. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. Now I'm not even sure if I should call you Chief. Thank you very much for that. I'd like to call upon Chief Sarah. She's going to translate. You can use this. You use that one, and she uses this one. You use that one. Yeah. Yeah.
Amamam silale, lale, lale, amamam silale, mbado mapamba, nasisi adulali, lali, lali, nasisi adulali, mbado mapambano, amamam silale, lale, lale, amamam silale, mbado mapambano, nasisi adulali, lali, lali, nasisi adulali, bado mapambano. Asante sana. Asante. Mi kwa jina naitwa Sara Keia Ngulupa.
My name's Sarah Kiai Ngulupa.
Natoka mpaka wa Namanga, imepakana mpaka wa Namanga na Kenya.
I come from the border between Kenya and Tanzania in an area known as Namanga in Longido District Council.
Nilipopanda basi juzi tarehe 24, nimeingia basi saa 2 nikafika saa 7 ya usiku da.
When I got this invitation, I boarded a bus from that border, and I started the journey at 8 and arrived in Dar es Salaam 1 a.m. in the morning.
Nimefika mguu imefura imefimba sana.
I arrived, my legs were so swollen and sore.
Na nilimefanywa operation kwa hiyo nina shida ya tumbo.
And she is now about a few months since she had her operation. So it was quite a long journey and a sacrifice.
Na mshukuru dadangu wa da, nilimsubiri hiyo saa 7 ya usiku ameningoja mpaka nimefika.
And she thanks me for monitoring all her journey and waiting until when she arrived at that late hours. Yeah.
Lakini nilipendelea na mimi nifike South Africa.
But she was very eager to travel to South Africa for the first time.
Namshukuru mama yetu. Namshukuru mama yetu wa hii kampuni. Ni kitu cha ajabu sana kusikia mama wa kifugaji amepanda ndege.
She is so thankful to Ilitha Labantu, especially Mama Mandisa, to enable a Maasai lady to board a plane all the way to South Africa.
Kule nyumbani watu wako kwenye maombi wa walali wanashangaa wanasema nimeenda kufa sitarudi tena kwa watoto wangu.
At home, as we speak, people are praying for her that will she come back again?
Hata watoto wangu walikuwa wanalia kabisa, mama unaenda wapi? Nikaambia wanayepandaga ndege wana roho kama mimi, kwa hiyo na mimi mpaka nifike sehemu na wanafikaga.
In fact, her children were against her coming this way, saying, will you come back? We cannot really, will we have you back again? And she said, but those planes we see, they are carrying people. And those people travel every time we see the plane flying. Why not me? I have also to fly in the same.
Hata mimi mama wa Kimasai siwezi kula samaki wala nguruwe na kula chakula vidogo vidogo, lakini nimesema nitakula kile kidogo hata kama maji ili na mimi niweze kuendelea na wanawake.
And for her, the first challenge is the food, because they have their special food at home. So now she said, however, she's enjoying the little she can taste and eat, but she's happy.
Pia lugha ni ngumu pia Kiingereza sijui, lakini ninakazana kukaa na wenzangu na mimi niige mambo yenu na mimi nijue Kiingereza.
For her, the language is difficult, be it Swahili, be it English. However, I'll add up. She started knowing how to read and write at the age of 47 or some few years ago. But now she's also gone into registering herself to know how to speak English because she does cross-border business. So she's there.
Mimi ni mama ambayo nina miaka 50.
She's 50 years old.
Nina watoto 8.
She has 8 children.
Nina wajukuu 12.
With the 12 grandchildren.
Na ni mama anayesubutu.
And a very, very daring woman.
Na sijasomaga hata nimeanza Kiswahili darasa nikiwa mtu mzima nina watoto wote.
And she now knows how to speak. She learned how to speak Swahili after giving birth to all the children.
Saa hii najua kusoma na kuandika.
But now she can read and write.
Kwa miezi 3 tu.
By learning for 3 months only.
Na sasa hivi nimeshaingia darasa la English.
So now she has started her English lessons.
Mimi ni mama nayewapenda wamama wa kifugaji, nataka kuwaonyesha njia inayopitwa na wengi.
She comes from a pastoralist community. Now she wants to showcase that it can be done. Even any woman who feels she's late in everything, she wants to show them they are not late. They will still make it.
Wakati wasiri wetu wanakuja na manga, viongozi walinipeleka kwenda kunificha sehemu ili nisiongee na waziri.
When at some point there was a minister who went there to visit her area, they had to hide her because she's very radical, so that she doesn't appear in the meeting.
Nikapewa 300,000.
She was even given money not to go to the meeting.
Nikaambiwa tunakuomba mama usiongee na waziri.
So they were asking, don't talk to the minister. Just keep quiet.
Nilinyamaza nikasimama nikaangalia gari ya waziri na bendera ya taifa.
So she monitored where this minister was going and she followed.
Nikaenda nikamkuta trafiki amesimama ameweka mguu hivi.
So she found a traffic officer blocking her.
Nikapita chini ya mguu.
So she went through the
nikakimbilia gari ya waziri.
Running after the minister's car.
Waziri anateremka nikamwambia mheshimiwa nina kero nataka kusema na nyinyi.
So the moment the minister came out of the car, there she was, and she said, before you address anybody, I want to tell you our problems.
Waziri akatoa ule mtu anamlinda akasema mlinde huyu mama mpaka nitoke ndani nisaini kitabu.
So the minister said, I want to listen to this lady.
Nikamwambia mheshimiwa waziri kero yetu, kwa nini tunanyimwa kama wamama wa kifugaji kuingia hapa ndani wanapogonga basi kuwahusia watalii ushanga.
So her problem was that why at the border the Maasai ladies are given tough conditions not to go through, to sell their items to the tourists especially.
Jumuiya ya Mashariki ni ya kutusaidia au ni ya kuja kutunyonga?
And because Tanzania is part of the East African community, what is this East African community has got to do with us?
Niliposema hivyo kwa kweli mpaka leo tuko ndani ya boda tumepewa mpaka sehemu ya kukaa kuna msumbufu.
After that, after she presented that problem, the all relevant authorities were told and instructed to ensure that these people are doing their business properly, and they were given a place to do that.
Kwa kweli saa hii wamama nina wamama 1,600 wa kifugaji.
So she's leading 1,600 women from the pastoralist community
Na Kenya kuna wamama 1600 nimewachanganya wote wawe sehemu moja.
She's also even commanding the Kenyan women together. They are now like one group doing business.
Nikaambiwa kwa nini unakuja kuchanganya wamama wa Kenya na wa kule, nikaambia jumuiya ya mashariki ni ya kuchanganya boda zote mbili.
And when they were wondering and asking her, why are you mixing the Kenyans and the Tanzanian? Why are you doing that? And she said that, but remember we have this East African community, so we have to work together.
Nikaambia sisi wamama wa kifugaji hatuna mpaka, kwa maana hatuibi wala hatubebi magendo yoyote ambayo inayeleta madhara kwa serikali.
And she was telling them that these we women from the pastoristic community, we have no boundaries, because even our cattle don't have boundaries. So we have to go everywhere and do our business, and we don't steal, we don't do anything wrong. So let us give us the room to do what we want to do. She's the one.
Grupu yetu sasa inatambulika, inaitwa Nalepo Shanga na Manga.
So now it has been formally registered. Nalepo Ushanga.
Nalepo Shanga na Manga.
Nalepo Ushanga. Ushanga means beads. Na Manga. So it's now a fully registered. And the government acknowledges this one. And it is formally registered. They have even their bank account. Now when the children, the girls, their daughters now are part of the organization. They are meant to learn. So mimi kwa kufika South Africa, kwa maana hakika nilihangaika kwa serikali, nikaambia naomba sisi kama wafugaji haya vitu vyetu tunayeshona isiwe inaristiwa na wengine, mtupeleke na sisi mpaka Marekani. So she has been asking the government now, give us room to travel to other places so that we also learn from them, but also show them what we are able to produce. And then on that, she thanks Ilitha Labantu through Mama Mandisa for making it possible for her to be here. Waliposikia hiyo wakaondoka haraka sana, ndio wakatutolea passport ya miaka 10. So now finally they said whoever is ready, they will make sure that she has a passport. So when I got her, it was very easy. She has all the travel documents. Walikuwa wanatupa passport ambayo inaitwa passport ambayo ni ya siku moja. Ukienda naye leo, kesho imeshaisha, unakuja kurudia nyingine. Previously they were given these short, temporary travel documents, but now they have the proper travel documents. Yeah. Kwa kweli mimi leo nimefurahi hata kama sisikii, lakini ninaposikia kuiba moja moja nasikia shida wengi waliopitia. She is saying that although it is difficult to follow the discussion here, but the little she has been gathering here, she has learned that women have suffered a lot in this place to get to where they are today. Tena hii kitu ni maajabu leo kumuona mama wa kifugaji mmoja katika wamama wengi namna hii kama 400. Now she feels, imagine the entire gathering here, for her to be here amidst you from that community is like a miracle. Kwa hiyo sisi ni wamama ambayo tulipitia mambo ya mvume ambayo na ilikuwa inatugandamiza kama wamama wa kifugaji. For her, she remembers very well that the community or the tribe where she comes, the Maasai tribe, they have this serious patriarchal type of control. Tunaolewa tukiwa 10 kwa mzee moja. They can be married up to 10 wives to one man. Mwanamume anaweza akakaa mwaka mzima hajawahi kukanyaga kwako kwa maana mko wengi. It can even take a year. A man hasn't visited your home because you are many, but you still remain there. Na tunakaa tu kumsubiri huyo bwana wetu asumbuke mpaka atakapofika kwangu. And you remain waiting when he's going around those until your turn comes. Kwa hiyo kwa kweli
sehemu tuliotoka na tuliokuja sasa hivi tunaona mabadiliko. Mama yetu Samia Suluhu, rais wetu ambaye ni mwanamke, tumeanza kuona mabadiliko makubwa sana kutokana na rais wetu ambaye ni mwanamke.
And now the changes which have happened to where she is now, plus the coming of her Excellency Samia Suluhu, she's feeling that the future is going to be even brighter than now.
Pia tunashukuru mashirika ya watu binafsi, kama kuna shirika la wanawake linaitwa Mwedo, kuna shirika linaitwa PWC, wameka sana kutupa mafunzo na kutuweka darasa la watu wazima na kutupa nguvu tuweze kusonga mbele.
Yeah, she's so thankful to some of the NGO in Tanzania, Mwedo and PWC. They've been offering trainings to the women, to these women, so and now they are able even to have their own village community banks. To say the truth, they have been helped a lot to where they are now today.
Hata sisi sai unakuta mama ananunua kitanda na godoro na sisi tunalalia sehemu nzuri kama kabila zingine.
Even now, from the tradition of sleeping on the floor, now they are even sleeping on mattresses and good beds. So, you know.
Pia nawakaribisha, nimeleta bidhaa kutoka kwetu kwa wamama wa kikundi ya Malevo Shanga. Mama yoyote atakaporudi, hebu jaribuni mshike mkono mnunue zile bidhaa ambazo tumeleta kutoka na mama.
She's now sending you a request that when she got this opportunity of coming here, she even the group said that now take our products so that you can go and sell for us, because capital is a challenge. So she expects you to buy some things from her so that when she gets back, she sends a bit of money. So she's saying, you're most welcome to look at the products and if you can buy from them. And lastly, she's saying, you are so much welcome to visit Tanzania, especially there.
Nawashukuru sana. Mkipita Namanga, msikwame. Mkipita Namanga uliseni, Sara yuko wapi? Niweze kuwasaidia kwa sehemu mtakayokuwa mpaka wa Namanga.
So when you are in Arusha, please ask for Sarah. When you go to the border, Kenya and Tanzania, at Namanga, Sarah is the most popular lady. She can be you can be helped. So thank you very much. She says she loves you so much. Yeah. Maybe just a small thing. Maybe you are wondering, how did I manage to get hold of her? I think that should be a question I needed to answer. Because, you know what? Let us thank the social media. Because we have a WhatsApp group of Tanzania Women Chamber of Commerce. That's where I asked, when I got the invitation that when my mama said that I should get a lady from Masai. So when I posted that we are in need of somebody of this caliber and all, it took only one day. Then she was recommended by almost 3 or 4 women, other people, that you'll never regret if you find Sarah available. So she's a very, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Martha, for the translation. I'm even scared to ask questions. Ma'am, we have really gone above and beyond our allocated time.
I want to say thank you to, hi.
Martha.
Hello, Martha. Yes. I'm saying it's nice to have, no, you can sit, it's nice to have people in high level. I thank the President of Tanzania also for rushing and also for the passport, because it took me one phone call direct to the President's office and everything was done. So you must be next to me. I'm saying, Kenanap, If you know people in high level, just one call to the president's office, everything was done. The passport, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Quick announcements. I don't want us to ask any questions because we've even passed lunchtime. There was a phone that somebody left somewhere. Whoever's looking for their phone, just know it's with me. It's yours. Oh, fantastic. Okay. For lunch, close to dinner time, there are going to be 2 serving stations. Can we please, we have really, 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 really exhausted our time. Can we please take 30 minutes? I'm going to collect you this time. I'm not going to be smiles like yesterday. We're going to try, please, by all means, to squeeze in amaklesha. So there are 2 serving stations. Elderly first, please stay seated. Elderly, Ludo, you will lead the elderly. It's on your left-hand side, the first serving station. And then the young ones will be, the young ones will be the second one, around the corner. Okay, now your ushers or 2 ushers, you've got Ludwe and you've got Tumisho. So the elderly, can you kindly?
synced while you're busy trying to fix this project.
I don't want, again, she doesn't have this one, she doesn't have
Time for presentation.
no, yeah, she doesn't have a presentation.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is prof one. One, two, one, two.
Impilo yam uphinda ukhusela ubomi bam selu ngoba mina ngizohamba hamba ngijonge kuwe ngamaxesha ngoba mina ngizohamba hamba ngijonge kuwe ngamaxesha onke tilololo tilolololololo tilololo tilololololo lolo ngoba mina ngizohamba ohamba ngijonge kuwe ngamaxesha wonke ngoba mina ngizohamba ngizohamba ngijonge kuwe ngamaxesha lolololololo tilolololololo
Okay. Amari.
tilolololo tilololololo ngoba mina
One, two, one, two, one, two.
One, two.
One, two, one, two, one. One, two, one, two. One, two. One, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two.
Okay. Bagaetsho. Yes, it's yummy. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the wonderful singing and all that. Okay, behave. Busa. How na go so kgakala so ko Northwest wa tla go rasa mao bagaetsho. Ow. Yo. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Can I just first start off by saying thank you so much for this morning. Thanks to everyone. And Mandy, thank you very much for this opportunity. And can I just say, all protocol observed from my side. We're going to be running the last two sessions for the day. And we have combined the last two sessions, not only because we know we would like to be efficient in terms of time and the quality of the discussions, but also because the issues are so interrelated. I'm telling you, if this one session is going to bring this all together about what has been happening, we've been discussing from yesterday to today, is this one. So my name is Miss Marumo, And the session that I'm going to be handling will be on the historical perspective on violence against women, HIV and AIDS, and being the shadow of men. I think that's one of those topics that are also a little bit off cue. And the next one we'll be talking about, I will introduce my co-host, who is Putishikudu, Ms. Putishikudu, and we will also be looking at intergenerational trauma. And I think just, briefly, we've been talking about trauma, what does it do, or perhaps we're not even calling it like that, but some of us call it like that. But what would have been the impact in our society? What is it that we've passed on to our children, whether knowingly or unknowingly? But because I'm going to be starting here for this session, we are going to be having Dr. Norma French Bombo to be, she's a Western Cape MEC for Health and Wellness. She's going to be leading us on these discussions. But then we've got some few experts as well, people who have been really have worked this area, and I'm so sorry, and they've dealt with issues on HIV, wellness, and AIDS. And then we've got here Nandipa Madolo, community activist. We've got Moline Marume, who's from UN Women. We've got Noma Ngocho Pakade from the Center on the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. And I think I see we've got two from UN Women Department. I don't know whether that's how it's going to be. We've got only one. And that will be, we've got two, yes. We've got Jacqueline Untamurize Zinzabara, and then from UN Women. Okay. I think the issue of HIV and AIDS has been like chasing us for the longest of, maybe for some few decades in this country. And at one level we felt we've got it, one time we don't have it. I think everybody's talk about the sorry state of affairs, how one time we sort of thought that anything that has to do with HIV and HIV in particularly, it was about death, it was about giving up on life. But what is even more important is about the relationship between gender-based violence or domestic violence or violence against women and children has been part of that. And one thing that I know about our policies in this country is that there's always been the temptation to separate issues so much so that we forget that we're talking about one whole thing. I remember there was a time when we were looking at trafficking of women, and the issue will be like, but now this is not about gender-based violence, what are you talking about? And sometimes, like now, we're sitting here, Mandy was telling us about how she battled with some of the funding. And it's because why would be that? Somebody would say, no, I don't think human settlement or whatever has got anything to do with gender-based violence. And we were sitting, okay, and health is saying, okay, how did they get it right? Because that's not how life is. When then we talk about this, and I'm going to be very brief, is that the issues that you're talking about are very, very complex. And I think that's what you've picked up from all the speakers and what's been happening today. So in our quest to simplify life or issues because they're difficult for us, we want to look at that linear thing of causality. 1 is equal to 2 equals to 3 equals to 4. It doesn't work out like that. We're much more complex like that. And especially when we talk about intellectual capabilities and you talk about Africanism, everything is so cyclical. Some of the things we don't understand why they happen the way they do. But what has helped us in terms of looking at that is that we short-termish approach. We do this, we kill it, we want to move it. Oh, now we've got ARVs. Oh, no, voila. Okay? That's not how life works. And so I'm hoping, and I know that from these two sessions, what we are looking for, we are looking for much, that complexity that sort of ties things together. We are looking at that long-term orientation, long-term consequences. Look at the past, the present, and the future, and the implications thereof. But also we're looking for that common sense of judgment, or let me say, yes, common sense, that ability to make judgment and to decipher things that are difficult and simplify them. So for me, that's what I think I'm really speaking big English, ne? Okay. But to be honest, I think all that we're talking about is that we've got to understand. That's why issues of spirituality, they still like elude us because it's complex. Very complex issues, and we are complex as people. So now, I'm going to be, this issue, like this discussion, I'm just going to leave it to our experts to unpack it a bit. But I think all that I'm asking for, maybe to say, we are going to have Dr. Norma French to speak to us and give us some perspective, but it's really about the experiences. I remember talking about the experiences, the documentation, the learnings, and all that. But from my panel, because I don't think I'm going to repeat this, from my panel, I really just wanted to talk a little bit about your experiences, the learnings, maybe even a case study. But I want us to take us the past, the future, and the present. But I'm trying to find the complexities about life, about us women, about our relationships, because if we talk about HIV, we can never take it away from any other issue. The same thing. So that's what I'm looking for, those complexities. And because we've got learners here, you know, we've got scholars, we've got experts, Sinabobo Mama, we've got an understanding that from all here, we're going to be able to make sense of whatever that is going to be happening. So I am going to be asking Dr. Norma French. Thereafter, we'll immediately listen to Dr. Seth Cooper. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I know that. No, I know you'll come in a second. I know that you'll come and explain again. That's a challenge of trying to bring to say, no, I know thereafter you'll come, you will introduce Dr. Seth Cooper and will say your say about Dr. Seth Cooper. That's my co-host, Puti, and then Puti will be talking about, she'll be handling the Dr. Seth Cooper story. Okay. Over to you, Dr. Norma French.
Thank you. Remember, the reason that these two sessions have been combined is because of the time. We love to sing. Nangikwazi nokucula, but I can dance. But I think also, secondly, it's not my first time to be in this panel. Actually, when I'm looking around, I've been with many of you, and I've done the same speeches throughout. So to provide the opportunity for the people who might have been the first time in the panel, but want to hear more from them, Prof. Cooper, so I'll just do 4 minutes. So all protocols observe. So I don't want to go and start afresh, thank you and everyone, but I want that, you don't want to miss the opportunity. So for me, what I'm going to say is about when, by the time the HIV/AIDS from my other colleagues from the UN and others talk about it, so that just I give you the picture, because it talks about the history. Umandi, Isisele Senyathi, the historical perspective, so that you can understand that what is it that makes South Africa to have the biggest people living with HIV/AIDS. One of those in the whole world. Yeah, boy. South Africa has got the highest issues related to gender-based violence. Why is that? So that we can be able to understand. By the way, I was supposed to speak at 2 o'clock. And then typical of a politician, I said, okay, I'm not going to speak now, let me just leave. But when I look around, and then when some people flew for the first time to South Africa, and other people from Namibia, and say that that I could be able to tala, whereas I could be able just to postpone the next meeting. So I just want to say to you that thank you for coming. Mabathabela ukufike lapha ngizawuphinda ndimshiye njani kuyana ngesilevels mos thina abantu abakwaziyo ukwaba izitya abazinjoli siyazazi levels. So now quick one. Now South Africa has got these 2 pandemics as the highest. before you could be able to interpret a clinical wise, which is as a disease. I want to start with the HIV. Research shows that what we see as the health problems, it is a result of multiple factors that impact umtu, and then that's when we see those. 40% it's socio-economic. 30% is about the behavior. Because so that you don't focus on we are a prostitute. You are sleeping around. How come that you have HIV? It means your husband was blah blah, was unfaithful, so that you can understand. 30%. 10% is a physical environment. About 20% is related to the clinical aspect of it. So you understand the 40% of the socio-economic environment. With the HIV/AIDS, when it started in South Africa in the 80s, it was early 80s, it was during the time of the apartheid. At the time, because it was, at the time, it was a disease that was affecting the blacks and also the homosexuals. It was never being attended as soon as possible because it's so that is number one. Now, down the line, about the 1985s, when now HIV already, we hear from the Malawi, Uganda, and Tanzania everywhere. But if you compare in South Africa, still there was not much of the HIV/AIDS compared to other African countries, specifically heterosexual HIV/AIDS. Now, the question is, a disease that was pale, male, outside Africa, how can it ended up being a heterosexual, black woman disease? When did it, because if you look in terms of the 80s then, even when it became heterosexual, it was more of a type C. It was more of a type C because the one that was more from homosexual aspect, it was a type B, subtype B of a thing. So how did it came about? So socio-economic. If you recall, during those times, it was about when the subsistence farming, Pumama Masai, subsistence farming, which was more among the black communities, was converted to be our men, to be laborers. That's how it started. And then in addition there, it was about, it's only for one-sex hostels. You stay alone. Meaning now, at the time, our fathers, we used to see them go December. Now, there in the hostels, mostly in the Johannesburg, it meant that now that there will be town wives, which now they have to service these heterosexual men during that time. Nomfazi, Maxhosa, Pinda be nomfazi eGoli. That's how it started. Now, in the 40s, because you mustn't think that they started to be actually having sexually transmitted infections then. In the 40s, Professor Kark actually found out at the time there was a high level of sexually transmitted infections among these laborers, even during the time that they were starting to be part of Inansik, busy laborers. So there was a whole lot of that because of these town wives and so forth. But even then in the 80s, despite that, still HIV/AIDS was not, the prevalence was not as high as compared to what was happening. So with the tracking, trucks and all of those coming, because I remember there was a time in the 90s actually, the prevalence in the Malawi and other places was very high compared to South Africa. So now in South Africa, by the time it hit us in the 90s, it tripled, it doubled, it plateaued. There was a time about 60% of the young people died from the HIV/AIDS. It affected the 15 to the 24-year-olds, which is still like this now. So whilst we might say that COVID, we are relaxing, we must know HIV/AIDS is here. And now what has transpired, it's about patriarchy, this transactional sex among the young people, and oh no bless our husbands, no uncles betu. So economic environment. We were so desperate to all of us heavy weave and all of those in exchange for sex. Or not. It's about the uncle who's supposed to be trusting, taking care of nephew, niece, because it's boys and girls now, but they ended up, I think Prof spoke about why even the father will be raping their own children. Although philosophically explained around about that, but the issue, it's about where things are. Lastly, because I said I want to be quick, you need to understand that the sons, the men we hate for raping our children, contaminating our children, the men we hate for beating us up, these used to be the sons we love. Abantwana bethu bakhuliswe sithi. Majority of children in South Africa, they are paternal orphans. Abanatata bafe bethwele umnqwazi, but bakhuliswa sithi. What went wrong? That we ended up producing these sons, not only raping the 5-year-olds, but even mutilating the body and all of those. So what went wrong? We have to bring to that. And then lastly, with the GBV, it's a whole lot of some of the facts that previous speakers have already alluded to. But remember, let's not only focus on the physical, on the sexual assault, but also the economic aspect of the abuse. Because one of the drivers is about where uzakuvimba imali, not giving you the responsibility, like as a father, whoever, in terms of taking care of the family, and part of it, that hidden aspect of the emotional blackmail and so forth, it does drive. Because before you actually even talk about those girls who are in the Somerset Road as a prostitutes and all of those, think first about what went wrong before you condemn those ones in the N1, in the Beaufort West. And remember, I'm not talking about the ones who are forcefully, but it's about socio-economic environment, where they'll go and do human trafficking about their bodies because there are no other choices. But remember, some of us will say, you should have known the environment doesn't always ended up, it produces Onoma French, Mbombo, Mkwela from Tanzania. Because some of us, we will have been exposed to that at the time we're growing up in the township. There are many opportunities where older men, because they knew that we were poor, they will be enticing. So just because some of us, we manage to be able to be saved somehow from those sharks, it doesn't mean that everyone. Because we normally condemn that, midnight, we should be safe as women where we go. But again, we have to bring our men to be part of the debate. So let's not condemn them without hearing the other sides. There are many of those stories. So having said that, thank you very much.
Dr. Norma French, thank you so much. I think you've really painted quite a clear picture. We're going to be talking more. I'm going to hand over to my colleague here, Ms. Puti Shukudu, who's going to be taking us on to the next speaker. Thanks, Puti.
I see you. Do you see me? Do you see me? Oh, very much so. And if I take my shoes, it's even worse. Between Sixolele to combine these two sessions. The session I was supposed to chair alone is called that Intergenerational Trauma, Race and Healing. And nguphuti mna, ke mopedi, ke lenkhumishe. Ke nna lenkhumishe. Khoma ma nkhumishe setlanketse se modumo ra maruma bo mokgadi. Ke maruma makuba mmele magalefa ya Thebe.
So this topic, intergenerational trauma, race and healing, is humongous. It is huge. It's got three aspects: intergenerational trauma, which is that the woundedness, the unhealed wounds, physical, emotional, spiritual, and mental, that was passed down unconsciously to future generations. And those that the generations get affected, and then they affect society, and we don't know where that comes from. And then there's the next one, which is about race and racism, which is really a system that of segregation that is man-made. It is a social construct. And that racism is, this social construct of race gave birth to the ideology of white superiority to justify racism. The good part is that it is learned and it can be unlearned. So we can unlearn. And then the last one, healing. Every human being, every human is wounded. All of us, we are wounded. All, and sonke, we need healing. Frankly speaking, each one of those three can be a conference on its own. And I want to challenge Prof, as the president of PAP, that actually we need healing. We need a conference on healing. Because, MEC, zonke izinto ozithethayo, we need healing from that. So I'm going to give over to Prof to just paint an overview, and I hope he'll take us deeper. When I say we all need healing, there's two kinds of healing. There's the primary healing, and everything that we're talking about here is the secondary healing. What is the primary healing? The primary healing is that we have forgotten who we are. We are spirit beings. We are gods. We have forgotten that. We are magnificent. You as you're sitting there, this, uputile, is just a vehicle. It's just a vehicle that's carrying me, but I am spirit. You are spirit. When I say, do you see me? I see the spirit in you. Do you see the spirit in me? That's magnificent. If we heal that, the secondary ones will go. Prof.
Ndiyabulisa nonke. I have been closely following the presentations and the issues that have arisen. And I'm going to briefly say that we are confronted with the residue of colonial conquest. It's been referred to by some of the speakers. And clearly, apartheid oppression, which is still amongst us, even though it may not be in the statute books, but the apartheid of the mind is significant. We have not, since the dawn of our democracy 28 years ago, we did not recognize we're in a transition society. We moved from a totalitarian one to a laissez-faire democracy, where we talk about the greatest constitution. Indeed, that constitution is under threat because of the issues we are discussing. And significantly, the majority of our people are outside of democracy. If you think they are not, look at our voting statistics, look at what happened in our general election, and in November, last November, the numbers of voters who were new only increased by just around 250,000. So what happened to the majority of people, especially young people? Our education system, the dean of this university referred to decolonization. We have not really dealt with the issues of decolonization. My colleague, professor who raised the issue of where we come from and so on, will tell us that we're still dealing with essentially a Western education system that does not meet our needs. Our socialization, indeed, is a cyclical one because our children watch, listen, hear adults behaving badly, and they repeat that behavior. Woundedness. We are a fragile society. We have been a fragile society, not merely during democracy. The psyche has been impacted. The older ones amongst us here will talk about our parents, especially our fathers, when we saw them, because the MEC is correct, a large percentage of us grew up with a grandmother or a mother. We did not see our fathers because of that migrant labor system which emerged because of the discovery of gold. So all of those issues continue to play a role in our society now. We're still an extractive economy. South Africa is the second richest country on the African continent after the DRC. Yet, we are one of the poorest. So, all of us bear the marks of our origin. And if you think we don't, listen to our inner voices and listen to and see what happens around us. We are playing out things that only a wounded people will do. All the statistics, and I'll give you a few more, they are symptoms of a larger problem that we have failed to deal with during democracy. And therefore, a lot of young people look at democracy as not benefiting them. It benefits an elite, but it does not benefit the majority of our citizens. So, the violence perpetrated through the wars of conquest, colonial and otherwise, through apartheid repression and direct oppression, have left their marks on us. When our father came through that fence and the little dog yapped and was happy to see him, he would have kicked the dog because it was a vicarious. It was the person who oppressed him at work is not there, but the dog is showing happiness. He can kick the dog. He walks into the house and says to his wife, "Where's my tea?" If the tea is not there, she's going to get it. We have turned on those we ought to protect because of what has happened to us. Intergenerationally, this has played itself out. If you think that any of us is immune from that, think again. All the statistics tell us we're the most violent society on earth that is not at war. The war is within ourselves. Within ourselves. Now, we've got the leader from Namibia. We've got the minister from Zimbabwe. Other frontline states. They've had wars. They've had serious wars that Pretoria was involved in. We did not have that degree of war. So we're playing that war out now. The ethnicity, the othering that came with racism, we find other ways to reflect that. So if there's somebody that is fairly dark, then we think, no, this must be a foreigner. If that person speaks in a tongue that is foreign to us, we think this person is here to take our jobs, take our women, take whatever. But that's the mentality. But while our constitution talks of dignity, the dehumanization that has happened over time has made us accustomed to using violence. The first option that most parents have, including very young parents, when the child is naughty, is you lift your hand. Imagine going to a family get-together and the kids are playing, the parents are there, the grandparents, other family members, and my child bumps into your child, and children bleed very quickly. So there's blood. The mother is getting terrified. Your child killed, help my child. I grab this little boy and I say, I told you not to do this. What am I doing? I'm giving mixed messages. That's the kind of mixed messages we get all the time in our society. We have not changed that methodology. Indeed, when our Concord said there should not be physical violence, a lot of people, including people who I thought I knew, comrades, professional people, said, how must we discipline our children? By showing love, not by beating them up, because they're going to repeat that. And so, when you talk of any kind of violence, whether it's gender-based, whether it's infant-based, whether it's elderly-based, it is because we have learnt that violence works. We have learnt it from our experience during apartheid. I can give you enough examples of what happened in the Cape Flats areas during apartheid, where you had, on the one side, those who were drafted as teenagers, if they didn't go to university or had exemptions, and on the other, you had young black teenagers, right, at loggerheads with each other. We have not worked out a way to deal with difference or our differences in any other way but violently, by naming, by dismissing, and during COVID, cancelling people out completely. The political violence that used to happen in the 80s with youth at the forefront of our struggle. Thank heaven for our youth of 76 and subsequently, because they were our conscience. But they became moved to the sidelines. And when we asked in the early 80s, mid-80s, are we creating a generation, a lost generation? I can tell you now, we have created lost generations. All the stats tell us that. So the violence can be self-directed. It's interpersonal. Family violence, the recent police statistics tell us that a significant percentage of the rape is within the home and related environment. Community. We talk glibly of community, but really can anyone here stand up and say, I belong to a community, like we had before when we grew up? We don't have community. In the same way that we're battling to keep family together, we don't have communities. The communities have been deracinated. The communities have been dispersed. People don't care about the people in their own house. Where do you expect them to care about the neighbor? So I can mention all kinds of violence, there's not time for it. But there's an important kind of violence that I think I should mention to you. The symbolic, you're aware of it. Epistemic is how we use language and we use knowledge domination to diminish an individual, a group, or a people. In this country, whilst we have a black majority, and there may be a political majority that is black, effectively, blacks are a minority in this country in terms of economic and cultural power. We're not a majority in all sense of the word. So epistemic comes from a long line of writers, some of whom I mentioned here. The systemic ones, you know. The inherent ones in structure, we know. I want to just point out that in 1994, just soon after democracy, soon after President Mandela became our founding president, I wrote a piece on youth and violence. And it's significant that a lot of the things that I wrote then, I just, in planning for this, thinking about Sis Mandisa and our association to the early 90s, I said, let me just go back. And there was this article published in an African Issues journal, and the similarities are stark. Somebody mentioned suicide earlier. Let me say a statistic before COVID. I'll just give you that right now so you can see it. Number 1 is Lesotho in the world. Number 3 is Eswatini. And number 10 after Russia is this country. That means that in this country, 23 and a half, all right? Let's just say 23, per 100,000 commit suicide. The rate of suicide is higher amongst males than females, although females, teenagers, girls, adult females express it. The ones to carry it out are the males. Okay? Now, youth are disproportionately represented in our population. The median age in this country is 27.6. Those of us over 50 years are only that percent. 16% of the total population in South Africa. Last year's statistics, this year's statistics will tell us whether it's lower or higher. That means we've got a serious problem. Somebody earlier said we have a ticking time bomb with young people. The population is very skewed. So a lot of people talk about the youthful population on the continent, and it's true. But what are the opportunities? Zero. I look at some of the young people here, students of this university, learners from other places, and what do you think they're looking at? Joblessness, the highest unemployment rate in the world, the lowest employment rate in the world. What do you think that will do to your psyche when you confront that? When you're in a family and very few people are working, how do you think it impacts your psyche? That fractured sense of self, echoed with somebody else who's also fractured. COVID has seen a dropout rate that nobody is bothered to get back into school. Right? And if we have a dumbed down education system as we have, 30% pass, that means 70% fail. What hope do you have? Again, we're going to go from next month into matric. The overwhelming majority of those young people will have nothing in their future. 74.7%, this is a statistic that is a year old of the mid-teens to mid-20s are out of school, out of work. And you think they're going to be peaceful, you think they're going to be hopeful, you think they're going to have a sense of self, you think they're going to have a sense of purpose. That, colleagues, especially mothers and sisters here, is what confronts our youth. So all those statistics tell us something is seriously wrong. And an earlier commentator in this hall here talked of some of these issues: poverty, hunger, lack of opportunity, depression. The highest depression rates in the world have happened. The World Health Organization has been talking about it for well over a decade. And during COVID, you saw what happened. Academic performance, when it goes down, your physical condition is at risk. Your mental health and well-being is seriously injured. Economic standing, financial struggles. And our Reserve Bank just put up the interest rate. Instead of dropping it, they put it up, thinking they are part of Europe or North America. How do you have people when already they can't make ends meet? 60% don't know where the next serious meal is coming from in this second richest country in the continent. What do we expect, colleagues? So, all those issues are factors that we must look at. Violence is not, except in a rare set of circumstances, really very rare, a Klinefelter syndrome. It's a chromosomal abnormality. Outside of that, you're not born violent. We are thinking and learning beings. We learn violence. We are taught violence by others. Just as the police taught violent responses to the young people who opposed the apartheid system, it's perpetuated now. And the sense of competence in responding to issues is going to play a role in how we construct whether we can mediate our environment effectively or not. The levels of anger and frustration and rage, indeed rage, out there is very high. And if you think that is not true, when you leave the campus and you're at the traffic light, and that light turns green and the person in front of you doesn't move off, how many people are honking or swearing? Right? Indeed, we've lost role models. There aren't the best role models. Taxi drivers become the role models. The violent ones, the drug dealers, become role models. So, I said this in 1994. Destruction of the fabric of black society had a direct and deleterious effect on those who were born within such families, migrant and related families. Most of us were affected by that. Right? That is still at play right now. There's very little significant socialization of our children by adults. It's adults behaving terribly that socialize our kids. Our kids are getting peer socialized. There's socioeconomic deterioration and a breakdown. I said this about pre-94. The breakdown of services, processes, structures, and community, family functioning, individual youth has had to contend with a well-nigh hopeless scenario, pre-94. I'm afraid that is with us now. So, intergenerationally, we have ignored the fact that we're a traumatized people. We've been traumatized, we did not deal with it. I remember the first cabinet that President Mandela announced. Amongst them were persons who were terrified of the cops that were their guards. You know, the protection detail. Because these guys were from the CCB or the security branch and so on. Right? From that situation, did we turn things around? We did not. So anger, frustration, and a quest for a better life are still eluding us. I'm going to skip all of this and just deal with something else from somewhere else. The Human Development Report 2020, it'll be officially published at some point this year. It makes some very interesting points that empowered people can unleash real-world transformation by changing social norms. We have not got an empowered people. We have not got individuals that feel whole. Question was asked, who am I? Do you know who you are? I recall going into Robben Island, and Xhosa was the lingua franca, because the majority of people arrested were from a Xhosa background. And many of the older people would say to the younger persons, Ngumni. Yeah? So a lot of our post-76 youngsters didn't come from those backgrounds. So you can imagine the culture conflict. We still have not resolved that issue. Yes, we have a diversity of rich culture and language. We, at last count, we're supposed to be the third most diverse society on earth. But we haven't learned to, first of all, affirm self. If I know who I am, I look in the mirror and I recognize I've got a scar, and I say, I can't do anything about that scar. I still like myself. If you have a problem with the mirror image that you are seeing, you're going to have cognitive dissonance. It is time that we were kind to ourselves. We cannot be kind to somebody else. We cannot respect somebody else unless we respect the self. And that is where we need to go. Very quickly, the next generation, this next generation is going to be more disadvantaged unless we change how we view ourselves. We cannot continue to sacrifice our children. There's a Zulu saying that a tree is bent while it is still wet, but don't bend it in the wrong direction. Right? And these young trees, yes, they will make up the forest, but if we destroy the trees, there will be no forest. And the enemy within, that is what we have to deal with. Because the enemy outside cannot penetrate if we deal with ourselves. I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. But we are a wounded nation and we have a ticking time bomb. So I want to ask the panel for this session, Prof, to also come up, and then so that the panelists can then share this, because as you've heard, the two keynote speakers, what the messages that they share are just hand in glove, right? They were like almost like as if they were preparing together. So the panelists for Isisele Prof, can they please come up, and then we'll start with the panelists for the violence, just 5 minutes each, and then the panelists from the trauma and also come up. And the panelist from the trauma is the CEO of ORAP, Mvuselelo Huni. Where are you? You here already? Oh, great, thanks, sorry. And then we have Lolweti and Nsiki. All right, okay. Yeah, I think. So what will you do? Just call them. You don't even have to introduce them. Just call them. I'll call the names. Yeah, no, what would you use them? Since I might just call them. I can. Yeah. So as the panelists come up, so do a brief introduction of yourself, and then let's just. Okay, let me call the name first. Okay. Okay, what we're going to do, I know Professor and Doctor. Thank you so much. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Can we get the mic so that? Yeah. Okay.
No, I'd rather stand here.
Okay, that's fine.
Comfortable sitting there.
Okay, that's fine. What we'll do is that even when Prof and Dr. Norma friends are down there, but when the time comes for the questions, you shouldn't be reticent to ask them questions. But first, I do have the first two, our first panelist here. She's she's Miss Nandipa Madolo. Over to you. And I think we said we've got about 5, so I'm so sorry, just 5 minutes, but you can just share your experiences. It's really more about the HIV violence and violence against women. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, Mama Man. Hello? Okay. I'm fine here. Afternoon. Kunandi lon. Umamvlana uncela shobhayo catch. Inyoka emnyama ecandisa iziba. Protocol observed. But let me pinpoint, Mama Mandi, God must keep you, Nana. You are here for us. Secondly, it will be unfair, Mama, if you give me 5 minutes, because it's my personal life that I'm about to talk. It's not an experience, it's not a scientific thing. It's about Unandi. I won't prolong, but I don't want to be boxed and put in a pressure. 5 minutes is not for me, or rather, unable to talk about it. Kunandi lon, kumxhosakazi, ukhuliswe emabambini, umam Thembu, oCete, zonke ezo ziduko zezakhe. Ngumama wabantwana bayi-2, umama we-girls. I've got 2 beautiful girls. The one is going to be 35. The second one is 24. I know abuse. When you talk about GBV, it's Nandi and GBV. Clever as you think I am, but I know to be abused. I know to be gunpoint by somebody who once said, I love you. I know when somebody will hire people to kill you because he insured you for a police of 1.3 million. I know to live with HIV because I'm living with it for 30 years. That's why I was saying 5 minutes is not for me. It was never easy. You meet someone, Mama Mandi, and you fall in love because he brings all these promises. And it's not just promises, he's practical. Because we grew up in that era of you can't have a family planning card. I fell pregnant at age 19. When I met my husband, my daughter was 4 years, and the father disappeared. And then this man came with all these promises. He did everything that Nandi said, oh, I've met my king. I've met someone. You see, most I'm like my dad. So meeting a light complexion, handsome guy, what do you think? I said, oh, Nandi has one son, and Katal Nobuti. And I won't lie, he did everything for my daughter. He did everything for Nandi. I would go to restaurants that had never been experienced. So to me, it was like, wow, this is life, eh? And then he came, he didn't say, I want to date you. He said, I want to marry you. And then I said, yeah, this is a bonus. Grew up, you know, okay, when I was Mandi, my father, how strict he was. When I stand with Teddy, someone would say, but I said, you know what? I'm getting married. As a result, I was a rebel. I got married in Home Affairs because I fell in love. But ironic of the situation, in no time, things started changing. The signs were there, but you become in denial. You don't want to believe that, aibo, Why he's gonna lie and say, no, baby, my tire best, my tire this, cheating. But I said, no ways, I refuse. Now, at first time, I've got my house, I belong, I own this, and then I stayed. But the abuse grew. It started from sleeping out, making excuse, and up until I said, listen here, this is my house, I'll do as I please. And then I fell pregnant in that process. And then I gave birth, my baby was okay. Just a year later, the baby started getting sick, that was 1999. At the time where in South Africa, ARVs were not available. At the time where Dr. Mando, may her soul rest in peace, were promoting beetroot. At the time whereby you couldn't share a mug with anybody. Yes. And then, in all of that, to shorten this, my daughter started getting sick. I asked Red Cross to do test. And then they like the nurse was like, are you sure? I said, yes. Then they did. It was ELISA. It took 2 weeks. I had to wait for 2 weeks. Results came. And then I said, after they do test on me. Said, and then it did. I mean, automatically, I was breastfeeding that child. She was in my womb. So I did all the things that I was not supposed to do because I didn't know. And then immediately I told the king. And then he was not shocked. Immediately, at the back of my mind, something said, he knows something. I said, no, don't worry, baby. I'll look after you. I said, not in my lifetime. I mean, he lied a lot, Why he's going to start look after me? He didn't change. He continued. A month later, said, I did test the result. I'm also positive. Don't worry, baby. Medical aid, that was where the medication was available. Bonitas Medical Aid in 1999. I remember Dr. Musa was our GP. He was so excited. He called us, said he must come to his room. Then he started explaining how to take the ARVs. And while he talking, he's looking at me. My husband asked, why are you looking at her? And doctor said, no, Mr. Madolo, the statistics now, the women died. Said, listen here and listen carefully. This is my medical aid. So if you decide to give this one, I cancel everything. As a mother, you know most the decision that you take. I said, Dr. Musa, can you allow him? As long as my daughter is going to get ARVs, God will decide about my fate. And then the daughter continued, and the man, I'm scared of them. Thank you. By 2000, Dr. Musa was excited, phoning Mrs. Madolo, come to my rooms. Now, at least we were able to afford the pharmaceutical and whatever the story. But Bonitas was able for 3 of us. But sooner later, the medication was available. The abuse never stopped. He'll go out and threaten me. He knows Moses is going to come and I'm at home, but he's going to threaten me and point with gun. Said, can I tell you something? If you decide to leave, I'll kill everybody. And as a trigger-happy man he was, he could have done that. When I go and do talks, people ask Nandi, why you stay? I said, I had to protect my family and myself. It continued. It continued. But in the process, I said, God, if I die, it will be well and good. But if you want to keep me, I know you will, God, for my sake of my children. When he realized that, hey, this Tufus is not dying. Hey, apparently he took a policy on my name. I was going to facilitate a workshop because I was doing a contract at Medical Research Council. So I was going to Paarl. We were staying in Mandalay then. Then as I'm walking around, come 8 people and they were swearing, name calling, saying also, and I thought I'm being marked. But apparently they were sent by him. And then they were swearing, say all sorts of things. As I noticed the gun, 8 of them were pointing a gun at me. And they didn't want me to face them. They want me to face this side. And then one of them, as I'm praying, I said, God, let your will be done. But my kids are so young. I haven't done anything to die. And immediately, when they said, we are hired, it was written my husband all over. And then I said, okay, God, it's clear I'm going to die now. But so unfair. That's what I said. Apparently, as I say, I projected outside. And then one of them asked, sorry, man, what's your name? And then I told, no, I'm Nandi Madolo. I said, what's your maiden surname? I said, I'm Ngaba. He said, where did you start? I said, oh my God, why you want to know where I studied? I have to mention my primary, Moshesh and Langa High and Langa Com. Immediately after that, he said, no guys, it's sorry for swearing. That's lingo of the township, meaning that they can't do it. And then, yes, and then the other group was saying, you can't, we need more, we need this money. They said, I'm the one who brought this cargo. Do you hear that I'm a cargo now? He said, I'm the one who brought this cargo. I can't. I've got exemption certificate, metric exemption because of this girl. Apparently, they were stinking and I couldn't even remember the face. Apparently, we were 8 of us in the study group and we were only 2 girls and 6 boys. He was a monk. And then he said, my biology, my geography, my English were the highest because of her. I can't, God will punish me. God decide, I always say, God is the start and is the end. God decide about each and everyone's faith. And then he said, and guess what? My gene was wet because I did some business on my gene twice. I pee on myself because I was scared. And then he said, just go. Elako Dugalako has paid us. That migrant worker has paid us. And we're going to go and collect again. He gave us 15,000. We want the 45 balance, even if we're not killing you. And then I have to walk. I walk like a robot this month. I couldn't go back to my house because I was scared. I went and continued. At Sanlam Center, I bought some gin because I'm still going to facilitate. And then I went to Pal. In the group, they were already there. One of them, where the blaster like this, then I started screaming. Then I said, what's wrong? And then we went out. And then I said to her, listen, I'll sign on your behalf. You'll get the stipend. Just go home and relax. He said, no, I'm fine. Went back. As I'm busy writing the code of conduct, because we're going to run a workshop, the group said, what's wrong? He opened this plaster. This part was like, and there was a hole. And then he mentioned that he fought people that her husband bought to kill her. I collapsed. I think I had a delay shot. I collapsed. I woke up 4 hours later. But in any way, after that, I came back and our prof said, Nandi, there's a shelter. I said, I am not going to shelter. Nandi, stop being I said, I refuse. Peter must kill me himself. He mustn't hire people. He must take his gun and use it. Then when I came, the DS, I think when something for rich people, there was TV1, TV2, TV3. Then I look at the keyhole. The remote is with him. He's changing TV1, TV2, TV3, listening to the news. And there's no death that is reported. And then I just took my key and pushed that one open, and I opened. I won't use that swear, but I swear at him. I said, I'm not a bird. You're not going to do that to me. And then he walked away. I look at the mirror in the passage. He took the gun and put it in his hold. I thought, it's going to kill me. But he walked away for 4 days. A week later, the letter from Sanlam cancelling the policy that he took on me. After that, I think he got depressed because he started getting sick, getting weak, and then 2005. But before, the brother-in-law, you know Mos, as a Makoti, you know you'll always be blamed for everything. One of his brothers said, Tamdas, ungavumi ityala ongalazi apha. Maybe la lento le AIDS lena ayisanga nawe. And then he was that time he was in Melomet. And then I look at it like that. And then said, hayi, bhuti, ize nam. Kuba kaloku ndiyaze mna 4 years before ndibane noNandi. Ndamjonga, I look at him like that. One tear came down. Not because he infected me, because I continue breastfeeding my child, not knowing anything. I infected my child because he couldn't tell me. I said, did you hate me that much that you wouldn't tell? Because you never raped me. I know your promiscuity or anything, but what about Melinda? Didn't you think of your child? And then he couldn't answer. He couldn't even say sorry. But later, he passed on. But before that, I said to him, you know what? I forgive you. I've got a beautiful 24-year-old, a vibrant. When she talks, she said, you know what, mommy? I don't care. I'm beautiful, I know myself, and I tell him and said, listen here, I'm living with HIV and I love myself. You take it or leave it. Because I didn't act as it, I had to accept that I am HIV positive. I had to go for counseling. I had to comply. That's why I'm like this. It's 22 years on ARVs and I'm still going strong. I'm on my 5th floor. I survived the GPV. I survived the HIV. Those two fools are strong on Gemna.
Okay, okay. So goes the complexity. Yes, ma. So goes the complexity. Nothing much to say, good people, until later. I'll call, then we've got Molin Marume, not Marumo. Yes, from UN Women. Probably should have been an O. I don't know what Marume means, but I know much. Okay, no. Oh,
It means big man. Thank you so much. I think I'll start. All protocol observed. Oh. You can hear? Okay. All protocol observed. I will say I'm totally humbled to be here. My name is Molin Marume. Originally, I'm from Zimbabwe, and my minister is here. I'm so happy. I work for UN Women. And I think with everything I have heard today, I feel so small. I don't think there's much I can add. But I want to speak about 3 things. Patriarchy, women's leadership, and the media. And I want to speak to power. I think when I was listening in the morning about all the stories and all the experiences of women, the one thing that keeps recurring is how women are called to support, whether it's within the war, as veterans. They are expected to fight, but at the same time, they're expected to be there when the commanders need entertainment and a break, and they are being violated. So violence throughout, even when women are participating and engaging. So I want to ask, and I think when Professor spoke, sorry, let me get your name correct, Sesandi. I think when he spoke, I was really inspired, speaking about the power of women and how the narrative has changed to portray women in a very weak position, how women are delicate. At UN Women, I work on violence against women, and I also work in women, peace and security. And the same thing, when you're talking about women, peace and security and women's participation in peace processes, women are looked at as victims that need to be saved, that are delicate, and the men are in the front. So my challenge now to everyone here, looking at yourself, I think earlier on when Prof spoke about women and how our society was structured, when I look at men, whether it's husbands or they are somebody's son, there's a professor, a doctor who spoke about his mother. If there's one thing that men respect, one person that men respect over anybody else, is their mothers. And I think as mothers, as sisters, as aunts, we need to take that power. The question keeps coming, how do we change? How do we transform these norms? How do we transform this behavior? Maybe we start within the home. Everything that's playing out in society is coming out from the home. What they see in the home. So as women, as mothers, as grandmothers, how can we take that power that we have inside the home over our sons, over our grandsons, and start shaping them, start changing? All the rapists and all the violators out there, they're somebody's son. And someone within the home can start talking to them, show them the love, and start changing. So it's a challenge. It's a difficult, I think, with all the social issues, or the socio-economic issues that are happening, it may be something that's really daunting, but I think we start with ourselves. The power that we have over what we can do, how we can shape our children. And I think when I look at the young people, when you become mothers, the children that you have, the boys and the girls, how they are socialized as boys and girls, that learning the respect to respect the girls, it starts from the mothers. And I think this is a challenge. Maybe that's one way we can start to change the tide. And then if I come to women's leadership, there's so much power in this room. And I think when I look to the future, maybe I keep asking myself every time, and when I hear the stories, and I think from my minister in Zimbabwe, when I heard people, when I heard the women speaking in the morning, I kept also wondering that even in Zimbabwe, I haven't heard about many women who were in the war. We know Dr. Teurairo Panongo, we know Dr. Stembiso Nyoni. Other than that, it's like it was just men who were fighting the war. There were no women, because the stories are not there. And for the younger women that are coming after me, they don't know anything, but there are women that were there, that we're supporting. So in that leadership, when women in peace and security, we say when women are at the table, when peace is being negotiated, it's more likely to be gender responsive. It's more likely to understand, because women understand the nuances in the community. Women understand what needs to happen. Women understand what's in the home. So maybe it's time for women to be in the leadership, to take the reins. ANC Women's League, very strong, just like ZANU-PF Women's League. And that strength, I think, needs to be used to channel, to get women in leadership. And lastly, I want to speak about the media. I think when something was being said, somebody shouted that in the media, they glorify gangsters. And I've been in this country since November last year. And I think over the continent, a lot of us watch a lot of South African media content. The one very disturbing thing about the media and the movies and the dramas, how it glorifies the violence. The gangster always gets away with everything. And we love them. The Queen, the River, we love them. We are there at the forefront. But there's so much violence, and that needs to start changing, to start showing that violence is not right. If we keep glorifying the young people, and I think it has been said that young people are learning what they are seeing, and to unlearn, we need to start showing the positive stories. And I think, thank you so much. This is all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marume. I will be having Norman Gocho. I hope I pronounced properly my Pakade. And then from the Center on the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. I know this center particularly started at the height of oppression, like in 1984, when things were really tough. You've actually changed over time, and you're doing something else, but let's hear what you're going to say. Just to say, Nandipa, my colleague here from you and the other one, I say, she doesn't know what else they're going to talk about after you.
Thank you so much, Mama. Molweni, igama lam ndinguNomancocho Phakade. Ndingwase Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. Ndingumamncocho ke ozalwa Mamirha. Bengicela uncedo. Mna ke ndizayikha phezulu.
You can take this one, my dear. No. Or what furniture?
Bengicela nje for i-projection.
Oh, for projection. Oh, okay.
Mna ke ndithunywe ukuthetha nge-historical perspective or reflections on the violence against women. I'm also a student of heritage studies and historical studies, and I'm biased towards Black women's narrative more broadly, so you can take charge with that.
One of yours doesn't.
Is it?
Unless we use this.
Presentation.
Maybe, yeah.
Xola nje.
Mara ungayithetha nje ne.
No, I can't. I prepared. In the meantime, please get me a USB because I'm worried about time.
What must I get?
Quickly a USB.
There's it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, bless. Yo, sephuma indaba zami zonke ngoku.
Yeah, ufuna
because I'm standing next to you. That's okay.
Oh, bless.
So it's yours, you understand it.
Okay, thank you. I'll try and be brief. I know we're spent. I'm encouraged. Such a privilege to be here. Ndiyabulela kakhulu for the invite. So when we look at the institutional arrangements over the years, we can talk about ISEDAW, we can talk about the SDGs, and more recently, we can talk about the UN and the African Union in terms of the framework concerning the prevention and response to conflict-related sexual violence. Zibalulekile zonke. We can also talk about the SADC level protocol on gender and development. Zonke zibalulekile. But I want to tell the story quite differently. Xa sithi sibuyele emva, contemporary history from the 1900s, zotsho namhlanje, siyi-highlighta phezulu. Uba sinojonga the earlier anti-past campaigns, we look at the archives, we look at the narratives, sijonge placards, sijonge imizuzu, meetings, we will find that omama have been talking about the issue of violence against women within the household, even before the language, because concepts, they travel over time. I'll give you a concrete example from the UN perspective. Rashida Manju Umama in 2012 traces the word femicide. It becomes reinforced in the 1970s, particularly because bebenyamalala omama, bebulawa ngabantu abathandana nabo. And so thina xa sifika ke ngoku of late iba ngathi intsha into femicide, but it matters in terms of tracing the language and also these concepts. When we also talk about the Freedom Charter, siyayazi thina abanye, particularly writing about the first Women's Charter, but it's a story for another day. Siyayazi by Freedom Charter was lifted from omama, and there's an omission in terms of women's articulations of freedom, in terms of the absence of violence in itself. Omama nabo bakhona apha, we know in terms of the CODESA, the issue of representation, nabo bezama usithela into zabo malungana ne-violence, not just in Kululekwe. And one of the issues was in representation, but also the overemphasis of political violence without necessarily talking about the different forms of violence that omama were subject to. We also know of late 2018, total shutdown, siyayazi ithetha nge-gender-based violence, but xa sithi siyijongisisa kakuhle in terms of the stats and the experiences, siyayazi basithetha ngomama. And also when we look very closely, kweza 24 demands, the total shutdown, we know ukuthi sithetha ngomama. Title yam ke pha ithi on black womanhood and violence. So in the earlier era, this is an image from the South African Historical Archives on Freedom Charter, but iyangqina nayo to say, when we look at the 1913 marches until 1956, njengoba nditshilo, the narratives of mama baphakamisa into ethi i-violence ikhona in its broader sense, not just in a form, because of late we overemphasize sexual-based violence, or rather rape, and actually not look at it within a broader context. And I think izithethe zami ezizaza ngaphambili zivezile le nto intoba there's a broader context of violence. But when we talk about violence against women, usually we look at it within the domain of SGBV. We also know, some of us, that when we go back to the Nairobi conference, omama bethu bebekhona phaya. Kuyi decade of women, equality, development, and peace, and they submitted many demands. Again, ikhona pha kwi-archives. Iyaveza umama babekhona, iyaveza indlela ebebethetha ngayo, not just as anti-apartheid issues, but in talking about violence against women, beveza ngendlela ezihlukahlukeneyo. From that conference in 1985, siyabazi omama baye badibana bathi masiyithethe. In exile, omama be-exile nababekhona be-South Africa, badibana pha e-Amsterdam ku-1990 kuMalibongwe conference. Kwapha ke kuMalibongwe kuculwa iculo lithi Women United Towards a Non-Sexist. La non-sexism was pointing to this issue ye violence against women. Ibingeyompazamo. Omama bayithetha ke lento, or unpaid care work, or housework and child care, talking about suffering from repression. The language omama beyisebenzisa in the 80s bebesithi triple oppression. But kakhulu bebeveza lento ye intersection ye class, race and gender xa bechaza ngendlela yabo. Babe instructive kakhulu ke from iMalibongwe. These are related, it's not a coincidence indlela ndizibeke ngazo, because basinolandela omama bebekhona, bakhona bahleli apha abanye babebhala ileta bethethelela abanye into ba mabaye bebanqinele into basiphila nabo. bezambezi conference nabo beyochazela abanye beyaleza njengoba bekutshilo i-archive yase-UDF nayo yazithetha izinto nge-Western Cape into yoba babekho nabangazange bafike kodwa yaqokelelwa imibono abanye bamelana nabanye. Yayiveza ke Women's Charter 1995 Article 10 zininzi articles very instructive and very clear nansi about violence against women. Ayithi sexual violence, ayithi rape. I-holistic ngocinga kwami. Ithetha ngobumo bokuphila, ithetha ngemfundo, ithetha nge-attitude, ithetha nge-training, ithetha nge-leadership. Zange bazilimit omama ngendlela thina sicinga ngayo ngoku into bayi iphelele apha. Ndibuyele nje emva kancinci. Xa siyibuza ke igenge yami ke sithi xa sithi siyayicinga lento post 1994 institutionalization of demands kwangathi ngokubona kwami kuvela i-displacement of lived experiences in the loudness of deaths. Umbuzo endizawubuza uthi what do we make of community-centered responses? Omama bethu bazakhile i-structures sizibonele ezinye impazamo sazibona futhi nezinye izinto ezisikhuthazayo nathi sime phezu kwaso. Kodwa ikhona lento ethi community-centered responses, what do we make of it? I'd like to pause a bit there and say, mna ke I believe in black thought. I believe in dreams and ideas of freedom. Ndikhuthazwa the late Bell Hooks xa iphakama in her book ethi The Politics of Radical Black Subjectivities. Sathetha ngalo violence against women within a broader context. Uthi uHooks, how do we create an oppositional worldview, a consciousness, an identity, a standpoint that exists not only as that struggle which also opposes dehumanization, but as that movement which enables creative, expansive self-actualization. Ngokucinga kwami uBell Hooks imvuselelo yakhe ithi the oppositional worldview mayibe into yokuba ziphilise ngendlela ethi you are aware of your displacement, you are aware of the violence, but what do you make of what you know, knowing what you know now? Ngendlela endicinga ngayo. Iti masiphile, like I said, I'm interested in black women's resistance and articulations of freedom. But part of ingxaki esinayo nge-freedom is this permanence of violence. Xa sibuyele emva kwakhona, lena ke ngo-1985 Nairobi. I forgot the page. Hayi omama bethu, they've always been smart and critical, man. Jonga, in 1985, omama bathi nansi trajectory. Ka-year 2000. Asikayithethi la decolonial tale siculayo, omama bapha bathi nansi trajectory. In their numbers. Bathi zonke izinto zambe zidibana. Economic issues, ubumo bethu, singathi ukuzithanda, ukuzazi. In terms of cultural processes. Bayibekile, nanku paragraph 22 umama. Xa sesibuyisa ke ngoku in contemporary narratives, njengoba nisitsho ndithunywe inhlangano CSVR. Sibhalile ikhona ininzi zathi izdates nabanye bazivezile nathi in 2017 sayikhupha report ethi violence against women. Ngoba CSVR was established in 1989. Working across not only research but mental health, psychosocial services and advocacy. So kudala inhlangano iqhuba iphilisana nabahlali. And so when we move from the different signposts, the legal reforms, the institutions, the narratives, this is the overview, this is the snapshot. This is what we are reminded. And of course, on technicalities, we have these two definitions of what GBV and violence against women is. But nangokubona kwam, it speaks to the times. Bekunyanzelekile into yoba sim expand violence against women because we know we now have the language of gender diversity. And we also know that even though women are the majority in terms of being survivors of violence, uthi otata and the young boys are being included. So gender-based violence does make sense. Kodwa masingamvumeli ke displace violence against women. Masithi ngu-expanding the circle. Zininzi ke besichaziwe indoba part of the violence, it's unresolved trauma. I think it's reckoning, it's the reckoning with freedom. It's the historical trauma ndiyavuma, it's the socio-economic factors ndiyavuma. Inkohlakalo yepatriarchy singatsho. poverty, zikhona, these are the studies, these are the reflections. And singayincoma ke neMzantsi Afrika sizibale legal reforms zibe ninzi ziphelele. My last thought, knowing what we know now, it's just that second bullet point. Sizenzile sikhokhelwe, and there's much to be done. But part of the community responsiveness is being mindful of the people who are in the margins. Masithi xa sizenza ezi policy no implementation sithi siyamphupha lo freedom, sikhangele aba kuthiwa ba peripheral. There's a bias against migrants. Andifuna uyicala ucula oliga nontona immigrants sinengxaki yabo in terms of discrimination, whether we're looking at more specifically shelter, whether we're looking at secondary victimization in police stations. Sibe nengxaki napha trans women when it comes to SGB services. Sibe nengxaki napha trans women and queer people. One of the current studies we're doing at CSVR is looking at community-centered approaches on gender-based violence. Ndibe buhlungu when I went in one of the communities, sithetha no mama bangaboniyo, no mama bangakwazi uthetha. Bethetha ngenhlungu yabo ihlukumezeka. Now check our system. There are 4 functions when you write a statement for affidavit to qualify it later on izoba yicase, ne? Uyafika umama uyabuzwa pha lo ngaboni into ba khamchaze. Because if neka siyomkhangela khamchaze. Lo obonayo ongakwazi uthetha uyatsho into ba bambile man lo muntu ndingafuni. And there's no one to actually translate. There's no sign languages. These are tiny, tiny things that I think we should be able to. I think the policies also guide us on that. So as we think through implementing the laws that we have and the legal reforms, let's remember the peoples on the margins. And again, thank you so much. I'm encouraged. Thank you.
Oh, wow, hey? I'm so sorry. I even forgot that I'm supposed to be looking at the time. I'm just so engrossed in these discussions. My apologies, Mandy. Senior citizen. You know, we got our last one in this one. And then we'll be having, Putu will be taking over. We've got Jacqueline Sizabira from UN Women. I know you said you're feeling a little bit intimidated after Nandipa. But not the right word. No, that's not the right word. Because Slungu, English. But she was only just saying she's feeling quite humbled and she's been quite encouraged. And I must say, all of our speakers, thank you so much. I'll not be coming up after this. But to be honest, it looked like we could have had another 1 more day or 2 more days for this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I know. Good afternoon, good evening. It's so good to be here, Memandis. I love it when I'm here. I feel loved, surrounded by big sisters, great big sisters. I've been talking about your worth and your greatness, yeah. So thank you. I'm not gonna keep us here because I think you are very exhausted. Yeah, you're tired. And mine will be a very simple one tonight. Mine will be to say, you heard the story of Sis Nandi. Unfortunately, it happened where in what? 1990 what? 1991. Today is 2022. There are many Nandis out there. It's not stopping. That's my first. The second is, you know that the word says, end AIDS by 2030. And you know when the word says that, what that means? Doesn't mean that AIDS will be ended by 2030. But what that means is come 1st of January 2031, nobody's going to talk about AIDS. Nobody's going to fund AIDS. Nobody's going to focus on AIDS at all. Then it means the many Nandis that are happening today and will continue happening, because if nothing is done, it will continue happening, they will be completely forgotten. So the shadow you see here is going to be actually incrementally increased. Unfortunately, Memandisa, Mebatabile, you still have lots of work to do, lots of path to start. Yeah, we are behind you, but you are continuing. I know. So that was my second point. My last point is, I came here straight from a SADC meeting. And I was showing SADC, the meeting of National AIDS Council directors. So the people who decide what is done about AIDS every year. And in this meeting, they had put the session on gender equality, but sandwiched it nicely in between some innovation sessions. And they all tell you from when they start that they are doing gender equality. But when you check their programs, gender equality for them means PrEP. PrEP is, yes, yes. And it is funded, solely funded by donor money. So 2031, PrEP won't be here. And that's the only gender equality program we have in the region. Now, my question was to SADC, when I was looking at the statistics of their reports, almost in all the countries in Southern Africa, especially the 5 countries in Southern Africa, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, South Africa, and Namibia, the girl child with age between 15 to 24 is 3 times more infected than the boy child. Yes. And now there's something that also scared me. Before, they used to say that the face of infection is, the girl is the face of infection, and the face of death is men. And that one also changed. I picked 7 countries where women are dying more of AIDS than men. So this epidemic is our business. This epidemic is not only our business, it's only our business. Because as I said, nobody's gonna focus on it. Today, you can check all the donors. They're talking about climate smart agriculture. They're talking about climate change. They are talking things that are relevant, but it's not HIV. And it's not the women, the young women in the shadow. So I will just leave you with a food for thought. What do we do in order to address this epidemic so that there is never another Nandi tomorrow? Thank you very much.
We have now heard the panelists around violence against women and GBV. They've given us some stories. Now we want to hear the panelists around the issue of intergenerational trauma, the issues about racism, and the issues about healing. As you can see that all the issues we are really dealing with here, we are dealing with, some of it we're talking prevention, we're looking for solutions for prevention, but mainly we are actually dealing with the after effects. So the big issue that we really need to talk about is, as you said, my sister, there shouldn't be another Nandi. What does that really mean? I'll start with our fellow sister from Zim. Yes. Introduce yourself.
Thank you.
And then just, this is the CEO of ORAP.
Yes.
Now we have a lot of
Thank you.
women CEOs.
Thank you. I had a presentation. I'm not even going to fight with this non-gender sensitive podium because I feel like it's a personal attack on my height. So I'm going to start by saying, to giving honor to all the important people in this room, and also to the very important people in this room, and then giving most respect to my mom. And then I say all protocols observed. So I feel like I was trapped because a lot of the things that I've wanted to talk about have been spoken about a lot over the course of the last couple of days by people more qualified than myself. So at least it means I'll be able to speak very quickly and kind of get through the subject matter. The issue of intergenerational anything is one that I am very passionate about, because when I was growing up, I was very close to my grandmother. Unfortunately, one of my grandmothers, she left before I was grown. I think I was maybe around 10, 11 when she left. And then I grew up and I was close to my other grandmother until she passed. So intergenerational issues have always been very important for me because of the importance of a grandmother in somebody's life. And I think also having a sense that I think my children prefer my mothers to me. So, you know, that grandmotherly link is also still important in my life now. And I think, actually, it's okay. They can like my mother more than they like me. I won't compete with her because I will lose. I think you guys have met my mother, so you know that it's like that. But also, as Puji said, I am the CEO of ORAP that Umama started in 1980. And after working for some time at ORAP, we realized that we don't have young people showing up into our programs. And we didn't understand why. We asked the older people we worked in the communities, and they said, young people, vele, they like fast things, they're not interested in development, they are this, they are that. And fortunately, I was also young at the time. I said, no, that answer is not good enough. The best way to understand what is it about young people is to ask them. So in 2016, we started hosting youth dialogues, where we let young people come through to our work and tell us about themselves. We had young people facilitate those sessions. We played loud music, and we had food, and we had allowed them to dance during breaks. And they came and they told us why they didn't show up to the work. We said, why don't you guys want to farm? They said, because when I use that plot of land, it belongs to my father. Whatever comes out of it, Baba takes all of it. Whenever I do this thing, I don't have my own house. Whenever I say, but I want to raise some money, they say I like money, but I also just want to get married. I want to lobola my girlfriend and be a real man. But none of the adults were saying that or knowing that. And so we started to understand that the best way to understand people is to ask them, listen to their stories. So, and on being invited to this conference, and it's all about storytelling, I said, you know, that's it, that's all. There's a quote, okay, thank you. There's a quote I wanted to start with. Okay, so it tells you a little bit about ORAP. So there's a quote that I bumped into many, many years ago, and it says, if more of us told our stories to each other, we would be a much happier and less nervous people. And I believe that is very, very true, because we go through so many things. On the one hand, we suspect each other because we don't know what is this person thinking. But when you know a person's story, then you actually have a good sense of, actually, I relate. This person is just like me. This person is just a normal person like me. So quickly about ORAP, because my boss is here. Our mission at ORAP is to eradicate all forms of poverty, and we believe poverty is more than just one thing. It's more than not having money in your pocket. We believe that there's material, social, technological, cultural, educational, psychological, environmental, spiritual. There are very many different types of poverty, and I think in all the conversations that we have had, you can start to see people who don't know their own identity. You don't know where you come from. We are not holding on to our languages, all of those things. Our philosophy is based on 7Z and 1Q. I won't go into too much detail on those. I think Prof. Cooper spoke a bit about what is intergenerational trauma and what is it that happens in between and how trauma gets passed down. I want to go further and talk about a theory that I heard also a few years ago that says, when my grandmother was pregnant with my mother, right? She was pregnant with my mother, and all the genes that are in a baby, when in my grandmother's time, it was about 5 months old. The egg that produced me was already formed in my mother's body, in her mother's body. Do you understand? Whatever my grandmother went through passed into all of her genetic material. So the trauma that Ugogo Wami went through is in my body. Do you understand? So when we look at this table, it says there's one me, there's my two parents. Everybody in the world is affected by this, because whether he was there or you knew him or you didn't, every one of us has got a mother and a father. And out of that mother and a father, every one of us has got 4 grandparents. Even if you have 8 or 12 or 18 like I did, and you've got 4 grandparents. Every one of us has got 8. You've got 2 parents. You've got 8 grandparents. You've got 4. All right, my maths is bad. English runs out for others. Maths runs out for me. But at the end of the day, to go back many generations, there are over 1 million people who survived for you to have been born and be here today. We don't know what it is that they survived all the way through, but no, without a doubt, they survived. They might have been the only one in their family. When we go back to Okoko Betu, who knows what they went through? And when we talk about genetic material being passed down and trauma being passed down, imagine all the things that have come through in all of that, right? So when we talk about intergenerational trauma, we talk about race, we look at it even in the context of our countries. All of these things we've gone through, all the races in our countries have gone through them. And then it's been intermingled, it's been mixed up. How have these things all sort of intertwined? In Zimbabwe, we have a legacy of violence, just like you do here in South Africa. From colonization, the Rhodesian, the wars, when the whites wanted to fight the whites. And then there was our battle for independence. And then there was the Ikukuraundi when there were some tribal conflicts. And then we've had economic violence through structural adjustment programs. We've had hyperinflation, we've had this, we've had this, we've had this. In the last 40 years in Zimbabwe, we've been through so many things. This is just 40 years. It's not even that long, right? And each time, in each of those moments, there was a pregnant grandmother. And so now we can come to this place and we can look and say, what does that look like? Families are breaking down. Our society is broken down. We're looking at, Mama always talks about substance abuse and the young people. What are they getting involved in? We had a program where we collected stories about people in Zimbabwe. Some of the things that they were saying is that the oppressed have become the oppressors. There's a general sense of exhaustion in Zimbabwe. People in Zimbabwe are tired. If you come to that country, because we are carrying so much, we are tired for no reason. Our tired is tired. We are tired. There is fragmentation, feelings of isolation. People, even in a crowd, you feel alone. We are divided. There's a great deal of trauma. What are the spaces for healing? Nobody knows. And we need to use the truth that we know that we have to bring humanity back together and build new systems. That's what people are saying. We need to bring our humanity back together. So when we talk about healing, we also say in Ndebele that Senyathi buzoka phambili. And in Zimbabwe, we haven't done much towards healing. We haven't done much towards healing. We have an NPRC, National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. They've not done much, to be honest. They had a few high-level meetings, went around the country, ate their per diem, stayed at the hotels, did those things, did some reports. They didn't do much. So what can we learn about those who have done something? There was the TRC. You guys at the TRC, right? They did much more than our NPRC, but they didn't do much from the stories we have heard, right? They window dressed, but I'm sure those windows, they are naked now. So, okay? There was Rwanda. We remember what happened in Rwanda. The trauma they suffered in Rwanda. That was a big, between South Africa and Zimbabwe, we've not even been through what Rwanda went through, right? And because Rwanda suffered so much, what they did is they put together these, so of course, so many criminals went through trials. People were hanged. People were put in jail for life, but publicly. And then they put together what they called a gachacha system. And with the gachachas, they said community court system. In any community, if you want to wake up and say, George, I think I saw you that day carrying a machete. We're going to have a community circle and sit down. George, what happened? George can come and say, yes, it was me, guys, and I'm really sorry. The community can say, do we forgive George? Whose family did you kill? I killed so-and-so's brother. So-and-so's family, what do you have to say? No, we forgive George. George, come here, you're still our relative. And in that way, the community starts to find peace. But they've had over 1.2 million cases tried. Each and every community. And they train people, even today you go to Rwanda, they'll go and they'll show you a monument in their city that says, you see the stone, people died here. They said, we will not forget, we will talk about it, we will talk about it, we will talk about it, we will talk about it. So we don't know if they have healed, but they have not swept anything under the rug. They talk about it all the time. There's a lady that says, whatever the question, community is the answer. Whatever the question. So what is the answer to trying to find healing in understanding these intergenerational traumas. At Orap, our first Z is called Zihluze. You analyze yourself, what is my role in this? What is my role as an individual? What is our role as leaders? In the causes of where we are, in the solutions of where we can go. And also an important thing is we've got to talk to each other. I said at Orap we sit down and we listen. We realized also that we can have a whole 1,000 people come together. You won't have one person with a disability. 10% of the population of Zimbabwe lives with disabilities. They are not showing up. We've sat down recently and said, what is it, guys? Why are you guys not showing up? And they're starting to explain, you can't just invite me to a meeting. I need special transport. You can't just invite me to a meeting. I need an interpreter. Do you have a sign language interpreter? I'll say, oh, okay, we didn't know. We're starting to learn. So we've got to talk and we've got to listen to each other. We've got to talk to each other within families and communities. We've got to create new fireplaces. What do they look like? When, as grandparents, go on long drives with your grandchildren and sit in the car. As grandparents, make voice notes of stories for your grandchildren. Send it to them on a trip. Listen to this. Make WhatsApp groups with your grandchildren. Technology is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Make videos for your children. There's a man, I think, in America or somewhere who grew up and he didn't have a father. And then he realized as he got older that he didn't know how to do many things in the house. And he said, if I had this problem, imagine other people who grew up without a father. He started a YouTube channel. It's called something about, like imagine having a dad or something. He teaches people on YouTube things that a father should teach their children. How to change a tire, how to fix a window, how to fix a tap when it's broken, how to fix a door. He says, if you don't have a dad, I'm going to show you how to be a dad. So Bogogo, make a YouTube channel. Those things that your grandchildren need to know. Create spaces for those young people to talk. And also speak about your own stories. Tell us your long list of accolades and what you did for us in our country. But tell us how it felt. Tell us that when you left us, Mama Mandisa, Lo Mama Z, tell us when you left us as children, it was hard for you. So that we know, because when we wake up and we go to work and it's hard for us, we feel like maybe we're failing. Those gogos who shared their stories of rape, for a young lady who's been raped, she feels like, maybe I'm normal. Maybe it wasn't my fault. Someone else is saying this. Tell us the real life other side of it. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. So let's use indigenous knowledge. Give us the indigenous knowledge practices that you have. For example, in our culture, when you have your first child, you go and you stay at your mother's house. Some people say it's abusive. Oh, no, I want to stay with my husband, whatever. And then now in English, they've got a thing called the 4th trimester, where they say you must stay home and be cocooned so that you can heal and you can bring yourself. Like I said, how? 4th trimester. But in African culture, this is normal. You go, they close you up, they feed you. I remember I was fed every 2 hours. And I didn't have to move. I didn't wash anything. I didn't cook. And then after a while, I said, that was the best time. When I had my second child, I tried. My mother said, no, it's done. It's over. It's over. So in ending, there's a book I read called Anxious People, and one of the men says, we need to be allowed to convince ourselves that we are more than the mistakes we made yesterday, that we are all of our next choices too, all of our tomorrows. The important thing is we've got to decide for our families, for ourselves. If we do it only for our families, it will happen also to our societies, that this thing ends here, the trauma ends here. The trauma that happened in my family going backwards, it ends now. I must go for counseling so that I don't pass my trauma on to my children. I must talk to my children. So they say to me, Mama, you can't do it anymore. I can't be that mother who says, you can't tell me my child can't tell me I'm wrong. We must get to a point, we must cut ourselves as mothers so that our children can survive. The young people who are on drugs and alcohol now, they are not rebelling, they're not acting out. The only field where they can perpetrate the violence, they can't go out and fight on the streets. Professor Cooper spoke. The only place they can perpetrate violence that's left is on themselves. The reason why our young people are into drugs and alcohol is because we didn't heal. It's not their fault. It's our fault. We didn't heal. We haven't dealt with our issues. We've passed them on. So, we have to forgive ourselves and we have to find healing. Because if we don't heal, there's nothing for those who are coming after us. So, anyways, in summary, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You see what we have? This world is going to be in a better place. I'll get all my panelists first.
Molweni, igama ndingulolwethu luthuli ndingumarhadebe ubhungano nasele. I ndizawuba mfitshane noxa ndimde nge-height, but because of time ndiya-understanda kudala silapha and abantu abadala funeka beyophumla. But I think actually, Sis Mandisa, a session that you have given us, oh sorry mama, a session that you, sendibona kuthiwa sisinamdi again, because umama ndithi Antana, because ndikhule kuthiwa nguAntana ndithi mama kuye. I think the session that you really have given us, Mama, is very big and it's deep. I think throughout the past 2 days, abantu bebethetha ngentlungu. But there's one thing that I realized that we all are looking for is healing. Because beyond us speaking about our pain, sine njongo yoba singafumana usizo loba siphole. Uyawathi umama nxa ithetha apha that we easily look at the outside and umama beveza sithi unescars, they've healed, but there's one thing that have never healed is our souls. And there's a reason why all of us are speaking about this gender violence, rapes and all these things, because into ephulekileyo okanye ephukileyo ingaphakathi. And I think if you will link both of the two topics that we're given, ndithanda ukuthi andithandi nozichaza uba ndenza ntoni, vele kuthiwa umncinci kufole nto uyenzayo, because i-generation sikhuliswa ngoba funeka ube kwi-stage esithile-thile uze ube into ethile-thile. So kufuneka sizishrinke thina. But I also think that the problem started ngoba saye kuba ne-supporting systems. Uthe omnye umama nxa ithetha namhlanje uba before omama babebencencisana befundisana izinto, but today nxa uya kumama uvela acinga uba uzawuthatha le position akuyo. So there is not that la transformation in knowledge, but I understand as well, because yenzwa intoni, yenzwa zi-traumas, yenzwa ziingxaki esidilene nazo that we have never spoken about. Kunabantu abathi xa ndithetha nozibanibani ndiyayazi intlungu yam uzawuhlekisa ngayo, so ndixolela ungathethi ngayo. Uye wathi omnye utata ongunoteksi, because ndenze research kwi-taxi industry, usisi uyayazi into ekuthiwa yintoni umfazi. Dathi, yeah, it's a wife. Ndikhumshile. Athi no, lisuka egameni lithi ufa eyazi, which means omama bethu bafa neentlungu zazo, because nxa ndiyibuyisela kugogo wam ndithi mama ndiyahlutshwa emzini, uzawuthi ubama kaloku into ingcwaba lakho lisendlini buyela ntombi, right? But I think the biggest trauma that we have not spoken about is the verbal one, and it's still happening, Sis Mandisa, even today in our workplace, where because you are black, sizakunika le position because we want to cover the fact that we need black representation. So is it credit or is it a token of appreciation? Because so we need you to speak in discussions. But nxa decision making, right? I think the biggest thing that I would say before ndihlale phansi is that xa sihleli sisonke apha funeka sizibuze ntwinye, ngaba yintoni esingayenza ukuze stophe i-trauma, because i-generational trauma singayistopha kwabantwana bazalayo, instead of uthi hayi mani ulihule wena kutheni uphuma phandle, uqale ngokuthi mntanam masihlale phansi khe sithethe ufikele kwasa stage, because into eyenzekayo we get taught by TVs. Ewe ndiya-understand omama abaninzi abalapha bebengena choice yosishiya, but ngoku likhona ixesha loba sibe ngomakhulu singabafundisa abantwana. So I think for me ndikhuliswa ngumakhulu and ndikhulisele ecaweni, ndiyathanda ukuthi, and because of that my whole life was always believing ukuthi, just like it says in the Bible, that I hope everything does well with your soul, with yourself, and you find good health, but as your soul is supposed to be doing well. So the most key thing that we need as a country is healing. And there's a huge difference between forgiving and healing. Silimele and salimaza and sisalimazana nangoku. So if sifuna uthetha ngoxolo nokuxolela zinto ezohlukeneyo, because ndiyakwazi ukuthi ndikuxolele because ngesiXhosa kuthiwa uxolo liyawuthomalalisa umsindo, but ndingaxolanga. Because the minute someone says I'm sorry, it shuts down your anger. It's expected that. But and I like to say that the problem with women conferences and women discussions is that that's the problem. And as much as we're all meeting today, then we come again and we share our anger and we leave. But perhaps maybe even the next time Utumisho is here, is to invite guys. I'm glad that there's male in this discussion. Because bona bayazi basinezingxaki sinazo. Bona bayazi ukuthi that we're actually facing these pains that they actually imperated on us. But also we're not comfortable to say, and this is also a trauma that has been captated in our brain, so is that because ndithanda ukuthi into ezininzi as umuntu ongumama zininzi rules oyewanazo. Hlala kanje, ntombi ayihlali kanje. Speak like this, a woman speaks like this, walk like this, wear heels so that they can take you and respect you. But a man was never given any rules. So because of that, their brains are also functioning in a sense of I'm free, I'm in the jungle, but it's not captivated. And when we want to get out, it's not even a joke that sipuma sibe wild, because we are not used to those things. But I think one of the last remarks I would make that I'm hoping that in this conference, beyond just us having young ladies, myself and the others, but also having a wisdom and a will and a hub of wisdom that is here. Because actually I prepared a presentation and I was going to speak about how women in the professional industry are actually facing more generational trauma. But I realized actually the problem we have is that there's a difference and there's so much space between the knowledge that the adults have and the kids. That's why I see a lot difference. But that's not the truth. But the reason for that is because mama betu they don't actually perpetrate the issue that I'm going to treat you and I'm going to take you under my hand and I'm going to protect you as a young woman that is entering the space. But it's a sense of I'm going to use whatever I have to make sure that I put your voice down, because I'm fearful that as a young woman, you are here to take my space. And that is something that perhaps also we have to look at, either in politics, and I left politics a long time ago. I like to say I'm an activist in Gogo. We need to also look at how do we rope in the young woman. CPUT actually, as a place that I'm employed to, runs a program which says Empower Her, where groups of old women meet and take young women and actually rope them in and show them in through research, through academic journey. And that is also something we also would love to see in political space as well, where umama can take a child and say, these are the things that I face and I want you not to face it. Because as long as Senyathi ngakhange yacaciswa, we will repeat the same mistakes, and we'll also sit here 50 years down the line and we'll speak about our shared lived experience, because omama nje mabehlela apha khange basincede to avoid those situations. So I think that maybe the healing that we need mostly is firstly understanding we need to reflect as abantu abangomama, as about a community, because we can all speak about all these things and speak them from the outside. Men do this, women do this, but actually we all sitting here are guilty of actually violencing someone else. You might have said it in a speech, in a joke, but you don't know the damage it did to that person. For my example, which Ndizawuvala, they used to say, don't sit in front because you are so strong. So because of that, as I grow up, I actually get into a room and I take the back seat. But you see, it's those small joke things that we say that becomes a long history. It's those things when you are angry in the kitchen as a mama, you say to a child that change the perspective that child sees the entire future. So maybe the most important thing that we need to do is to reflect to yourself and firstly admitting that I need healing. And because I need healing, I end up bleeding on the wrong people. People that I'm supposed to protect, right? And the important part, again, I think most of the speakers have spoken about is that we need to be confident to go seek for help when izinto zinhlula. Because even if uthethile ngayo ingxaki yam umama next door, ingxaki yami ibiyingxaki yami bendifuna kuncedwe mna. So it heals me. If it heals me, it's okay. I'm gonna go try and ever again. But I think the last thing is that through healing, we need to also go back and realize that what is broken is not our outside, but what is broken is our inside. And that's why every time a white woman walks by, we give them respect than when a black woman walks in. And that's why we go to conferences and we select men because we believe that we can lead. So we need confidence, but that confidence can only come when we have healed and accepted that it does not define us, but we can define the future for our generation. All the people that are here can be changed based on how Tina sihleli kule ndawo. Even omama bethu ogogo bethu balapha. Ndikhuliswa nomagqeli Isisele Luthuli intombi yakwazi kodwa bekhe watsho umama ndisiba amahluba yachatana. And one of the biggest things that I've always said, and today in every speech I write, I will always refer to my grandmother, is that though she bore 15 kids, none of us as a grandchildren ever felt like we were not her favorite. She loved us equally. Perhaps that is the one thing we need, which is love and which is peace. And that can only come when we are at peace with ourselves, and then we can then show someone else how to be at peace with the next. Thank you so much.
What did I say? What did I say about abantu abatsha? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know what? I think, Mandy, it's a good thing what you have done. It is a good thing what you have done about this conference and about the purpose of this conference, so that there's going to be a repository of information. I hear about in the next conference. You know what? I'm going to suggest masibe nenyani. All the young people that came here to speak must take in. I'm not saying my generation didn't do a good job. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying all the young people that came to speak, they did the bestest jobs. Do we agree? They really did the bestest jobs. So I think, Mandy, for the next conference, there's a time when, you have to admit, well, I've done my bit, now I'm passing the baton. So it's time now for us to admit we've done our bit and we must pass on the baton. So for the next conference, Mandy, I think we know what the issues are, right? We really know what the issues are. Then what we need is the solutions. And there's always a gap. Yes, in England, mind the gap. There is always a gap between knowing and doing. So we need to bridge that gap. And the young people that came to speak here, they didn't just tell us about the things we know. They actually proposed solutions. Didn't they propose solutions? Use technology, do this. They proposed solutions. So it's high time we pass on the baton. And then the last thing that I want to speak about is the issue about healing. There's a saying which says, when a woman heals, they heal their mother, they heal their daughter, and they heal all the women around them. And they heal the nation. And then the last one that I'm going to talk about is the saying that says, when the lioness, it says the lion, but I'm changing it. When the lioness does not write its story, the story will always be told from the hunter's perspective. And this is exactly what has happened for us. So Mandy has launched a place where the lionesses can write their stories so that we don't read the stories from the hunter's perspective. But those stories are not just there. It's about starting the journey of healing. If we don't heal, 20 years from now, this conference will be repeated. It's high time. Ke nako ya hore re fole. It's time for healing. Because ixesha limkile, I don't know, Mandy, I see you've got a mic. Did you want to ask a question? Do you want to make a comment? Nance?
Selen. Hi, you raised something, Sissy, and we don't talk about that. Some of us here, we used to leave our children. We used to leave our kids, the brave nyan. You know, I remember somebody mentioned when we were doing Ilitha Labantu documentary, they said we didn't know what Mandisa was doing. She will leave her babies. It's only later we realize, even my family, oh, she was busy. Abesenza lento. So our kids, they need, let alone that, they need help. Because in between, bebezikhulela. I'm talking about my own experience. Abamabantwana, Ella started cooking at the age of 6 or 8 because I wasn't there. What about other children? You raise that. And also, the kids, divorce, the trauma that causes to ebantwaneni bethu. Those divorces, abantu, you should know. Your kids, they were brought up umama no tata. I remember I used to be angry with Uel. Difunu tatako, that was the head dad's name. Tatako! Because Galogi will say, go to your dad. Now, she thought his name was Tatako. She used, honestly, Difunu tatako. Now I'm alone. You're thinking, this child is crying. And all of them are crying. They want their dad. Where was he? Tatako was nowhere. Now, those things we never talk about ezo zinto. Ukuti the trauma that is caused by divorce. The trauma that umntana knowing that uzawuthi utata tata is nowhere ubhubhe ethwele umnqwazi botata and bethi nina. Just in general, these things are happening. And Umvu say, when she raised this thing, I said, we need Nyansile intergenerational dialogue. And we need to bring all those kids, particularly ababetu that were running around. Abantwana bobata, abantwana bobani. Today, abantwana bagabata, my daughters, they know enaye uyaz ukuthi sengiyazi ukuthi babalekele kuwe bazoxela. And ezinye izinto azive ngam. Yes, nam some of the things this vangaye because bahambe behind my back by your reporter. So we need that support. Esingekhoyo, but I'm appealing ukuthi this is not, it shouldn't be the last, the first and the last. Our kids, and I'm not trying to be discriminative glendo ukuthi abantwana bethu o aluta. We have kids abazalelwa ejele. We don't talk about those things. And umntana uyabuza. We have kids that when we're running around and we need city silwa violence. Now how do we deal with those things? I hear you. Thank you very much. Sibonana ngomso. 8:30. Thank you.
Ibus is already here. Straight. You don't have to go out the back. The side door is open. So you go straight. Thank you. Good night. How?